Me busca lo mío, por lo mío siempre me le he bebido. Saben que me busca lo mío, yeah. Gasto y gasto y nunca pido recibo. Ahora me busca lo mío. Valenciaga, las tenis, las combi, mochino. Y no le cambiamos el chino. Ahora me busca lo mío. Te pregunté por qué por esto yo me jodío. A mantenerme todo el tiempo prendido. Tratar de apagarme la movie, ninguno ha podido. Me siento bendecido. Me cambian el tempo del beat, nunca me salgo fuera de ritmo. Cada tema que suelto es un himno. Es que me puse pa' mí, no fue que me llené de egoísmo. Tú estás chapi atrás del money. Y ahora soy más maceta que cuando pobre. Hay que llenar más de dinero el pote. Tú vas a dejar de ser hater cuando como yo tú comes. Me busca lo mío. Por lo mío siempre me le he bebido. Saben que me busca lo mío, yeah. Gasto y gasto y nunca pido recibo. Ahora me busca lo mío. Valenciaga, las tenis, las combi, mochino. Y no le cambiamos el chino. Ahora me busca lo mío. Te pregunté por qué por esto yo me jodío. El correcamino. El primer cheque le compré una casa a mi mai. Él es su chaco el guy. Iba a ser pobre, lo supe desde la high. Ahora subo una foto y me llueve los likes. Las barras las tenían bowling like Mike. Tú estás chapi atrás del money. Y ahora soy más maceta que cuando pobre. Hay que llenar más de dinero el pote. Tú vas a dejar de ser hater cuando como yo tú cobres.
Before we begin stage one, we'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of João Raspanti Neto. He was the younger brother of MIBR's Sasi. Our thoughts and prayers are with Joao's family, friends, during this very difficult time. We love you.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
And we are back. This week, 12 teams return to the stage, and they've all got their sights set on Masters London. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Stage 1 of VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in the beautiful, the sunny, the scenic Los Angeles, California. Of course, the current man yelling at you right now, I'm Golden Boy. It's a pleasure to be back in your household today. Well, actually not in your household. That'd be weird.
I hope not.
He's not there.
I'm not in your household,
No.
but we're like on the TV or in your monitor or in your living room. You already know what we're talking about.
Here.
Welcome back, everyone. Hey, Golden Boy, Emily, Mimi, as well as Athena joining us here today. It's going to be a good time here, and good to be back with you, ladies. It's going to be a fun time, right?
Yeah, I really missed that California intro. Truly.
I didn't.
It warmed my heart.
She did it. See, you can learn a thing or two from me, from Mimi.
Mimi, whoa!
Emily, you can learn a thing or two. Mimi from Emily.
There you go.
You just called yourself out.
Mumbling, yes. Clearly, we're back, folks. We're back. All right, now, we didn't just get back from Masters Santiago, where Nongshim Red Force, I guess, picked up their trophy because they're really good at the video game. But Americas is still the global leader. Ha! Suck it, Achilles. And here's the thing, though. Pacific, yes, they are still gaining on us. But as it stands right now, I mean, just look at this run here. And then EMEA, it's okay, guys. We'll talk about it later. But Mimi, let's talk about this incredible run that we've seen from these events so far, but also what we saw from Nongshim Red Force in Santiago, because they looked absolutely diabolical.
Yeah, Nongshim was incredible. It was one of the most dominant tournament runs we've ever seen. It was the most dominant final that we've ever had at a global event with that super fast 3-0. But they played super well there. And looking back at the history, it's been a minute since Americas has won a Masters, trying to get back to that with London coming up next. But still technically ahead on trophy. Smile?
Yeah.
Smile?
We take them. Now, of course, with stage one means the return of Alpha and Omega. Our two groups are going to be fighting to make it to playoffs and score as many championship points as they can along the way. Here are the breakdowns of the groups. As you can see, we did that draw show at the end of kickoff, and we're starting things today off with some great matches. We have KRÜ taking on our friends over at the Sentinels. And then it's going to be G2 going toe-to-toe, against MIBR. Two phenomenal ways to start things off here at stage one, but a new stage means a new patch.
Woo.
And we're on patch 12.06. This one could definitely shake some things off. Who wants to go first here? Emily? All right, what do we got? Break it down first. What's the first big change?
The first big change is obviously the Yoru nerf. I feel like a lot of, yes, like poor Eggster, bro, on Envy.
What is he gonna do?
What is he gonna do? Who is he gonna play? We don't know. But no,
knows?
they changed a lot of things to do with his TP. It is a lot shorter of a time frame, so they can use it less in rotational scenarios and have to be a little bit more, I'd say, like, not impactful,
Intentional.
but intentional.
Yeah.
But this is a significant change, though, right?
It's huge. Before he could have a full minute of global map presence, and that was huge for your defensive macro, because your Yoru can be two places at once for basically the majority of every round. Now it's different. He has a heinous pick rate in the other regions. Across EMEA and Pacific, who are now 2 weeks in, he's only been played once. So Yoru looking pretty damn good right now.
Like when I remember when Yoru came out and no one wanted to even touch the agent.
Yeah.
And then he ended up getting a couple patches, ends up being very prevalent. But there's also another big change that came through, Mimi, for one of my favorite agents, Skye, because she got some big changes too, right?
Yeah, she's essentially been reverted to how she used to be, where she
so not really a
has
change, more just a fix.
I guess, but it is a little different, right? She still starts with two of those guiding light flashes, but now she gets them on refresh. It's aligned with the other initiators with the longer cooldown, not the 40 seconds it used to be, but it's still big for her. It means that she now has 3 pieces of information off the start, gets another later in the round as well. I think it's really impactful in a world where pretty much every other initiator only has 1 or 2 pieces of information and has those kind of tied long cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, info is such a big game here too, because it's the dog, the 2 flashes that also say blinded when you know someone's there, and the ult. That's like 3 sets of information that you can get, plus one of them refreshes. I think it's kind of insane.
Yeah, and there was one final massive change, Athena, to Breach. What happened?
No, this was literally the biggest change. I know some of you guys might be confused because maybe you didn't see it in the patch notes.
Breach change?
So it was kind of written like at the bottom is a little small, but it is gonna make Jonah P so insane because it is the greatest buff of all time.
What did he get?
He got new voice lines.
Whoa!
Let's go. He got new voice lines. No.
No, come on.
I'm saving it for the in-game.
Okay,
you gotta hear it the first time from Breach himself. You
That's
think I'm gonna do it?
Sure, that's another legitimately huge change. We're playing on 12.06, which means Waylay nerf is here. So not only does Yoru get cut down, but also Waylay now has to equip her Hinder before using it instead of being able to insta-cast. Think of it like how Flash initiators have to pull out their Flash before they throw it. So you have to play with a lot more intent with her. You have to lean a little bit more into trap plays instead of just double dashing in and then being able to insta-hinder. That's a pretty big change.
Yeah, and you also can't be as reactional because of the equip time, right? Like if someone catches you off guard, you won't be able to just insta-throw it out. It's gonna be a lot harder for these Waylay insta-locks that we've been running and seeing in almost every region so far.
Yeah, no, of course. Now, as we saw, a lot of great changes with the agents and also some epic voice lines. But we also have some map pool changes as well, because rejoice, friends! Abyss and Corrode are no more. They have been sent to the back of the shed. And now joining us, it's going to be Fracture and Lotus. Fracture, again, Lotus, love these maps. So happy that we're coming back to this one. And of course, Fracture and Lotus, they've been home to some incredible moments on our stage, as well as abroad. So let's take a look back at some of those moments.
Players going across. Pure silence. No way!
No way! Like this! No way!
Now it's Fury.
How does Bang do this? 13 seconds left, 1v2, Paranoia to buy some time. The reposition. He may be able to get this. He may be able to get this. 4 seconds, he's gotta go! Oh my gosh! Waiting, crosshair train! It looks so good with EA doing this.
Of course, that's the way this half closes out. Oh, Valen, fighting 1, fighting 2, fighting 3, Valen!
Tens attempting to punish, just jiggling with it. Heston is way ahead of the curve. The rest of his team cannot stand to it. Here's the rolling thunder. Right through them into the face. Jorgamo is not messing around.
Player standing.
There's one more new thing in Stage 1 that we haven't talked about, and that's our new agent Mix. Let's take a closer look, because he truly is just the unselfish version of Clove with how much utility he has for himself and his team. So skipping past his smokes and his harmonize, let's talk about his M-Pulse. The first use of it is the heal effect, which you can have up to 2 per round. And the fact that it heals you and anyone standing in this radius up to 93 HP is super strong. The second ability for it is the stun effect. Now, you have to be a little bit more creative with it because it only has 50 HP and can get broken really quickly. So a couple ways I like to use it is on XX, I'll use it for info. I'll throw it in places where players commonly sit because more often than not, they would rather break it than try and take a timing in between the pulses to go for a kill. Now, the second use of it is I like to use it for delay, whether I'm anchoring or whether I am execing. I like to throw it right in front of my smoke, putting a little bit more pressure to anyone who's trying to do exactly that.
Oh, I wish I would go through the smoke right now. God, I wish I could.
To, flash out or flood, retake, or anything like that. Now, the second thing I want to talk about is his ultimate base quake. It has 3 effects. So the first one being knockback, which is great in any situation because it pushes players out from behind their cover. The second effect, it can also be used in post plant to get them off bomb as long as the spike isn't planted against the wall. Really fun. The second effect is the deafening effect, which is something so small, but it is honestly so strong, especially for any split retakes or split execs, as the player now has to gamble which angle you're kind of coming from first because they don't have those audio cues feeding them the information. and more often than not, you can catch them off guard. Now, the third effect is a slowing effect. It's not like the regular stuns we're used to seeing with Breach or Waylay, as it only affects your movement. You can still pull out your weapon at a regular pace. You can still shoot at a regular pace. So when you mix it with damage util, and as long as you don't run into their crosshair, thank you, you should be good to go. Anyways, that's enough talk about Mix. We're throwing a block party for opening weekend, so let's see what's going on outside and send it over to Dryad.
I know that you guys are also like me and always looking for different ways to spend your money, and I want to show you how you can spend your money. We have new cute little keychains that replicate the gun buddies that we have in game. We have Dan the Penguin, we have the cat, the bunny, and also the spike. All of these are new, including also this cute little fox. Me personally, I think I'm going to be taking this one, but also something that is very new is, you know, these figurines, you've seen them before. Now we have a Reina one. So all of the Reina one tricks, just like me, you're going to be feeling great about it. And if that wasn't enough, if you couldn't attend Masters Santiago and we're hoping that you had the chance to get this jacket, you have the chance to do so here in the Riot Games Arena. I'm gonna model it for you. It says Masters Santiago right in the back, as well as a cute little VALORANT Masters Santiago design. And that being said, don't tell anybody, but I might just have to take this.
I mean, they saw you take it, Dan. Clearly, you know, the theft was caught on camera. And it's so nice you took your time away from the Umbrella Academy to be with us here today. Now, of course, let's go ahead and get into our first match of Stage 1 and talk about Sentinels. The new roster struggled at kickoff, and they have already made some big changes. I mean, Athena, this is huge because they took out Coach Kaplan, Narrate, Caillou, they're out of the play here. Ewok, Coach Ewok is stepping in here. So many changes.
I think what this roster change shows is that they want that new identity. They think that they couldn't find it, and with that previous iteration, they weren't able to get there. But with these additions, I do think it makes sense. I think when you need more firepower, looking at rookies like Jerwin to double up on that double duelist meta is something that's really important. And on top of that, I mean, you have the GOAT, Jonah P, joining that roster. The initiator role, being vocal, being able to help out in the middle of the rounds, but also setting up your teammates for success. I think it works, especially with two rookies.
Yeah, and going back to Jerwin, we've seen so many success stories from Tier 2. We've seen Mata, we've seen Redux, we've seen Timatino, and I feel like he is just waiting for that to happen to him as well.
Yeah, no, great opportunity for Jerwin, and of course, we're looking forward to seeing what he could do. Unfortunately for him, though, will not be with us for that first week of competition. Of course, we'll keep eyes on it moving forward, but instead, Sentinels decided call in a sub. Who better to call in than the veteran Victor, who's going to be rocking the Crimson today here, Mimi?
Yeah, since the last time he played in Americas, it's only been 9 officials that he's played with that stint with M80 last year in Tier 2, but he was one of the mainstays of the first 4 or so years of VALORANT. If you're watching back then, you remember how successful that Optic team was with him playing the dive duelist role. Now returning to this VCT Americas stage, he should slot in pretty nicely to Jerwin's roles. I imagine that Jerwin was going to be playing a ton of Neon. That was one of Victor's best roles back in the day. My biggest question, though, is around how much the game has changed since he was playing at that level. Even when he was on NRG earlier in Americas, I think Neon in a meta with less Breach, with less double initiator, is a little bit different. But getting someone with that experience, with that stage presence, is a good pickup for us.
Yeah, I mean, Neon right now is definitely a lot more self-reliant, but for the role that he needs to fill, I don't think he needs to be the kind of duelist that's just dropping 30 almost every map. I feel like as long as he does his job, take space, make openings for his team confidently, they have Redux, they have Jonah P to follow him in and kind of finish out the round.
Well, and I think that's the most important thing here, right? You're here to do the job, plain and simple, Athena. Victor has an opportunity here to give himself that opening, but do you think he has what it takes to be able to fill the roles for that job?
I don't think so. I think when you're looking at skill ceilings, I think for Victor, he can do it as a sub for sure. But I think you're going to look towards getting Jerwin back in that seat, filling that seat up, because he is a rookie. His skill ceiling is still kind of like really high. The potential's up there. It is unexplored. And I think that's kind of what Sentinels is looking for within that player.
Yeah, well, they also made another big change as well, the Sentinels. They brought in, as Athena noted, the Professor. Jonah P is joining the lineup. Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with him ahead of today's match.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jonah P ahead of his match against KRÜ. And Jonah, New Jersey, new team. What is new also about this Jonah P that we're seeing in Sentinels?
You know, I started my pro career a long time ago, and I don't think it's you know, a lot of people don't expect to be on the same team and the same org for the whole career. So you know, with the decision before kickoff, you know, it was kind of tough, but being on Sentinels and starting this new chapter, it's basically just a new opportunity for me to prove myself and prove you know, why I deserve to be here, and I can't wait to do it with these guys and do it for Sen City.
How is the team treating you?
Team's treating me pretty well, except for Cortez. He beats me in ping pong, but you know, this last week I have his number.
I've heard some of the troubles with Cortez. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So okay, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
That dang Cortezia, so good at the ping pong. All right, well, let's go ahead and move on to their opponents. On the other side, you got KRÜ Visa. Now, the squad wasn't able to play due to visa issues, ironically, during kickoff. But now they have the squad. And Mimi, my eyes immediately get drawn to Sadak. The man's coming back, one of the best captains in the game. Great IGL, good mind for the sport. And he's back here in Americas.
And with his longtime duo, Les, those two won the first ever Americas trophy back in 2023. But after Loud went a different direction, they took a chance to go to EMEA and play over there, and it really didn't end up super well. They didn't win a match in playoffs throughout the stint there. It was really mired in, I think, a lot of very interesting meta reads that didn't really work out, playing a lot of the Harbor, things like that. But I think what you can't dispute is that Sadak is one of the absolute best of bringing greatness out of rookies. I look back to their run all the way towards 2022, where they won that championship, to then lose two of their best players, have to ascend with Tui's and Kao and Zine, and to rise with those players to the level of winning another trophy. Here he's got some of the best talent coming out of South America around him, especially with Dante, and a massive opportunity to, I think, redeem his name now back in Americas.
Yeah, I mean, look, NW Zera's on the lineup too. We didn't even get a chance to talk about him. Like, you have so many weapons on this KRÜ lineup. But let's go ahead and send it over to Dryad. She had an opportunity to catch up with Sadak ahead of the homecoming.
The legend is back. Sadak, it's nice to see you in VCT Americas once again. You have been prepping with the team for quite some time, whether it's in Europe, you were in Chile as well, and now you were back in the US as well. So what is the preparation like, and how are you feeling with the team?
We're finally here. Thank you guys for everything, like even this. Actually so cute. Yeah, I mean, we're confident in ourselves. We're gonna give everything we have. We've been practicing for so long that it feels nice to actually be in a tournament and play. So yeah, I mean, we're happy and excited for sure. Yeah.
You're going for another Americas trophy?
Of course, always, always.
Thank you so much.
All right, and of course, Skirmish Side Select is back, and we're going to be doing it for every match in Stage 1. So let's go ahead and jump right into this one. You got Les facing off against Redux to kick off our skirmish. This should be a fun one.
It's going to be fun.
Good to see Les, of course, is another guy we were talking about before. Is a homecoming for Sadak, but it's also a homecoming for Les as well, because he's here, and this is a great opportunity, Athena, to kind of establish himself. Like, hey guys, remember me?
Yeah, I think this is a really good opportunity, because oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm talking over you guys. But I'm really curious of this team's identity, and I think that's something that I'm really looking forward to, because we know Sadak, he's really good as a leader. He's really good at leading those rookies as well, building them up to be players that they can be. But you already have these established players that are so good in their roles. I'm wondering, did they just gel well? Did they find the fit for how they wanted to play? Or did they turn the team around play style-wise?
Well, I think roles is also a big thing, because if you look at what they were playing most recently, we had like 3 Sentis on the board, some of them flexing off to Initiator. We had 0 controllers and 1 duelist, of course, that being Dante. So there's a lot of questions for me, especially the fact that they haven't been able to play on stage yet. And one thing for teams is I feel like they go through this little early phase where they don't really play like they practice.
Yeah, I mean, right now Redux is cooking.
4-0. That's
we hyped up Les's first time back on the sticks, and my boy's getting rocked.
We're so bad.
All right, we're done with the donut. We got breadsticks now. We got breadsticks. We don't have a donut. It's all good. But yeah.
To go back to the role for a second, though, as Redux does clean this one up 5-1 against Les.
Take a breadstick.
Ball coming out of him. I think that the roles that these players are specialists at are very good in this meta. Viper is still incredible. incredible. She didn't get touched with all of these patch changes, and Les has always been one of the best in that role. I think I look over to Dante as well, being a real top-level Neon player in a meta where Neon is really defining it in all of the other regions thus far. I actually think they're pretty well suited, combining those flexible players with those strong individuals.
That's a split. Athena, Emily?
Okay, this is before I knew there was going to be a sub, but I still believe.
Completely fair. Completely fair. And I just have a lot of faith in their new dynamic, right?
Yeah.
I think that John going back to that IG role, we're going to see a little bit of a cleaner, more put-together play style, and I'm excited.
Yeah, it should be a good one, folks. But the wait is over. VCT Americas is back, and it starts right now.
Everyone wonders, what's the secret of the Americas? Some say que es la resiliencia. O tal vez sea el compromiso.
Outros vão dizer que é a paixão.
Pero estos son apenas los ingredientes de nuestra grandeza.
Do nosso molho. É essa mistura que intensifica como a gente vive o Valorant.
It's more than how we play.
É como a gente comemora.
Como nos provocamos.
E até como a gente relaxa.
It's who we are. Nuestros aficionados son apasionados, explosive, graciosos.
Não dá pra ignorar.
Our community is always backing us up.
Causando onde quer que seja.
But they also demand us to the highest of standards. Juntos, hacemos de cada momento un espectáculo in our terms.
No VCT Americas,
Valorant is our language. Es lo que nos une.
Os ousados.
Los irreverentes. The champions. Y ahora,
todo mundo quer pouco do nosso molho.
But greatness? Well, you just can't bottle it.
The wait is over. VCT Americas is back.
I'm feeling great. It's kind of a fresh slate for every team.
Double dash, he's got a shotgun!
O kickoff foi bem ruim, foi uma fase bem ruim nossa da Loud. E espero mudar isso agora pro Stage 1. Só continuem torcendo pela gente, a gente vai dar essa felicidade que vocês tanto querem e é isso.
Vamos ver se dá pra sonhar! Deixa eu pegar mais
Demon 1, this guy is unbelievable on the server. What he brings to our team is unmatched.
The angles are covered by Demon 1!
I'm confident that we're going to do extremely well in this Stage 1.
Vamos ver o Alice, ele leva a língua gigante! C9 wipe the floor.
Sad Hack and Les have definitely been like my idols when I was coming up in this game. They 13-0'd me at one point, so yeah, they have a big history.
They're ready to prove that they have like a good formula between both of them, so I think everyone is excited to see that again.
Sadak de novo! Já levou 4!
My return to VCT Americas, it's something, I didn't expect I would have to say. It's a fresh new team, so a lot of things we have to build up together, and that's one of my strong suits is, building a foundation and a team.
Jonah P down long, getting wrapped around behind. Surely he can't get a kill for me. What is happening?
I'm excited to be back.
Top 3 finish is nothing to scoff at, but coming after a loss in Santiago, I don't really want to feel that again. I don't really want to lose again.
Si ustedes esperan el mismo Sadak del pasado, con las mismas estrategias, las mismas decisiones, se van a tomar una sorpresa porque este nuevo Sadak está mucho mejor.
I hope that they don't disrespect us. We already showed that we can beat everyone.
I'm very confident for Stage 1. We are making London, boys! we're going to be playing a whole different game. We want to show the world that we can win.
Riot Games Arena, welcome to Stage 1. Y se forman estrellas y además vuelven leyendas. Que se escuche para KRÜ Visa.
Making their debut, it's KRÜ Visa, and that is a sentence that you normally wouldn't be hearing at this stage in the year, but this is a lineup that was not able to compete at kickoff because of visa issues. They missed out on that, and then because of that, they missed out on Santiago as a result of it because they couldn't qualify for it. Now, they have an opportunity here, Mimi, to be able to punch their ticket to London, but it starts here now with a good performance against their opponents.
A homecoming for Sadak and Les after a rough stint in EMEA. A homecoming for MW Zara, making his re-debut on the Americas stage. For Dante, coming back after last year with KRÜ. And the same for Silence, a team with some of the best talent from South America, with the winningest leader that region has ever produced, trying to put it together here with the full team finally on stage.
And on the other side, you know them, you love them. Let me hear it for Sentinels!
All right, and it's the Sentinels, crowd favorite squad, but with a very different look coming in to Stage 1. One of the only remaining pieces of this team is John QT on that lineup from the original team, from the team that won over in Masters Madrid. Now they're bringing in Jonah P, the prolific professor, the man who knows how to hit the lineups. He could very well be the thing that this team's looking for.
For sure, they have a lot to prove with this new roster because now you have John QT working with that newer insert of a coach of Ewok. Now they're trying to figure out this identity of the roster because this was a result, again, of what they thought was a little bit of failure from kickoff. So now they're looking to really prove it to themselves. And I think a lot of these roster changes make a lot of sense. It's just a matter if they can succumb to that pressure and make sure they go and step over it. Because again, all these players are so insane individually, mechanically insane. But again, they also do have a sub.
All right, maps here. Lotus, Breeze, and if necessary, we'll be ending things out on Bind. How do you think of all this shakes out there, Emily?
Honestly, when I'm looking at this map pool, I feel like it is very Sen-sided. I'm honestly surprised to see them bringing back Breeze after their last time performing, but it's a new team. We have John back on the IGL role. That looks very exciting to see. And also Lotus, that was a map that he favored too back in Stage 2 of 2025. He felt confident in being able to call on that map. Even though it's a new team, a lot of that map is a lot of that push-pull, a lot of that conditioning. And if your IGL is confident in that he can set up his whole team for that, it feels like a Sen-sided map pick.
Yeah, on the other side though, I think that Siraka's at IGL has always had some of the most interesting meta reads of pretty much anyone
very creative
out
guy.
there, right? If you were watching Americas back in 2024, I think it was, when they were playing the Phoenix Breach ideas that he was super on board with, you even look at their time in EMEA playing that Harbor even before the changes. He's always been very unique in the way that he likes to index his agent selects. So I'm super curious with big meta changes, with a lot of questions up in the air. How does Sadak want to play this? Is he going for the standard, or is there something interesting again?
And I'm also keeping my eyes on that guy on your screen right there, Victor, for Sentinels, because he's coming in with some big shoes to fill. Jerwin got picked up with a ton of hype, but couldn't be here. Now that he's got to step into that spot, he's just got to get these boys over the finish line.
Different jerseys on both sides, but if you were a fan pre-partnership, this is the best rivalry VALORANT ever had. Optic versus Loud Sadak. Victor, those guys duking it out more than any other team has basically played in a year. Get one more little shot at that in very different circumstances and in very different meta, very different roles. It's gonna be so cool to see how Victor has evolved as a player since then with this opportunity.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna step away from a lot of that dive duelist that we've seen and if they're gonna put him into something more interesting, maybe something different. Jerwin, we know he does like to play that dive duelist. We're gonna see a lot of that Neon because of those waylay changes, because of all the Yoru issues and stuff. So it's gonna be really, really interesting. But I'm really looking forward to Lotus because this is a map, Emily, you and I, we used to love playing this map. We love doing a lot of these trap setups. We love just getting a lot of that information, and I think it's such a heavy information game. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Sky back in it too, because obviously the flash over the wall towards C mound, trying to get a lot of that information, trying to get that kind of.
I'd be shocked if we don't see Sky in play today.
I feel like we're going to see a Sky for sure. So we're going to see her in that action, but I'm also really interested to see, because this is KRÜ's pick, if they're doing a lot of that trap setups. Because again, I don't know what identity they're going for.
Yeah, one question I kind of wanted to pose to you guys is, if we think about KRÜ's situation, they've had about 4 months to prep here, right?
Wild card?
That was wild card, but that was also before these new meta changes. So are they starting back at with everyone back to square zero, not running or steering away from that double duelist? Or do you think they were ahead of the meta in that sense?
I think they're on equal footing. There was an interview that we had on Plat Chat this week with Sadak, who he was talking about how they were scrimming while the Santiago tournament was going on. They were down there boot camping, playing against some of the best international teams in the world. So I imagine they were on meta with what was happening at that tournament, and in that way, I think they're going to be on pretty much exactly equal footing as the teams who attended that tournament, but I think better footing than the teams who didn't, having that opportunity to scrim against international competition.
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. I mean, you get to stay meta, you get to scrim against the best teams, you stay in your form, and you don't get to show that much VOD on everyone else.
You don't have to do any of the drama of playing officials losing. What happens there? There's a lot of stuff you get to avoid.
No,
but I will say though, even though you get to extend the new car smell period for a little while, problem is that, what happens if once you go in there, someone decides to just, leave a Tupperware filled with, I don't know, egg salad in the middle of the car, right?
Have you done that before? Is that where this is coming from?
I may or may not have done that to my brother, but it's neither here nor there. But the point I'm trying to say is, though, is that, yes, they have this new feel, but there's a possibility that things could come in here and they could maybe get caught off guard potentially. But wait a minute, I think I hear the sound. We got our agents now getting picked here. Mimi, what you got?
Okay, so that's a Raze getting picked up for Sentinels. Just a meta duelist for a time when Lotus was in the pool before. But I think with the strength of Neon right now and how she breaks defensive side rotations, being the fastest character in the game, I expected teams to go something more similar to what KRÜ is playing with that Neon duelist.
Guys, there's no Sky.
Oh no!
Wait, what the hell happened?
What are we gonna do?
Wow, we got trolled.
It's a great fade map, though. I think those especially are really key. I'm interested to see that Vice getting picked in, especially against a comp that's not playing the Neon. I think the Raze is a much better match into Vice than the Neon would have been.
All right, folks, it's time for our first pistol round of Stage 1. So let's go ahead and send it over to two esports legends. Here's Rivington and Van Silly.
And we're about ready to get into this match. It's been long enough. Let's get into it. It's going to be Sentinels and KRÜ, but it's going to be a completely different setup. Coaching staff alike, players along the line. We get to learn a lot about these teams here right now.
I've been dying for this week to start. We're like a week behind everybody else for all the other regions. Now we get to kick things off with a brand new Sentinels, a brand new KRÜ that, has been set for the longest of time since the offseason, but we haven't had a chance to watch them yet. So a lot of big question marks. I think the biggest one as well is, how is Victor going to perform for Sentinels so far?
It's time for our match start presented by Samsung OLED. As we get in, we'll get to see how Victor's playing, how John's back in the shot calling spot with maybe Jonah P in the mid rounds there. There's so many bullet points to hit through this one as we go through, and the players also spell it out for us with what they're bringing to the table.
We'll definitely have time to talk about all of that as the series just starting now. You're seeing on the side of Sentinels here, pulling out a veto into their comp and doing a little bit of standard stuff on the C side. Prowlers to force some players out, get some early information, but they're still defaulting very slowly now. But look at this double push coming out from the C side. All of KRÜ kind of really knows that the pressure's coming more towards this A side, and they have the perfect rotate for now.
He's taking that early space for Sadak to cover as well, and already moved up in. Sen's feeling good. Gonna get cut off by the wall for a moment, but if they can pause this just for the time being, no, Silence pushes forward and doesn't allow for that patience to happen. But Sen's not stopping. Instantly walking in left and right. They're just taking the site angle by angle here. But they have not got the spike down yet, and that's the problem. They're still looking for the kills. And it's on Sadak now. Trailing behind just the whole time, trying to get an idea of the picture. And with the Ghost, this is definitely a possibility. Now here's the plan.
So they're back in the Americas too.
Spike planted.
IGL for KRÜ. And already taken down by Jonah P. The latest addition for Sentinels allows for them to get the pistol. Very nice little pistol to start things off though from both sides. I love the aggression that came out on the defense as well for KRÜ to kick things off. They had a great stall from that Vice wall in the very beginning that really isolated Victor. Everybody stayed very patient towards the end. As soon as his wall came down, he stayed as a 5-man pack mentality because of his veto with the intercept, and Cortezia was able to just sneak through and get a perfect first kill in the backstab here towards the A site. And now we get the plant and the victory as also our first tech pause for stage 1.
A lot of ones. Yeah, just very confident there by Sentinels as well. Working the wall first round, conditioning that they're going to be able to use that on their own side of having that cross to the right of the map. And they continuously, like you said, no worry when they were cut off by the Vice wall to stay together and keep that play going.
And the interesting now thing that we could talk about actually for the side of KRÜ is, again, big question marks came up on the analyst desk. Emily was mentioning that they've been practicing since the dawn of time, got to boot camp with all the top teams in Santiago and Chile. But also an interview with Sadak has mentioned that it doesn't really matter if we were able to get like a 4-month break, be in LA in early March to get ready for this day.
Yeah.
Until they actually are able to test what they've practiced on the stage and to get everybody familiar also on the stage.
So
and
real.
A brand new roster, you're looking at everybody that had pretty much initiator / Senti roles across the board from NW0 to Sadak to even Silence and Less in different teams in past 2025. So now it's to see, okay, now we have our defined roles going to this onto the stage into the Americas, and let's see if we can work this out.
And this is Sadak and Les coming back, right? From Carmine Core for Sadak, Les from Vitality, and 2 7/8 from EMEA. But also with these 3 players, where you've heard the names, MW Zera, Silence obviously from last year, and Dante. And they've all been projected as these could be the players. Imagine if all 3 come online at that time for them, if they do find that footing, because we've seen those glimpses from all 3 of them, and under the guidance of Sadak, Les, those veteran status, it could easily be a thing in a mountain that they can reach the top of. Right now, we're gonna step away and hear from Redux and his thoughts on Sentinel's kickoff performance.
Yeah, so kickoff was definitely a pretty bad performance from me and the whole team. I don't deny that at all. Lots of things that we learned though, for sure, and we're gonna take that and improve for stage 1. I mean, considering how like the point system is, like we really gotta lock in for the rest of the year. Kickoff was our only like slip up that we can make. We can't make any more slip ups, but we're gonna take that on the chin and move on for sure. I could have definitely performed better, but I'm excited to show off what I could do in stage 1.
And we can see Sen, even Redux there, hold himself to pretty high regard. Maybe did show shaky the first-ish game, but played a pretty balanced score throughout the rest of his games. Knew that there was a change that needed to be made there. And he's somebody that can definitely see the bigger picture in the situation.
Yeah, and although somebody like Redux or John Cutie were putting up some good numbers during kickoff, overall, though, the result was they still wanted to go to Chile. They still wanted to play at Masters. They also still want to qualify to every international like last year, but also do better in the runs, which is why you have Ewok joining this roster now.
Right, Coach Ewok.
The experience that he brought in here from RRQ over in the Pacific, and he's done a pretty good job with the RRQ team over on that side before Joby took the reins and he went to take a small break. But the opportunity came now to coach for Sentinels, and here he is. And they have high expectations once again. I think it doesn't really matter in their eyes as the players and coach that they're a brand new team, a brand new core. No. Not really a core, actually, if you look at the roster now for Sentinels. But they definitely do want to make sure that they make it to London at this stage if they can. They have an opportunity to do so with a brand new, all new KRÜ Visa roster that are not tested yet. So it'll be a great test for both of these teams.
I can't wait to see it. We are almost set with this tech pause for the gear, but we do have something from Sadak and Les, as they've been away from the VCT Americas Stage for a few years, but they have had a massive impact during their time here. Check this out.
Sadak and Les, I had such a respect for them and for their career. They being back here in the Americas region, it's gonna be like nostalgia for a lot of people, even for me.
Todo mundo sabe que eles são players excelentes, os caras já foram campeão mundial, os caras já chegaram a uma final de loquinho, os caras já ganharam um VCT Americas. Então todo mundo sabe que os caras são realmente players muito bons.
I'm glad that, those two are back together. They've definitely been like my idols when I was coming up in this game. Sad hack, I mean, he's been an amazing caller throughout his career, and you know, he's taken me down a lot personally as well.
Back in the day, whenever we faced me and Sadak, I can confidently say that he smoked me. He was way better. A lot of people, including me, looked up to him as an IGL, as a leader.
He's always been that fun IGL that throws random comps on random agents out there, and it works a lot of the time that he does it. So he's not really like die hard on the meta, and I think that kind of makes it entertaining to watch for fans and pros.
Tem toda a informação que precisa. Já levou 4. Vai pro Ace, Sadak!
Les, I mean, this guy was just the movement demon, the aim god back then. People said it was less movement because he was the one that actually game changed a lot of this stuff back then.
Last time I played him, obviously, insane. He was like a top 5 player at the time, hands down. Back then, he used to play like the kind of like the Sentinel work, Viper role.
Meets you will full hit. That's gonna get another one. Oh my God!
America's missed him a lot, to be honest. I think you never want to share your superstars with other regions because they're winning with the other regions, so you always want them to be home.
Les went to Vitality and they immediately made it to Bangkok, so I think they have the experience, the firepower, the brain, everything. I know Sadak probably didn't have the best experience on Carmine Corp, like results-wise, but you know, I definitely know that as an individual, you'll want to come back to Americas with vengeance blood.
Beautiful! Sadak!
They're world champions for a reason. They're very smart. They were innovators in the Valorant meta at one point, so they can do it again.
Volver acá a América realmente es una sensación un tanto peculiar porque es nostálgica, porque veo muchas caras conhecidas e hay tantos sentimentos porque ganhamos tantas coisas acá.
Eu sempre estive muito dentro da parte tática da Loud e na Vitality eu já não fiz muito essa parte, que me deixava muito frustrado algumas vezes. Com a KRÜ eu sinto que eu vou conseguir esse espaço de volta, porque o Sadak sempre abriu esse espaço para mim fazer parte do tático e ajudar ele nessa questão.
Es una persona que yo la entiendo y me entiende cómo yo quiero jugar, que es lo más importante. Entonces estar juntos realmente es algo que creo que nos va a beneficiar mucho a ambos.
Ele estava procurando um braço direito para ser o capitão, ter alguém ali, então meio que nós dois estávamos procurando um ao outro. Eu fiquei meio pensando, talvez seja o destino, sabe? Espero que a história seja escrita de novo.
Always nice to have Sadak and Les here back on the stage in the Americas. And yeah, definitely looks like for Les, he's able to be a little bit more vocal and for them to work together and to work this meta. The interesting thing, though, is that Zelsis in that video was mentioning how it was so cool to see Sadak think outside of the box, these new comps, crazy comps that was pulling out here. For example, the Ascent that we saw in that replay, and also what he brought out over at KC when he was trying it on that side over with Eng. This time around, though, things look a little bit more tame. If you're looking at the composition right now with this Neon Fade Vise double controller, quite simple. Thank you for your patience, by the way, as we head back in the game. But I understand that this is going to be a nice period of adjustment for a lot of these teams, especially with the Euro nerfs. And also, on the defensive side, the macro is going to be very important for the IGLs to just make sure that you plug the holes at the right spots and have the right protocols for the retakes too, because you don't have a Euro that can TP instantly to support a strong side on a site.
Victor able to call this anti-strat over here. KRÜ looking to blast through the wall and see if they can get anything, but Sadak still able to squeak through. Marshall picked up here on the backside. That's going to activate Sentinels to head right into the C site. The knowledge is there. The Silence is hearing this on Vise just on the other side of the wall, and they're ready to explode back in.
Tough part, though, is that the one watching the flank could get one shot. It's Cortezia. Sadak's trying to close that gap with the Marshall. If he falls down, things are looking good for the retake for KRÜ.
He's got distance, too. They're going to be stuck in the back of the site. The slide in from Dante, starting to break the crosshairs, break the ankles. A few of the Guardian shots able to be traded back, but it's not enough. KRÜ says, wait, you got first round? We'll take the second round. And the play they had was over at A, fans. They still make it work as they get to C.
Yeah, people forget that Sadak also is a killer fragger for the IGL position. An Argentinian IGL getting to represent an Argentinian roster organization as well.
Feel good.
And those are definitely going to be kills that feel good.
So both rounds as well, KRÜ has just gone all the way around into attacker spawn and gotten to the backside. Well, why not? Gain the space, see what they're doing. Sadak wants to know.
Yeah. It almost feels like because you're playing Cortesia on this veto, even if you have a chokehold that's watching the flank, you almost want to have him with the pack to use the interceptor for their execs. So again, Cerebral, you have to think on your toes, and that's 2 rounds down to Sadak's flank and getting value out of it.
Giving themselves an upper hand, be able to phantom over the wall right quick with Sadak's height. He drops on that elevation though. They don't want to give it away too quick if he's not making the play off it right away. A pause here, and it looks, oh, and he still gets it. I think he tipped him through the side of the wall there. Yeah, you can kind of see it.
Yeah, just down at rubble. So far, man, he's doing a good job getting these first bloods for KRÜ. That's going to force the hand of Sentinels to just try to get into the B side for a plant, but the good news is that you could still satchel in Omen TP in. That is not going to have to raise the price, do too much damage.
With trades. That's a blue kill feed, though. KRÜ is able to just swamp Sentinels as they come in. Great read so far on each of the plays, or even the audible they have to call to get back into position to read the play further coming from Sentinels.
Yeah. Well, at least we have a couple of rounds now that John Cutie, freshly reappointed as the main IGL for Sentinels, to read the rounds a bit on how KRÜ's kind of react around the action. They are showing themselves quite often, though, for KRÜ. They're forcing down these line of sights and not really trying to play trap players or whatnot. They're forcing these duels like an easy kill like that because, you know, the weaponry between Sadak and what Sentinels was trying to do there towards that A site. But that said, this is a great opportunity now for Sentinels to really start working the map a little bit more. Remember when Mimi was talking on the desk too, Victor going into this raise is actually very good to counter against the silence on his Vise. Neon usually would go down to like barely any HP if you're sliding through without breaking util. Now you have an opportunity to do so with this composition for Sentinels. And they're starting with aggression on this A side though, and the small tech. Old school style, TP in the smoke, exactly. Not get hit by the eye.
He was like a millimeter off, maybe. His head's sticking out, and then the gun's sticking out for a moment. But I love the idea. So good. And they're trying to take the space a lot more aggressive now. Sentinels does not want to be known for being on their heels here at the start of this match, and they're trying to just go punch for punch with the pressure on this, but the util's out as the wall comes down. The trades are still somehow even in that situation as we're sliding around and getting ourselves back in position here. Les limps away from the fight, and actually Sen doesn't look too bad here. Smokes to go in, wall's still there, and an initiator to find.
That's still crazy that he was able to slide away to safety while the door closes. Just disappears into the bushes. Like that Homer meme. That said, though, it's calmed things down in a 3 versus 3. And it almost seems that the trap play was a nice idea for KRÜ. What was missing was that wall was up for just a tad too much longer, so that the Paranoid didn't get too much value there from Sadak, from tree into rubble. So it gives a chance for Sentinels now to just reset, and with 30 seconds left, they're committing to A.
You have John Cutie and Jonah P here for a mid-round mind to reflex on this round. They have all the resources. Can they get the shots to happen? Spike's going to be planted, and they actually have this site divided pretty nicely, straight up and down here, 3 on each side. Seems like they're trying to get a position so they can have less drop into the site here.
Dante almost had 2 free kills, but you have some very injured Sentinels players in the tree room.
Oh, they walk right into the Odin. It's going to be 1-for-1. Another trade, though, comes through. Great job by Redux to find 3 on the round. 16 HP. Les basically has another person to fight with the Spike being down here.
I mean, you're just going to wait this out.
Yeah. He makes all the moves. They're as patient as they want to be.
Very nice for Sentinels to recuperate in that round.
Gives the stops from here, at least gets the damage. Nope. They get out 4 for Redux.
Big 4K on the Omen. That said, the choice to refight for KRÜ back towards that tree room was actually decent, because Sentinel still had some good stalls with the smoke towards that front side of the A site. Look at that, just unlucky on that sliding that he just couldn't get that connect. On to Redux, who got a 4K at the end of the round after that. Imagine,
the result.
Exactly, would have been a whole different story. But they're able to prevail for Sentinels. They went to face back on the ones that were opening the door, played a 3 versus 2, played the numbers advantage to their favor despite the health. And the fundamentals already there, at least, for a brand new fresh roster on Sentinels as well.
Yeah, that was really clean fundamentals. Nobody went aggressive. Numbers were equal, and just playing the safe game. Play your life. Here, more just instant aggression to the front of where a fight could be. Sentinels now taking Mound from C right away. And they haven't given Sadak the space yet, though. They're actually waiting for him back in spawn to see if he comes through on a defensive position again.
Trying to bait out the first wave, but they haven't really contested that wall for Sentinels. So despite Interceptor getting thrown in, the door getting rotated across, they haven't gotten too much map control on the attack. Look how pushed up Dante's already at here with this judge.
Yeah. It seems like they kind of play hip and hip here. This is what the pistol round combination was. Dante with Sadak behind him. And they might... I don't think they're going to push any more from the A side just yet after hearing that.
I was about to say, oh no. It actually goes behind. This is a perfect position for Dante right now.
Oh, what a snapshot for the second one. He takes the whole situation into his own hands. Doesn't even let them think about another play, and this forces the 3 now from Sentinel to the left side of the map. A different 3 than won the last round, but they could still make it happen here as they start to even up the numbers.
The wall's still up.
Not enough. Oh my gosh, Dante coming out of nowhere here, thinking they can just execute on the end of the round, but John Cutie doesn't go down that easily. Time's gonna tick down. A great defense by KRÜ here as they squash Sentinels. Get to C fast, but they can't get control of the map.
Yeah. But we talked about slow rounds and defaulting here for Sentinels and what they want to try to do. Getting stolen on that C side to not beat that wall in the first place was a little bit difficult, but they had the right idea on the mid round to try to re-clear towards this side. Prowler was still, or had one left available, and I love the position from KRÜ. They baited out the Prowler to not give Dante's position away, and that's 2 free kills with that judge. You have nothing left here to retake or re-go towards that C site. You already see the vibes coming back here from Sadak. Already cheering someone like Dante, who hasn't had the best of starts going into his rookie year last year.
Yeah.
But now he gets to get reunited with Zonic, by the way. And back then, when he was playing in like Challengers and going into Ascension, I'm even thinking back towards the All Knights days. He was actually one of the players that was talked about the most as like a kick-ass Neon that could really change the game here for our team. And this is a perfect moment right now before we go into anything else in terms of patch changes for the duelists.
Over and in, silence. Another one that was talked about quite a bit from 2G now here on the KRÜ squad to see if he can find his footing in this stage of VCT. Oh, who's there in silence? Just absolutely shutting down Sentinels as they try to get into C. And they're going to swarm Redux here as he's down in the Y. I think they are. He's a bandit, though, apparently. Les puts the final touches on that one. 4-2 as we finally get a little separation in these rounds.
He did mention during the Sentinels podcast, though, that it doesn't really matter if Waylay and Yoru are nerfed. He can pretty much play anything and make it work, and with any weapon as well. What a shot!
Boing.
Oh, that was insane. Another young fragger there in silence.
Yeah.
Joining in also from the Ascension side, and that is going to be an early timeout by Ewok to call here for Sentinels. And if we're looking at it, though, the last couple of rounds that they've tried to move towards that C side, they were heavily punished. That wall is a nuisance right now for Sentinels to deal with. And I think even if they're trying to go for like the close smoke or trying to play around that and bait the walls, there's still too much util around that it still stays up. You saw the Razor Vines that weren't broken, and if they made it through, there was still the Fade Seas that was already rotated across from MW0. So Sentinels now, I feel, maybe the first hand, if they really want to try to bait that wall, maybe have some of those deeper smokes into that seaside cross potentially so that you could really cover up the water, cover up the bend, and then get that step 1 done. Because if not, KRÜ has free reign of knowing where the action's going to be and putting their positions in the right places, the players in the right places, to stuff every attempt so far that Sentinel's trying to take here over on either sites.
Sadak is just hungry. He seems starved for info. Not that he's not getting it, he just wants more constantly. Like, can we move up a little bit more? Can you play against that wall with your judge? Can we push first round? Let's see how they do it this round.
Yeah.
Looks like they're actually going to push right out of B and face-to-face against Sentinels, who are pushing straight up B.
And without sounding like a broken record, he's allowing himself and his team to do that because there's zero pressure towards that C site.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Right off the bat. Relay bolt goes across. Dante and the rest of the team swing out. There's like a clothesline coming across the necks of Sentinels, and they are down on the ground. And just looking back and forth, Redux is like, where could they even come from? This is such a weird timing to be here. It's 1 minute and 20 seconds in the round and surrounded by KRÜ.
Yeah. Went for the hero rifle too. And a TP for the rest of them to make noise. And unfortunately, that rifle is not going to do too much anymore. He's probably has no choice but to save. Unless he wants to go for some sort of damage, but there's some good rounds already. The econ's already quite high for the side of KRÜ. So for him to lose his weapon, lose his life, and maybe keep the economy very balanced with the rest of the team, potentially, but I think just trying to use this rifle again for another hero round for the next could be another great option here for, so far, Ritos, who's been looking pretty good in this matchup.
Gee. He's like, nah. Give him a stinky face. All right. That was incredible. And even coming into 7 rounds like that, Sadok's just like, you know what? I'm feeling that B. Let's go for the B hit. Boom. Absolutely countered on the play that they wanted in a matter of seconds.
And it made it simple. All that contact play, you know how the relay bolt, the relay bolt comes out very quickly as a quick cast. So you activate that as soon as a Prowler locks into someone, and you're just pushing through. Even had a pinch from that seaside push. That was very nice by Sadok at the same time. But yeah, now you're seeing that that rifle, they don't have it, and they have to play against a Stinger of all weapons. And cool that it's in the hands of Jonah P.
He knows how to use it for sure.
Yep.
Just off the round it's on, that's all.
And this could be good still, though, right? If they're able to stay in as a group right now and try to get that first punish, as they're reading the correct side to really try to add that pressure, they have some great ults to work with. Just to take over site.
No way. Remember, he dropped off the box the other round because he didn't want to be seen, so he uses it again this round, just picking and choosing the moments to stab at Sentinels with these little plays. And they don't even really get to begin the round with most of their team. They're only one person in here. Victor's just going to get jumped on. Sadok with the 3. And another flawless round as they are reading the mind of Sentinels.
And Dante's the one just hopping around towards tree to be selfless and allow Sadok to get picked so that he can get his ult too. So KRÜ are doing excellent so far. And this is not an uncommon position here for the top of the boxes. I think going into like even chamber players out in the MEA, great spot for them to look over the Viper wall and the lurk.
It's like
get
2.5 kills from behind a wall.
Exactly. You can still escape easily as an Omen or a chamber. So now that has to be a standard position to start to clear for a lot of teams trying to default slowly towards this A side. That said, though, we have for the first time an op on the side of Sentinels and also on the attack. That's actually in the hands of Cortezia.
I gotta say, I still like the pressure. Oh my gosh. Hold off by Victor. Very nicely played. Good coverage on the squad mates here as Cortezia does get that operator to sing out. The trades are still coming through, though. There's so much action on the map right now. Doors continue to stay open. That thing is greased. John Cutie takes down MW0, and now we are in to somehow a 1v3 where Silence has to find some safety here.
Some great fight backs towards the end. That was because of those 2 players that were leading towards that seaside a little bit late. So that as soon as they opened the door and try to pressure on that side, you saw the walkout coming through from Les. Well, Cortezia punishes him with the op. They made it very difficult for the rest of KRÜ to really try to fight for the control towards B main when they were getting pinched on both sides. So now to 1 versus 3. Silence does have a big ult to work with, though.
Flash trap destroyed.
He knows he's in the right spot. They're running around like elephants in here, but he's not on a 4 HP. Oh, wait a minute. Operator's down. It's going to be a tough one to get the swing on. It's too far. John Cutie hits the shot anyways, and Sentinels' continued aggression puts them in a spot to get another round here. They're not being afraid of moving up.
Yep. And it's John Cutie just being very cerebral, playing around that smoke. Even if he got seized up, decided to play inside of it, and it came down to reaction time, just like over here at the start of the round. Because once again, KRÜ aggressing in the first place with forward positions.
1 enemy remaining.
Look at that, just beautiful.
Smart.
Let's go. Guys, they're just fighting, they're just inting.
The play to just start shooting the Phantom knowing he can't be traded back because he's deafened from the C's crazy stuff. Knowing to get Shorty jumped on. He's seeing the plays. What do they do this round? The split towards C once again, but not as fast this time. They're actually pacing themselves a little bit on Sentinels.
I think it's also, again, realizing that KRÜ are always making the first move, which is why you're posting this off so passively and waiting out these smokes on the first wave. Seeing if anybody's going to try to push forward. As that smoke dissipates towards this A side, you see now the push forward here from Cortesia, trying to look down towards that line. Not give a chance here for anybody to push forward, as we get to listen in now to
guys, 1 minuto e estão baitando a parede ainda. Tá bem ruim.
Sai daqui.
Não, já parei.
Ligou.
Fica aí, fica morrendo TQ, guys. TQ, tá?
Subiu
Tá,
perde meus espinhos aí, tá?
Você quer smoke?
Na boca do B, me deu contato. Tem smoke B?
Tem
espinho ainda.
Deixa o P, Smoke B. Faz bagulho, faz bagulho.
Tive espinha.
Não passaram.
Não passaram, cuidado do A pra jogar.
Deu TP. Deu atrás.
Eu não dou TP.
Passa com você, Dante.
Na smoke,
Só ele.
Showman. Ele
Botando A, linha para eles.
3A entrando agora.
Acho que tá esse homem.
Tá, link C, eu acho que ainda pra link C, mas eu sou meio pra A, tá? Tô com você, tô com você. Reis tá, sai daí. Aí, dei mole. Nem tudo bom aqui, Felipe.
It's very clean too. Only not a lot of comms were in the action, right? Say
Utei, piada.
Onde que ele tá?
Tava atrás do bombe.
Vai pra direita, ele tá.
Tá, só
eu vou só clicar, tá? Ele tá sem arma. Cliquei só.
Eu vou olhar na sua esquerda. Pera aí, eu vou ir...
Caralho, viado! Que porra é essa, moleque? And the comms are, as those hits were hitting, or the sight hit was beginning, you hear Sadak say something and they stop. And then there's something that returns and they stop. It's not kind of following up with everything. It's letting everybody hear the situation, feel the situation, and you can see what they unleash silence to do there, and everybody gets quiet.
And that's the thing I was trying to figure out, because I don't speak Spanish, but I was trying to figure out what was happening on that minimap as they were communicating too. They're really trying to isolate little bits by bits where the weak sites are. So the pressure came in for Redox. They try to take him down. They fall. They give that up. They try to look for that pressure towards the A side. They couldn't get that going, so they try to just reset, stay calm. And then you have Silence that just goes nuclear for that round and drops a 3K to allow here for the retake to happen, because outside of that, every single one of those picks, though, did come in favor of Sentinels as they kick things off.
Gonna have a timeout after this one.
From KRÜ, interestingly enough.
Yeah. Feeling good. An interesting one. We'll have to see. Is it a talk from the coach? A discussion with the coach?
I'm actually very confused about this timeout, because they had such a great start for Sentinels to, on that previous round, to overtake and plant towards that A site. And after getting mowed down by Silence with a 3K and losing that round, the morale is definitely down. So if you're going to call a timeout for the side of KRÜ, this is a perfect time now for Ewok and the team to calm down and just make sure that they come back in this one. Although I think the economy is not the best right now for the Sentinels team, but they have a great opportunity to at least try to salvage this one here with lower buy, and then round number 12 once they have the weapons to work with. So yeah, I'm very intrigued by this one from KRÜ.
It may be honestly a way to solidify and just lock up the game. This is how I want you to use the ults coming in the following rounds. I expect you guys to see this. If we don't, do this. You know, just in a way to get the certain kind of info in there instead of waiting to see if your team does it. Maybe it's that. Maybe he's like, hey, how you guys doing? You know?
From how they're moving around, I don't think so.
They're kind of in that position right now. So they're looking good.
And again, still questioning it, because you're playing against an Eco this time around. You're playing anti-Eco, you have a big ult, yes, but I don't know if you want to necessarily, utilize that right now. So is it really just a protocol that they have to try to get a timeout, perhaps something like that, or just to try to maximize the rounds as possible with this timeout on the anti-Eco? But we'll have to see if it pays dividends. Because if not, Sentinels, if they're able to come back slowly from now, you're going to have to start rethinking here your timeout positions on the KRÜ side for Zonic. And it starts with Sentinels now back from the timeout. 5 sheriffs to fight into the A main.
No hero rifles this time. It's going to be the second move from Sadak. He's just trying to make some noise over here as he got himself into position to start the round. And just an insert is left over towards that A rubble side as Sentinels work the map here. The last 2 rounds are super important for them. And they're going to try to put everything in the mix to make that happen. On this low buy, already inserting 2 as they try to end what looks like to see.
Yeah. It seems to be very annoying to deal with here for how KRÜ's playing this double wall or double stall with the Viper wall and cycling to Omen Smoke, because you're funneling everybody to go straight into rubble, and that's 2 players watching on that line. But we'll hold that thought. Here's a triple peek for the attempt to move towards the C site. And can they get rid of this wall? They won't. Prowler pushes some players away, but they're not committing to get this.
No. Little audio cue with the door as well to make KRÜ think about a few other things if they have to keep an eye on front B. In this position held now by Redux.
30 seconds
Ever
left.
so slightly. He's already given up by Sadak. They realize 20 seconds left in the round. This is probably going to be the rush if it doesn't end B overall. Oh, what a shot from Les. Always expecting that to hit, and they have committed to Tree Room. Here comes the rest of KRÜ, but they're not going to be needed. Dante sweeps 3 off their feet, and the last one from Sadak to hold down the site. 8-3 for KRÜ.
Wow. Nice little ult for the assists across the board, too.
Ooh.
All lined up here
It's
for Sentinels.
We need to seize the tethers, too. What a time to ult.
I do appreciate the late lurk, though, that we had from Sentinels in the front B site.
They were trying to get a little action there. The commit to Tree, I think, it doesn't snuff it out, but I feel like Cortezia was just that close to having something.
Not even utilizing a pit early in the round. It's just KRÜ going for that triple pushdown. He realized that there's nothing happening. There's no noise on C. Sadak's going to be tested heavily now. He has to fall back and wait for the root. Oh, no. That's spike, too.
It's not the first time he's done that this game. The door opens, that wall's up. He's going to spray through it. It's such a hot spot to trade over that line of fire. Dante here pushing them back. He's just like 4v1 in this situation right now. Nobody wants to peek the laser. Gonna go ahead and give himself a fast lane to get the safety. The team's falling down around him, but they get the safety here.
All they got to do is just wait for all that util to come down and start pushing as a team, and it works out for Cortezia.
Little deja vu, but in the other direction now. Dante falls to the same medicine. Sentinels back in this position where they won one of the first few rounds for themselves, able to hold the right side of A. The door is going to be played with by Silence here. Oh, Les is going to have to do work inside the site. He gets out with the shorty album. He goes down. Last work in the Viper pit. It's like a home away from home from him, even if it's not his. And now he holds. He's got a lot of time on this spike, and he knows it.
And a full kit. He could still pit, go for a snake bite.
Easy.
Make it very dangerous for Sentinels.
Orb and bite right in front, or one of the other. Oh, the shoulder shot. What a nice little peek by Cortezia there. Gets the 8-4 to cinch up another round before half.
You're happy that you got some players here that are able to step up to the plate and stitch out those rounds for Sentinels. Big 4K we saw earlier on from Redux, a 4K here for Cortezia, as that was all in control to get the round there for Sentinels and keep this game fairly close.
We're back on Lotus here in VCT Americas, and we'll have the second half of action right after this.
We got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Back for the second half here of KRÜ Visa versus Sentinels. KRÜ coming out, swinging, aggressive from the defensive side, reading just about every play that Sentinels wanted to set up for their ultimate rounds, and even some of those save rounds where they tried to squeak a few back after timeouts. can they have a better second half from the Sentinels side is the question.
Yeah, they were very good to switch it up from round to round for KRÜ. Sometimes aggression towards that front B pays off in a bloodbath. Sometimes it's just a vertical positioning from Sadak that gets a great opening. Spam smokes too. And they just understood the timing of how Sentinels were really trying to work around this map of Lotus. Now things will change. KRÜ now takes the attack side, and Sentinels are also looking for a little bit of pressure, it seems like, towards this C side. They'll throw this one way at the start and double pushing out just to control this perfect bound to get the first blood there onto somebody who's been red hot at the beginning of this game for Dante. Really seemed to be finding his footing through the leadership of Sadak. I almost even like to say, dare I say, even night and day from when he first started here over on the VCT stage.
It does look like it. A lot more confidence in the plays that he is making, moving around the map. Maybe that is because they were kind of hipping some of their plays, giving that confidence straight to him. 2 towards tree. John Cutie maybe to be the backstab, or does he pull for Cortezia here? It looks like they're actually just making noise all over the map. KRÜ wants that info more and more. I've been knocking. Is anyone here? Yes, there is. Cortezia is home.
And stay out!
Yeah, seriously. How long are you going to do this? All right, they get a Sheriff actually to walk away with that one. What a push forward, though, to take down Jonah P.
He does that by tapping the Spike, too. If he died to that fight to Jonah P, that was Spike out in the open for Sentinels. What a crazy move from
they need to get that. Repairing that kill that happened in tree. He pushes forward for another one, unprompted by anything as he catches that paranoia in the face. It fizzles out. He's still able to fight through it. Oh my God, he's going for the ace. Just misses the head there. Redux on the right. There it is. Does get it. It's coming through past the chest. That's all MW0 there from the start.
Welcome back to the VCT stage, MW0. A cold start, a disappointing finish at kickoff, and then he had to play all of 2025 and challengers. Getting to perfect the scan initiator role and then going into this. Solo pushes towards that front. Solo pushes towards the connector of Waterfall and just wins every single one of the fights. Insane round.
Gets the paycheck ace too. What's he got? Bulldog. Just keep buying through, feeling good. Dang. And the Sentinels really needed to start well. That wasn't what they wanted to see. What a round. Oh, sorry, he bought the Phantom. I was looking at Dante. So he just went big dog on this one. Let's see if he puts that damage down. They cannot lose that weapon. So it is going to be protected. Les will cut off the entry for Sentinels here, as it looks like they're going to go ahead and swarm over towards that A site.
Yeah, easy open. Lurk on that wall, no pressure coming out from Sentinels, so Les took all of that space instantly. And you see the buy, you mentioned it, Phantom, Outlaw. Just wanted to make sure that the ones that had weapons stayed as a group. Les only had a Ghost to work with, and he's done his job, and now KRÜ are in a prime position here to convert their anti-eco. All of Sentinels hoping to punish some players in the first place, but no.
What? What? 2 in a row? Are we gonna do it? Oh, 2 aces in a row for KRÜ. No way. That is just a vibe. They say this game is a lot about momentum and how much power you're carrying. I think they have all the momentum right now.
Dude.
Holy.
And also switching weapons. Remember, you were just talking about MW0 popping off at the beginning with a Phantom, but then he picks up the Outlaw so that Silence could be the one farming for kills, playing on site.
I don't even care that that's an eco. We just got 2 aces.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Back to it.
All right, 3rd round.
Now we wait.
What can Sen do to stop the bleeding Vans?
I'm out of here.
Right now is shoot back.
Shoot back.
Because they have numbers. They're just getting dismantled by one player. Again, you mentioned it was just an eco round in the previous round, respectable, but that pistol round too, when they got caught off guard. So they just got to make sure now that they're a little bit more confident to swing against KRÜ, because KRÜ seems to be finding a lot of off timings to surprise Sentinels since the beginning of this game. Remember, the defensive side was strong for KRÜ because of how they played. And now they're finding timings on tapping spikes and pushes, and Sentinels seems a little bit too protocol on how they want to play maybe some of these scenarios. And they're very surprised for their first map start. At least for KRÜ, though, they're looking pretty good.
They're looking great. And we kind of heard the Sadak thing where, yeah, they've had a lot of time to play, but it only matters if they can do it now. Well, I think he underestimated their practice. They're doing great.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it does. It seems to have mattered. Really capitalizing on these. The trades are there. Beautiful from John QT, though. That's exactly what we need to start seeing from Sentinels. They have to be able to choke out KRÜ this round. Les and MWZera still alive here to pack a punch. And that's John Cutie going down. Victor's trying to be the final answer. And yeah, they should be able to swarm down on Les here. Tethered in, 3 HP. 1? No, there's 2 left. It doesn't take that much to get the headshots in, but 13 seconds. There's the shot the Redux needs. Sentinels are able to get that bonus round away from KRÜ.
And good for Sentinels to react with a lot of players on that C site to stack up that spot. You're just trying to look at how much stall you really have here towards this C site, and not too much since you're playing a Vito, right? So
yeah,
you need a couple of bodies with you to try to slow things down. You saw the snake bite being thrown on the side of John Cutie to try to help out, which gave a chance for Victor to rotate across too. So you're starting to see that Sentinels are reacting quite quickly on rotates when they're seeing this pressure coming out from KRÜ. That's something that KRÜ could take to their advantage later in the rounds if they want to start selling some fakes. No fakes this time around, though. 4 players pushing very quickly towards this A side, and the door is contested by Cortezia. Trying to bait them into this one. And let's see if Sentinels could actually hold this down. As they're about to listen to the comms.
They're running down.
Come walk upstairs with me.
Heaven, boys. Well down.
I'm with TP.
They might get Vice ults. Vice might be lurking still. I'm picking. I can go solo heaven and you guys go
wall up, walk out. Walk out.
It's clean. They're setting it up.
It's short wall. It's gonna go down.
Still got a lot of time for this, so really nice timing.
Opening door.
One is tree. One tree.
I'm picking backside.
I'm nading backside.
They one with me. They one with me again.
Heaven.
Yeah, 2 heaven. Backside. Front side now. Gotta peek you stairs. Nice try.
Everything was there in place to try to really flood back into the site. You see that Victory even very vocal for the team as they're really trying to set him up as that tip of the spear with the showstopper. So you're calling for John to pull up the wall. It's a short wall. They're set up. They're ready to go. But look at that siege. Just too nice. So you lose the value of the showstopper. And on top of that, as you're getting decayed while you're seized, allows Dante to move in and just get these picks.
It's that sees those plays. KRÜ has protocols for Sen's protocols. Like, and in the moment, that's the kind of stuff we have not seen for a while here, kind of across the board. A lot of the plays are just the teams, they go in, they make it happen, and there's a fight. But we are seeing just in the moment denial here from KRÜ. That's insane.
As on one side, Sentinels at kickoff were only at a 1-2, which was definitely disappointing for them. But even on KRÜ's side, they haven't been winning since, I think, summertime of last year.
Right.
So to see this type of turnaround, maybe it does come into play when you have 4 months of boot camp that you're able to get ready for stage 1.
It's like, all right, maybe we are a little mind melded more than we thought here, gentlemen. We're just on the same page across the board here. And this is going to be a time where KRÜ also gets to speak, obviously, during the timeout. You can see the coach getting into it. Zonic there giving his 2 cents. This Ewok does the same.
And you're facing a tough task going into this one for Sentinels because you're pretty much at the scenario where or you want to force buy for the rest of the game or you half buy and then try to play for the OT, and they're deciding to go for the forced buy. And the more that they do this, and if they're able to stay alive from round to round, the more it's going to be still difficult to face against this outlaw from Silence.
Cover going out.
So the economy is still well controlled, well maintained by the LATAM team. They're also playing it fairly slow at the beginning of the round. Again, just trying to keep Silence as the first point of contact. If there's any pressure coming out from Sens or any trap play coming out from the defensive side. And as it stays rather quiet, Sentinels are actually quite mobile, but a lot more passively around the map. Not making any noise, but silently walking over to stack here over on A as they're baiting outdoors on the revolving door. And that only allows Cortezia to play solo on C.
They're not going to be too afraid after hearing that. Quick dash out for him, or I should say TP out. And now they're going to play their live, but spread across the map. KRÜ are ready to pick and poke at anybody looking for that rotation, and Les gets one just like that. Jonah P is not having a great game with the way that KRÜ is just taking it to him in these rounds.
Exactly, they're just playing full inserts. They made so much noise on the C side. Les is inserted towards A. You also still have Silence inserted towards B with the Outlaw, so you're cutting every rotate across, so you're giving individual 1v1s, one by KRÜ once again, and now they take over this B site.
Yeah.
Nice stall, though, to start.
20 seconds here, so they are pressuring a plant, but 5 in the site. They should be able to garrison up pretty well and get that down. So what's the retake? There's blast packs to drop in, and Redux is util.
And you already know this from KRÜ. It's smoked out towards the waterfall side.
Yeah.
They know their rotate's coming back towards stairs. Les is still isolating fights.
Yeah, that's the insane thing.
Paranoid missed.
We heard people talk about Les and what he does and how he was supposed to be that shot lurker. Wait, Sen getting a few here. I'm going off on a rant. Never mind. Les is still there. So is MW Zera. But yeah, it's Les again. On that Viper, in the corner, in the shadows, 13-7 right now. And dismantling the rotations of Sentinels.
And you see how they're active there on that pulse plan again for KRÜ, as they were met by a nade and snake bite coming in from the waterfall. As they smoke it up to defend the counterplay, they're actually pushing up or on the staircase towards spawn, because they're like, well, there's no way that Sentinels will try to reflood there, right? Because we already have 5 players on site setting up the crossfire there. So let's try to cut them while they're rotating across, and they're still in the right positions. Putting them now at map point against Sentinels on their map pick. Here comes a bloodbath towards the A site in favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, there's one from Victor. John Cutie answers again. Can Sentinels keep it rolling, keep this one going? Pedal to the metal on that one, and they finally get one of these all-out brawls to go in their favor. Well played from the A side.
Yeah, and that's a huge round for Sentinels, not only to stay alive in the game, but that was an abysmal buy that they had that they converted on their side.
Yep.
Just wanted to play fire with fire, aggression with aggression, and they won with a lot of free upgrades going into this round. Saving grace, too, is that they have a pit to work with. Although John is still setting up his wall here towards the A side, and they are looking to play the old school style to commit a lot of resources to stall some pressure from KRÜ over on Rubble. See being thrown here to cancel out any TPs that would go across from the Omen. Now Redux takes the top of Rubble.
Oh, squeeze it. Oh, he didn't have the angle on the Omen. He knew it was there, though. Oh, my gosh. Sentinels, even with KRÜ knowing that they were stepping up, still had all the little angles, that millimeter that they needed to be able to see out of and get the shot. Just like that.
That was kind of clean.
Yeah.
But now you pick up this weapon, you pick up an orb, you have an ult for the next round. You almost didn't want John Cutie to push on that side because you still have chokehold to watch C side. You can play with the team, play maybe a 2-3 to cover up that spike and not give a chance here for NW0 to start loading up his ultimate with the rest of the squad here, because you also still have the Vizult on Silence on a very fast take if they want to in the next round. And as he walks inside the site too, he gets to see a little bit of util over on the C side if he chooses to explore that, where the interceptor could be, where the chokehold could be. But he'll choose otherwise, so they'll just save this weapon for now towards the spawn. So a really good hold in the end for Sentinels, though, towards that A site. Wall coming down, you didn't really expose yourself behind that Viper wall, and you never really had that surprise factor coming out from Les.
This one, I think, comes down to those timeouts from Ewok. And the team realizing we can't give them as much respect. We need to take the space back, and Sentinels has been pushing themselves right up to that line of scrimmage as the round starts. Because if they don't, Les is going to be there. Someone else is going to be in the middle of the map. They're just going to spread themselves across the map and still get a hit. So I like the way the Sentinels is really getting proactive now.
Gun was sticking out too, just behind that wall, so an easy kill there for Victor. I think looking at this so far, I kind of like the changes in approaches. It almost seems like like old school style, where Sentinels were really known for being really good on flood retakes, right? So they're playing a lot of, not a lot, but like they're playing some 4-1 setups, 3-1 setups, 3-on-1s, and really just trying to fight to contest one side. If you got to play soft site on the other side, you can flood retake and it'll work out in your favor. So they haven't been tested for that yet, and they will now.
kind of doing the Sen strat here. Redux spot, and then they were able to push front B. This is the one that KRÜ just snuffed out. They use it themselves. And it's actually going to be for a bit of a lower buy here. Dante getting a good position to use this Judge. And the ult is fine. Retake coming in now from Sentinels. Quick buy. Moves out Sadak.
Yeah, they're going to use these ults. They also have the Vise ult too once Sentinel starts flooding in.
God.
Even up the guns.
Can they rein in? That's the question. Bit of damage done here. They're taking their time though, and Sentinels is doing it right. Les cannot get the space he needs. Obviously pushed out of his ult a little bit here, but it's only a matter of time as Jonah P finishes that one off. And Sentinels within 4. Not something I thought I'd be saying on this first map, but they are making it work.
And that's an incredible stall for Sentinels on that retake. So they get hit by the Nightfall. They have to fight back inside the pit, yet they still get the round back as a flawless. I think the small mistake that went there for KRÜ in that pulse plant was that positioning that they had from the Vise. Silent was actually set up in front of that B main side so that he could actually help out with the ult if needed, but he crossed over on the far side, over on the attacker side first. So once he recrossed to try to help out the team, the door got opened up. You had to face up against 2 players, and there was no ult to help those lower guns inside that site. Couldn't help the Judge inside the pit. But at least they get to mitigate that damage and the bleeding a bit here from this timeout from KRÜ. Gives a chance also for Ewok to talk with the team, but they're starting to cut it close now for KRÜ's attack. Advantages are really big for Sentinel so far. 4 ults available for them too, and again, the protocols that they have for these retakes are quite nice. And if they're continuing to keep to catch KRÜ off guard here in these forward positions here, it'll be looking quite good to bring this game to potentially overtime.
That would honestly be crazy with the read that KRÜ had on the first half of the map. I mean, it would really spell good things for Sentinels to be able to, one, reset, you know, understand within one map, one half, what really the problems and the issues are. Being able to kind of erase that and bring an attack side or a defensive side out that feels good enough to win. 3 in a row so far. They've happened in different ways. They got the kill round timed out and a defuse, so they've seen the way to win each of these and how it is necessary to get to 12. 4 ults to be used for Sentinels too. This could be a big round to keep it going.
Change it set up as well as we see from Sentinels. They've put Cortezia over on this A site and playing the stall of the Viper over on C with Victor slowly rotating across to help out. So again, you have the perfect setup really to try to stall as much as you can and play on the soft side. And the biggest thing is this showstopper. Or it's to stop this C site attack, or it'll be used for the retake. As KRÜ decide otherwise on the first protocol here to try to default towards C.
So pretty quick smokes they realized over at the C site, cycled over the Omen smoke and the Viper orb. They throw a fake smoke towards C.
And that
still don't like it.
Kept them really there here for Sentinels, and I like this though, this boombot. So another thing that's very good. Also combining for information with Jonah P's Prowler in the front. So now they know about this lean towards B and A site.
He didn't have to. But you don't know that. Quick turn and he's seen. So yeah, they do know about that insert, sweeping around. They kind of boombot out there too, so it's not going to be anything of knowledge anymore. The A site's the hit. Dante wants to go up, relay bolt there. Oh! Little mouse mix up there as he gets to the top of the rope. Doesn't have the aim as Victor just sends the rocket clear into the site as KRÜ now get a few in their favor. Silence holding for that top side, waiting for the jump down, but they're not going to know it was a teleport. Redux just trying to buy some time. Maybe if he gets pushed, he gets a kill.
John, so far though.
But yeah, so far. In a final round, they throw down the ultimate. Is able to get out though.
Has the pit to drop now too, but all of them are going to close that gap.
John, big play not to happen. Sadak there for the final kill, and KRÜ take the first map 13-8 over Sentinels.
Oh, just an unfortunate play for Sentinels for that retake. The showstopper not getting any value, and also once again another insert from NW0 inside that pit to get these drops. KRÜ reading them from A to Z and having a convincing first map.
Yeah,
over Sentinels here.
I think a slow start overall for Sen.
Yeah.
Started to pick it up. Still, we're trying to find some firepower there towards the end of the map, but you got to give credit to KRÜ there. They shut down the firepower we expected to see from Sentinels, especially in that first half. Incredible stuff coming out in their first showing on Lotus.
And Sadak, IGLing this team, two brand new young players in Dante and Silence, the veterancy of NW0 and Les, putting it all together and making it work. And that's going to give them a lot of confidence here, not only for this series, but potentially even for the whole stage, with now them feeling the vibes and knowing that they could defeat one of the best teams here that we have in Americas and Sentinels.
That's right. Lotus was KRÜ's pick. We are going to Breeze next, and that is from the Sentinels camp. We'll see if they can bring it back and get us to a map 3. Don't go anywhere.
Let's look at Leviatán already pushing up, and Redux is unbeknownst to them on the other side of this wall. King is going to show his full rear end, and Redux gets himself 3.
KRÜ takes away that map 1 from Sentinels, and I'm here with Coach Sonic to talk about it. Sonic, you have been part of the academy team and then as an assistant coach last year under Adam. Now that you're the head coach of KRÜ, what are some of your ideas that you've been able to implement with the squad?
I mean, as a head coach, you get to control most things around a team. I'll say that the most important things are around the system, the way we train, the way we approach scrims, and the whole identity of the team. Those are the most important things.
Well, the identity is looking pretty good. Thank you so much. Good luck, map 2.
So far, so good for KRÜ as they managed to pick up that first map win, and doing so in that first round, or sorry, in that first half rather, looking rather strong in the process. I mean, Emily, it was very clear from the get-go that the KRÜ team knew exactly what their win conditions were going to be in some of these rounds, and they pressed the issue each and every time.
They had such a strong game plan going into it as well, choosing to kind of play more back, playing for re-clears, playing for resites, even though they had the utility capable of fighting up, right? their re-clears were also so good because they would just completely brawl. And this is one of the big things that I like about Lotus is the conditioning. After they conditioned that, they were kind of able to play however they want because by playing further back and not showing anything early on, they gave 0 tells.
Sen's attack side was trying to play a lot of these slower rounds because they didn't really feel comfortable taking that A lobby fight, at least in the first part of that half, against the Neon, where their Rays can't quite get out in time versus that composition. And I think that Sadak calling on that defense was so proactive at never believing these fangs that Sen was sending. They very rarely were baiting out the Vice utility. They weren't committing deep when they tried to feign back towards A. And as a result, with the fast rotates of that Neon and with some really good calling, I think, out of Sadak at the timings on when they were using Initiator utility, they were completely on top of this defensive half.
Yeah, and speaking of Sadak, I feel like he just had a complete chokehold on everything that they were trying to do on this defensive side. He had this aiming control on lock. Like you were saying, Emily, playing back, letting them use their util to get a lot of that space, and then going back and re-clearing it. Plus, being able to delay long enough. And if you want to see kind of a defense side of Lotus that is sort of textbook, you watch KRÜ's defense because their rotates were on point as well. They were so fast at re-clearing that front B, making sure there wasn't anything there, and being able to stack C almost instantly. It felt like everything was working out to their favor, and majority of it is from Sadak's calling.
Yeah, I mean, he had insane reads, but also his solo performance, being that anchor like you were kind of talking about, wherever he was, using all of his utility and finding value from it. It felt like no matter where he was a force to be reckoned with just as an individual. And the fact that he was able to have that much impact and buy time for the Neon to kind of rotate in and the rest of the rotates to come, they just played so well together that whole half.
Yeah, it really did feel like KRÜ, you know, we were having a lot of questions what we were going to see coming out of this one. I will say, though, while we do got to give flowers to KRÜ for great play, you also do got to kind of look at Sentinels as well, right? There were certainly moments where you're seeing just a lack of presence when it comes to just like that sense of urgency in some of those rounds. And KRÜ just took advantage of that. Now we make our way over to Breeze here. Wide open spaces, big lanes, big opportunities here for KRÜ potentially to just walk all over Sen if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell that the ideas were there. They had the strategies that they wanted to run, like oftentimes going for that push-pull like Mimi was kind of talking about, but they weren't really full committing to it. They were kind of like half doing it and kind of just being not lazy, but just not as pressured as they should be, especially when you're attacking. And when you're moving into a map like Breeze, I think that's going to be very, very important because a lot of the time we'll see a lot of splits, we'll see a lot of execs and a lot of like fast-paced rounds, and having like that lurker come in, they're going to need to be able to kind of find value out of that and not just like not full send. They need a full send more, especially going into Breeze.
I agree with you, but I think even beyond that, one of my biggest issues looking at this map of Breeze was just how outsized the individual performances were from KRÜ. Had to have been at least 4 rounds with an ace or a 4K from KRÜ. Anytime it was going wrong.
Back to back.
Yes, they did. Everyone was stepping up in those big moments. And I think to me, when we're looking at a game where we saw both Victor and Jonah P really struggling to find their footing at the beginning of that map, we're going to one of the maps that rewards individualism and those kind of big plays the most. It feels like a slam dunk for a KRÜ 2 out here.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course, guys, surely we get Sky this time, right?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I don't think we will.
No, probably not.
I don't think we will. Probably not.
I like how we set that up and we just completely trolled ourselves.
What do you think they
play
then? I feel like Sky's good on this
I feel like
map.
we're going to see KO. Sova KO, maybe.
Okay, like a return to the old Breeze meta?
Old Breeze meta. Use the KO knife for so much information. I know Sky has hella information, but the dart works really well. The drone works really well from Sova. You don't need that dog to go down elbow anymore, especially if you're playing a little bit more aggressive. So I feel like I'm going to see KO. I really want to see the right-click plays coming out from KO. Just kind of full sending it, going in, re-clearing that aiming space, because KRÜ really likes to do that. It would be a lot easier with this guy. And now that I'm talking, I feel like maybe
Are you talking yourself into it?
Yeah.
You just work yourself into a shoot.
I talk myself into it. I want to see KO, though. I think KO is just so fun, and I think the retakes, too. We saw KRÜ. They had insane retakes, insane post-plants. Their protocols were actually amazing, and I think with KO, with his ult, with his knife, is something that would capitalize.
Do you think Phoenix is viable on this map right now?
Why do I?
You can't ask me that. You know I'm a Phoenix.
No, but give me the sell. You're the Phoenix girl.
You're a prophet. You made it come true. Look at what happened.
Yeah, guys, you know me. It's me, Prophet Athena. And
Athena.
I think out of the duelists, he is viable, but probably not. I'd still prefer to see a Sky or a KO over.
So you don't want to see.
I didn't say that.
Damn, called out, called out.
Hold on, Phoenix, if you're listening.
It's a character in a video game. All right, for now, let's send it back over to Jaya. She's standing by with the coach of Sen. Unbelievable.
I am here with Coach Ewok ahead of Map 2. And Ewok, there are, of course, some circumstances that you cannot control of the match today, but the team started to warm up a little bit in this map number 1. So I want to ask you a little bit more about yourself and the way that you're approaching this. What are some of the differences, and what is your coaching style here with this specific team, with a sub as well, compared to all that experience that you have in Pacific with RRQ?
I think it will take some time for you to see a little bit more what my style is, but as you just said, we need to warm up a little bit more, and towards the end we were warming up. So now we're going over towards Breeze, and a lot of shooting going on that map, so we'll need our warm up to kick in.
What should we be expecting for Breeze?
Something a little bit aggressive. A little bit aggressive.
Okay, very excited. Good luck.
Yeah.
Okay, so you heard Coach Ewok. Phoenix is going to be...
I don't think that's what he said.
I'm kidding. But yeah, something a little bit more aggressive is what he said he's going to be hoping for. But there was one thing, Athena, that he did say coming out at the end of that interview that I do want to hang on, which was that, yeah, you know, toward the end of that Lotus game, you were starting to see those guns start to come online a little bit more. But at that point, it was already too far gone. They had to catch up by an insurmountable amount of rounds.
Yeah.
Now you start from fresh. You got to get these guns hot early on. Maybe they can feed off of that.
I mean, it's Breeze. It's literally a DM map. So if you're not shooting back, it's kind of over for you, right?
Exactly. All right, folks. Well, Riven Van Silly are going to catch you on the other side of this one. We'll see you after this quick short break with Breeze.
We are back here at VCT Americas Stage 1 as we get that second map underway here soon. Sentinels pick of Breeze is about to be on your screen. And you heard Ewok saying there, I hope the warm-up for the shooting has happened. We're going to be doing that, but we're also going to be more aggressive. So I'm excited to see what that means as they get onto Breeze.
Yeah, that's the silver lining for sure for the results of that first map that they started activating a little bit more. And yeah, now we get to see the agent select. An interesting comp coming out here on the side of Sentinels. When he said aggression, I was expecting this Neon, but I was not expecting an ISO to move along with it. So
I also feel like this should be this like swap. So Doc should be doing this on the other side, but it's Sentinels this time, bringing the Harbor and the ISO, like you said.
Think about this, though. You have a Slicer with a Neon, a Slicer with a Viper, a Slicer with a Harbor,
everything.
And then a wall for Redux. So scaling on the attack side should be, on paper, a lot easier to do for Sentinels. They'll have to see right now for KRÜ if they could stop that. And on their side, they're pulling up the chamber to try to help out here. But interestingly enough, also using an Omen instead of the Astra or Harbor themselves. So I think Sadak is also adding a lot of importance into playing into verticality, which I think, quite honestly, outside of like the Harbor wall, the verticality could be quite good for this Omen against this comp here for Sentinels.
Yeah, if you're going to get into a wall game, why not? Figure out where people have been feeling safe and make it unsafe. Honestly, on the defensive side, it's like when you're getting sliced, where are the spots you're going to be hiding, right? How do they know who's going to be coming through what wall or what intersection that's created by all of these different walls? We're about to see in just a few seconds as we get in. See the players getting real ready. And this is going to be tough. If they don't get their aim on, KRÜ, again, they could walk all over Sen here to start the map. We did see Sen with a bit of resurgent at the end of map 1. It's the fact that they can carry it now into Breeze to make it count.
I'm so stoked to watch this second map too. Victor on a Neon 2 is also a key agent for him. You could pretty much identify Victor with Neon on Fracture back in the Optic days, but we'll hold that and see how it develops as Sentinels take the upper hand on the attack side with all these walls and gets the plant over on A.
No problem. Victor just be in there. Jonah P starts off the first blood of second map, taking down Dante, and that's going to slow down. Sadak, though, is not going to slow down. It's the same thing they did coming from Sion Lotus, and now they're going to be hitting the site from the other side. The two-pronged attack just leaving Sentinels wondering which way they need to look. And KRÜ dropped them a defuse, and only Dante was the one to go down.
And you see the difference on the triple swing from both sides.
Jeez.
Both two sides of the coin, night and day. For Sentinels right here, their first jiggle. The other two hesitate. Second one goes out alone. The other third just gave it up. While here, it's three guys swinging out through a smoke. You had different opportunities here on both sides to win and even up here the pulse plant scenarios. And even Sadak can't believe how easy it was for him to hold that flank.
They just redid the same strat. Different map, same strat. It applies. Overlay the two and watch it back. This is crazy, fans. And they start off with that momentum. It's exactly what the first half looked like.
Yeah.
Or map, I should say.
I was going to mention here, with all these agents you currently have for Sentinels, the pulse plant should be quite good as well, and how you could cycle a lot of these walls too and make it difficult for a solo Sova to get info for the team. But the guns are good. Sentinels trying to go for a plant over on this B site, and this is a great opener at least here to bring the econ back on their side.
Safety behind the wall. They're able to deny the recon. That's actually huge as they get a trade back in their favor. I'm not sure how this is happening, but we don't ask questions.
Yeah, we just absorb.
Yeah, just absorb. Let it be. A little creep up from Dante. Might backstab someone, but they are going to react fast and be able to cover each other right over the shoulder here. Yeah.
Oh
no!
My gosh.
Nobody can react. He gets another 2 judge kills. We saw it last time. Sadak over the wall. He's going to catch the back of Jonah P as well. It falls apart so fast. The pistols were in such good position, but again, they're only pistols, and KRÜ knew they could crunch down.
Yeah, the paranoia with the relay bolt just to cover over on the ladder sides. There was no way that Sentinels could really cut the crossfire with the 2-2 setup. These two guys have pistols. You're playing against a sliding neon. Relay bolt's there on the other side, and they're stunned.
Yeah.
That's just so difficult there for Sentinels, but the idea was right. We just weren't ready for that combination, and also at least they get the plant. They did some good econ damage too. They almost made it doable.
God, both maps he's starting off crazy. I think Sadak had ult third round on Lotus too. He is just fragging out.
I remember even on Lotus, it was Sentinels that want pistol, and they got ecoed after on that second round, right? So.
And that's what yeah, you're right. Holy moly.
So KRÜ definitely has what it takes to play with confidence, how they could snowball these early halves here for both of these maps so far. And they're looking here with this bonus round to get some good damage by pushing all the way down and getting information. First blood for less.
Very interesting. Honestly, really only seeing Mata do stuff like that for energy, jumping out, being a moving sentry, and then back up so somebody can come out and swing.
And that's what I was talking about. Dante with the All Knights when he was playing in 2024, going up into Ascensions with, you know, the 2G against the 2G's rosters when we're talking about other Neons like Spike, for example. Now you're starting to see the true value here of what Dante brings, why it was picked up by KRÜ in the first place, and why maybe the decision of KRÜ is to continue forward with Dante as his star duelist build around instead of Keston. Went over to Envy.
And Silence able to just shut down any knowledge of going on over at the B site. And an activated Sentinels here, spamming a bit through the wall, making sure they can get some tap damage down. And they're gonna have to survive this onslaught now to come in from KRÜ.
That's your best case scenario, to play mini Gulag inside of that smoke because there was so much util coming towards you. But you still see the stalls there.
Oh gosh. Dante waiting. The shotgun doesn't come out big from that time as John Cutie and Victor are able to come up huge here, and now it's left up to Silence. The kill over at B brings that power back to the A site. Runs in, tries to close that gap. Against Victor here, standing in for the squad, goes for the defuse. Victor with a quick peek check. Oh! He goes for the insta repeak, which Silence is ready for. And he gets the quick defuse. Plenty of time here, and KRÜ are able to lock down the bonus.
Ah, that's the thing. Plenty of time where he shouldn't have had that time. After he tapped onto that spike on the 1v1, just before he got there too, he had to book it with the knife out.
Yeah,
so
he was
Victor
loud
heard
about
all
it.
of that the whole time. And then when you tapped on the spike, you still made noise as you were diving into a pool. So you know that he's still off spike. Yet you still want to try to go for the jiggle to try to catch your opponent off guard on the instant tap. And yeah, that is very nicely done in the end for Silent on the reaction time with even a chamber shot at the beginning.
Red Bull Clutch exciting the Argentinian watch party here. We see them live checking in on the team, crushing in the maps right now. And it is going to be a quick tech pause. I'm going to say quick. It's going to be a tech pause coming in here as we get into a possible fourth round. And guess what?
It was quick.
We're done. We're back in the game.
Okay, well, state of the game, though, we still had 3 plants, 3 defusals for KRÜ. So at least right now for Sentinels, they're making the combination of this comp work in terms of hitting hard, hitting fast, getting plant down. Pulse plant scenario's a different story right now. And this time they might have the extra slice needed here with this ult from John Cutie.
Who wants to buy into it?
Water through, just walls after walls. And now they swarm. Haven't really entered the site just yet. They're going to go for the left side and try to route the defense. KRÜ's kind of reading this. MW0 feels what's going down, and Sadak is just kind of looking left and right in the back, but keeping himself alive somehow. And now this page silence rotated so fast. Cortesia sits him down.
It's you and me.
Uh-oh.
Guaranteed round now.
There it is. 4 for Redux on that. Beautifully done in the ISO. And the pace of that hit was big.
Yeah.
They couldn't go through the regular right side hit. They've done it too much. A little to the left, switch it up, and vary the play.
And again, good thing that you have something like Redux stepping up to the plate again, having to go nuclear. Another 4K in a round to keep a round in for Sentinels in this fight. But I think what's really seems to be hurting them too when they're actually executing with all of these walls. I was about to mention there's so many walls that a Silva dart should not get too much value. But so far, every time MW0 has been dropping a recon dart behind enemy lines, it has pinged out players on their executions.
My word. It's a little inside the park ace there if you count last round. Redux is feeling it right now, and they continue to fly through. This is the kind of stuff we were waiting for Redux to do as well. Coming online and just looking unstoppable. This Sean QD feels the sixth sense of someone behind him here.
Yeah, Sentinels read that too. Expecting a TP on top of the paranoia thrown by Sadak, and as they re-cleared, it was an easy kill to do as they held it inside of that smoke behind the drone. So kind of using a drone as a bait to get the punish onto Sadak, so that was really nice. Now they start early, a 5 versus 2. Even with a spike plan on the pulse plan, they're trying to chase down the last 2 players of KRÜ, and this is a great answer back, though, since the last couple of rounds that didn't pan out in their favor in these pulse plants.
Be nice to give Victor a few points here. There's one. It's almost like a double take. It's like, wait a minute, that is a person. But that is John Cutie cleaning it up. 3-2. This is kind of where we started the first map as well, before it was 4-2, and then just KRÜ sprinting away with a lead. It looks like Ewok's getting what he asked for. The aim is a bit more online with that warm-up of the first map here for Sentinels.
You could almost say that we're cruising.
Oh, I was going to say don't do it.
Oh,
you shouldn't have. I don't know if I can stop you, though.
Never.
3 ults ready here for the side of KRÜ.
Dude will definitely pull out the Dota False right now for silence, so he's been very, very good holding up and anchoring this B site, but he's actually trying to use it for mid control quite early. They haven't seen too much early presence out on the side of Sentinels in front of B, but they're also making sure that they're rolling over all the rocks by throwing out this smoke on the ground. On the attack side, actually, to control the orb for Sentinels.
They're ready to activate on mid. Put that wall up, fire a dart down, get your drone up. You can see KRÜ is just waiting, but they're going to have this elbow insert of just basically every member of Sentinels come through here. Silence goes to fight it. He's going to peek it again. That is a choice. Victor takes him down quite easily. Maybe thinking that would have been solidified as he went through, but they did not on the orb. So it is going to be a B take here from Sentinels. Pretty easily taken with pistols to come back.
And that's a silent assist for Jonah with the Owl drone too, because he couldn't get the ping, but he got all the info. So they stopped the bleeding too. You saw the positioning was quite nice from the Dota False set up by Silence. They attempted the shock dart to break down the shield so you get first blood. Although we'll hold that thought though. Sadak is back with the bandit.
He's not too hurt either. Still has a few shots to take in this situation, but they got a lot of work to do too.
Yeah, and you're hoping you don't need to use it, but this should still be a Sentinels round because they have that Hunter's Fury available for Jonah P, who's already playing offside, so they're in prime position here to settle up and secure this.
Last player standing.
Instead of run and gun, it's gun and run. Pick it up and do the work. Oh my gosh. Nice damage there by MWZ at the end, but it's going to be Sentinels round, and that's the important part. They are having to battle through these quite a bit, but it's better that they're getting them in the W column.
Yeah.
That one.
It was a nice try, though, and again, I think it's KRÜ put themselves in the right positions as well.
Yeah.
After they saw that harbor smoke in front of that B side controlled. Okay, the rotate should be coming back here somewhere else if there's no pressure coming in from that front B side. So you are trying to.
By the way, I see the bear.
Close in.
Yeah.
To close in and try to break the shields.
All right, what do we have here from timeout? That actually is a lot more in like the chatter and back and forth for what KRÜ is doing. Last time Sonic was kind of just here and there offering advice, but yeah, he has some stuff to say. So feeling like he has to get in the ear of the team more so on Breeze as Sentinels have kept this even.
Well, from the looks of it, again, the last round was a little bit more of a mixed buy that you kind of had with a couple of players being quite low. But they were quite punished easily when on Lotus they weren't. Yeah. When they were throwing a couple of rounds where they wanted to try to play aggro with Util to follow up and allowing Dante to activate a bit to get an opener, he's been sat down right away.
Yeah.
What's been good for them, at least in terms of the results, is how good they've been on just attacking back onto Sentinels as soon as Sentinels gets on site. So they didn't want to leave that space for Sentinels to take so that they could just start flooding back on that side. And you're seeing here, at least from the setup at the beginning of this round, that they're not trying to go for any of these type of trap plays. They're just trying to control and maintain, again, from the look of the smoke here of the Omen of Sadak.
Let's take a listen to Sen here and see how they're feeling about these rounds.
Gotcha.
Hold the top with me when it fades.
I'm picking off you mid, I mean.
Yeah.
They use another Omen smoke. They want a main.
Okay, just listen to me. Yeah, they want a main. Come forward. We're gonna do 4 A split. For mid and Sova solo A.
Yeah,
Can we peek this together, Victor? I'm going wide. 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna just stay mid and watch flank, okay?
I think you can just use your shield from close and we just
Sova drone elbow, I think. Sova drone elbow.
Yeah, I think they might be in the orb. You gotta cover us.
Tell me when to drone.
Take bomb.
We need to get going.
Just try and think of everything that could kind of buff their situation. Someone's in the orb, someone's here.
I have neon.
One flanking elbow.
Nothing bricks.
I'm blind.
Hey, hold on.
Dead.
Nice.
Yo, kill him.
Where?
Just go at me.
Get a smoke. Open smoke.
Dead.
Nice.
I can ult him. I'm ulting him.
Okay, waiting.
He's blind on the left.
Default. Sight.
I want blind yellow. I'm gonna ult it out.
Omen is yellow.
One chamber.
His body's yellow.
He ulted out.
Chamber nice.
The way they're closing in on these calls is so cool to see.
30 seconds.
I'm planning to say 4v2. Chamber has op.
Chamber was nice. He was nice.
I'm smoking your right, Vic. Okay, well done.
I'm just going with.
Flank.
Flank. Nice.
W bait.
You're my savior.
Lawrence go.
You should chase.
He should
the
chase.
wall up and down here, forcing the gun to come out, and you already see it now. Silence forced to fall back and save his op.
I mean, I don't know if it was mid TP, but he was
Looked
here.
very good here for the comms of Sentinels as, I mean, if you guys don't know, John Cutie.
Yeah.
We all know him like that. But he was basically calling they want the A main, let's try to just go for heavy 4 players on middle. It was dangerous because if you looked from the mini-map though, you already had 4 players contested on that side of KRÜ on the other side.
Right.
What really helped Sentinels to really start opening things up though, is not only on Jonah P's droning on the A side to get the info if they actually took control of main, but it also allows here for saying, okay, well, it's empty here, we could actually ult into the doors and start activating that spot, and you saw the bloodbath and the trades come in favor of Sentinels right after.
And
so
it trickled down from the, somebody's maybe an orb, okay, there's only one site, you know they're all towards mid, that one of those players is going to get hit by the kill contract no matter what, basically.
It comes to show how fast you have to pivot from time to time, too, based on the macro you're trying to bring at the beginning of the round. So great pivot and calls, and all the players on Sentinels seem quite vocal towards what they want when they want to start activating as well. It's not only on John Cutie setting up the plan, but it's your duelists too, looking for the setup.
You did get that initial though, okay, listen, this is what we're going to do.
Yes,
There's a point when the round is his. It's very cool to see. All right, 4-3. Sentinels grab the lead here. The first time in the series, really. And it's going to be Silence looking to get this round back. Less hiding with the classic over here on the right side. This Redux is going to make quick work of him. John Cutie with the Phantom, and they're kind of getting scattered on this Sova ultimate. As they get the plant down, Sentinels are in a pretty good position.
Yeah, still winning good fights too. Although all of them kind of isolated, they still have numbers. Unfortunately though, that's going to change. John Cutie has to come up huge again on the 1v1 inside the Gulag and gets it now for Sentinels. Oof. It almost looked like it was going to fall apart, though, for how we executed for Sentinels in the first place. It feels like we...
I didn't buy wall. Oh my god, the troll.
I was about to say.
I didn't buy
because there was a gap there on the top of Nest. Why are they scaling up there with the wall and then a free kill from the top of Nest? And then looks like John Cutie realized here that he didn't buy a wall. Couldn't wall up and section off the top of Nest into the B site, but still gets a 4K for the team. So he saved himself from the embarrassment.
Looking good. Timeout's not going to matter here for the side of KRÜ. Sentinels just pushing through. And actually put everybody, I say everybody, but we still see Cortezia on the left side of the map here towards A for a bit of ruckus in the beginning of the round. Make the noise, drone it out, bring the KRÜ defense to this side. But it doesn't look like they're biting to this play just yet, fans.
And this is good old signature Sadak. Play close with the judge and try to find your timing. So he gets droned out, but he repositions himself because of that second smoke that came through, and it was no pressure coming out here from the Sentinel squad.
Swinging together once again. You can almost still hear it in their heads. 1, 2, 3 as they get themselves to safety. And yeah, KRÜ still reads it again. Sadak just completely moving with Sentinels on the other side of the map.
And they're okay with that for Sentinels too. It almost looked like they were trying to cut rotates in the first place by having Cortezia inserted, but after that, if they're trying to go for the site hit, you still have a pit to work out with for. And then they make sure they grab this orb too, so you're sectioning a lot of that site.
30 seconds left.
Big dividers coming through. Dante wants to be in their face, and he's able to successfully capitalize with 2 to start. Sprinting over is Sadak to already be on the mid side, so nobody can rotate out or lurk on his team. He's going to go for the backstab as Les and the rest of the team make quick work of what's in the site. Wait a minute, Professor, class is in session for a moment here. Can he get himself to safety? He doesn't realize he's still surrounded, and Les is just about to creep into the situation with eyes on the prize. Jonah P goes down there, and KRÜ, they correct any mistakes on that one, but lose a few members.
Crazy that they get that around, though, from inserting a judge on both sides, both extremities. And right over here, that scaling, the wall was actually pushed all the way out towards ladder for them to try to scale on that left side. But then Dante just found his timing again. Getting more impact frags this time around than what he showed in terms of numbers on that first map of Lotus, but definitely making this salvageable for KRÜ as they were starting to lose a lot of rounds here since this round number 4. Sentinels are looking pretty good with how they're operating here on their attack side. Looking at these positioning, they're looking for this early mid control.
Fast. They've actually expected people to be here in mid to fight right away, so they really want to get themselves into the fight as soon as possible. Walls on walls to get the space they need, and they only have to look at a few angles here. Whoa! See, Dante's actually going to peek out of that one on his own. Still goes for more. He's going to get 3 Vans. How is he doing this? No way! Back and forth, the pillar has saving grace to be able to get a 4K in sight, and Silence finishes that one off just towards the spawn side. What an amazing round from Dante.
And that's what I'm talking about. Jumping through, sliding across, isolating the first fight right over here through the harbor wall. But secondly, getting info from his teammate. There's 2 players pushing him. He gets the assist, which is less here from the snake bite. But just realizing the timing of how he could pick up these fights is such a difference.
I love when we saw them coming through tunnel, you saw him peek the wall, and you're like, oh, he knows they're coming. He'll hide, slides out. Like crazy, crazy play.
He almost has to put the Dios back into his name because he's playing God mode right now.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with that. He's actually taken a moment to realize what he just did in spawn. His Silence gets a kill. He'll still be over towards the A action with Victor going down, slowing down Sentinels here to start. And this looks like it might just fizzle out altogether. Late to the round, second to the party. Dante picks up Cortezia. Oh my gosh, those look close. John Cutie doesn't take too much to the wall. None, actually.
And he's just trying to keep them at base so the other guys could activate here on the other side of the site, hoping to get a kill.
My ult is ready.
Jeez. Just cat and mouse on this wall.
Player standing.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to get out of. Redux takes a shot. Doesn't even get to open his eyes when he wakes up from the nightmare. 6-5 here for KRÜ.
I think a bad timing in the end, because there was two guys over on that A side too, and I think he was trying to just ulti for somebody close, and then hopefully his teammate could trade if he dies, but I think he lost his teammate just in the last second. And that becomes a freebie, because the rest of KRÜ could just collapse onto John Cutie towards the door, and that's it. Cortezia right at the bricks.
That hit on the trademark trap, just right out in the open. So many little things are getting caught on here on the side of Sen. But can they get the 6th round? They had that 5-round surge before KRÜ was able to battle back. And it looks like they're just going fundamental sight hit on this one, or I should say default sight hit. Straight through. Still getting spammed by Sadak. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So now the 3v5, Dante finds another one there. You can see the assist coming through, the trademark hit as well. And yeah. Oh, the little tricks are catching Sentinels off guard. A quick trade there slows down the fight, but it looks like Sentinels are not going to be getting out of this one alive. John Cutie and Jonah P left alive here, the two with the veteran status on this squad that you'd be looking for to capitalize on a round like this. And it's only going to be John Cutie left. He gets going to zap down. There it is, 7-5 for KRÜ. They're kind of playing with their food at this point, knowing where they are, just taking their time and deciding who can get it. And KRÜ seem to be in full control here.
Yeah, what a time to activate for Dante, too, for the last couple of rounds. I think it was like, what, 3 and 6 or something like that, finishing on the top of the scoreboard at 14 and 10. That said, though, so good in these spam lines for all this team. KRÜ came back. They take a comfortable lead going into the second half now.
Wild stuff from KRÜ. It is going to be another tough second half for Sentinels. Let's see if they can battle back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Seven to 5 here for KRÜ. They come back in the first half to make sure they take the lead, and they have been reading Sentinels left and right from Lotus and now to Breeze. It's how they continue to take these rounds. Sentinels has to buck the trend. They have to get out of this kind of back and forth that Sadak's able to read.
Yeah.
Ewok said they're coming in aggressive, they're coming in crazy. Let's see what they got now. They did bring the squad to do it.
And KRÜ played as aggressive.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
When they tried to go
hotter on that side.
When they tried to go too aggressive, they were punished, and you saw that Sentinels were able to string a couple of these rounds for sure, but when they went back to the tried and true of this very map of Breeze to play the Flood retake, man, was it looking good for them. Now on the attack side, though, with the Neon at the point, Redux is already low HP trying to walk down, though.
Focus. Destabilizing. Tries to get that cut through. And Victor will get a little bit off it. but it doesn't look like they want to push too far. Shots across the map are happening. And yeah, Bless is able to pick back up on that. Then the shoulder shot to Redux, low HP. What an opening of B site, just like that. And Sent probably felt like they had control of the round right there.
This is scary. Both of them too with Sheriffs. I mean, it's Sheriffs across the board.
No.
But less with a Sheriff is always good.
Cannonballs? What is happening here? They're going to let him keep going for it. We're going to get a lot of aces in this game, aren't we?
Oh, no.
Okay. Jonah P's one shot. Cortesia, so 3 more, and he's through this. Oh, God.
Everyone's going to ace.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Vans. Una mas. Oh, doesn't get it. And they were just going for it, too. It was a gentleman's agreement up there for a moment. You love that. Just on the side, Silence is like, all right, I'll wait. You guys go ahead.
The fact that he falls is just like, wait up. Let me just go back on the boxes and try to find him again.
Oh, my gosh.
And that's the thing. It was a great start for Sentinels by pressuring down towards that middle. But because they had to leverage John Q to even slice up the mid side, they had to give up the B site. You had 2 players that are able to lurk in. So John gets the first easy kill, but then never saw Les sneak through. And then you see how much damage Les could do now when he's given these opportunities.
Revealing area.
Now, once again, Sentinels have to fight backs against the wall. Just trying to farm up ults as much as they could, and that definitely will be heard here from the side of Silence, who calls that aggressive B push. And then for the rest of the crew, they're doing the same thing, controlling the A side orb, making sure here that the drone's going to get some good info for the team. This is an interesting Viper wall, though, giving a lot more space than usual and just trying to punish players through the line of scrimmage. Crew just wants to wait for it. Comes down. Here comes the fights.
Honestly, it's so awkward to be in this front space. Fighting back and forth. Dante has been cruising into these positions so well right now. Less hiding. They're just quick work of Sentinels right now. The smokes are up. They're playing a cat and mouse game, letting Sentinels make the first move. Honestly, it's just patience right now, but it looks like fast play from KRÜ. They're just kind of letting it fall into their hands.
Yeah. Like I said, they wanted to play it safe. The drone doesn't spot anybody. You have no real information outside of the orb being tapped towards that B site, and you have no active info towards middle, so you don't know if they're walking down mid, if they're stacking B, if they're stacking A. So now you just got to make sure that the team stays as a group. The wall comes down, they find all that information, and now they have better weapons to fight against. So, again, through any type of pressured scenario, they seem very, very stoic right now for KRÜ for these fights.
And they have less walls.
Yeah.
Using the walls that they have. Oh my gosh, Dante going in so fast. I don't know if anybody would have lived through that here. Let's see if they can get another round in their favor as MW Zera starts off quick. They have a say, though. Finally, they have a say. It has not been Sentinels able to attack back right away. It's too much of a gap. Oh my god. How? Sadak with a beautiful kill from behind, and the backstab is now at the 2v2, waiting to get control of the site before the full plant. They're looking to help each other before they do that. That's in the open. Oh, he's in the open. He still stays alive, though, on the swing. Cortesia is there to get it. It just looks like they are okay with taking each other toe-to-toe in these situations instead of getting the swings in, playing it proper. They're kind of losing the moment to play the game.
And not afraid of baiting out the spike plant. So they tap it every single time, always double swung towards the end too. They're playing with a lot of confidence right now, knowing that they could just outduel Sentinels so far. And they almost made it happen in our bonus round. Remember, it was Spectres, Bulldogs. Definitely a huge sigh of relief there for Ewok.
Yeah.
But again, control of the economy, understanding where the state of the game right now. You've wasted so many weapons on the side of Sentinels that your buy now is full of half shields. They pull out an outlaw here for Silence, and he's been really good on the scope this time around. Mimi talked about dueling for the side of KRÜ. That always falls in their favor, so why not use these outlaws against them?
He's a B, guys.
Oh, era isso, veja e Wanderer, talvez.
Abre no seu contato, Dante.
Tá, beleza.
O Isa tava lá na base.
Mas não tenho certeza que nenhum tá DD de
Ok.
Acho que começaram andando ali atrás.
Drone, eu posso fazer uma mole se você tem tanta certeza.
Isso. Faz essa mole aí, mano.
Vou dronar o A.
Oh, drone não.
So early info towards A main.
Aqui. Nenhum avançado A.
Neon tá. Dá para aplicar? B?
Quem que era?
So patient here, waiting for that time tick down before they activate. You see the spike down already, and they're This is kind of what they did on Lotus. Go insert, find things, let them rotate, and Les will be there to give them a hug.
And there's the next insert from Tara that's chamber in the front side while they're making noise.
Jeez.
Always playing with somebody behind their backs here. On these backstabs for Sentinels.
He's still ready. Les again. Another one, an elbow as we rotate.
Caralho, velho.
Atrás de você, Sérgio.
It's like a round of who's watching who so far here.
Caralho!
John Q did as much as he could on a 5 versus 1. But man, that was clinical there by KRÜ. Very well dissected that map. As they saw the neon, looks like Sentinels have to be a little bit more active around the map, trying to find the information. They peek out in the open to get punished instantly. And then now you have so much of the map to work with. While Sentinels are plugging the gaps for the other spots, they get backstabbed right after.
And a timeout from Sen right away. After the round, we see Ewok was fist bumping because they got that bonus. Sadak knew what the team needed to do, gets them through. I mean, they all did, right? You said silence behind the outlaw. It's coming from everyone's brain right now. A 10-6 scoreline here in the second half on Sentinel's map of Breeze. And KRÜ are looking fantastic right now. We expected, you know, a lot from, I think, a Sadak team or Sadak in general, right? Whether it would be from agents, whether it would be from the meta he's going to bring in or how the team runs. And it looks like everybody is just gelling from the start. The way that Sadak plays behind Dante when they pushed on Lotus, when they pushed down Breeze out of B into A. Yeah. It's just everything seems so synced up already for this squad.
I would almost think that the conversation with him and Coach Zonic too, looking at their KRÜ roster, is like, okay, well, we got, again, an amalgamation of players that have had flex and sentinel roles in their career in 2025, mostly from in different regions and in challengers. Now let's play to our comfort picks, right? Let's not think outside of the box yet. See if this works out. Let's get the feel of the game. So you're seeing like everybody pretty much best in slot right now for KRÜ.
And Sen as well. I mean, I've been loving watching Victor play again. Obviously, first into the fights, no hesitation on what he needs to do on the neon. Just honestly riding a bike for Victor to get back in here. So that's been awesome to see, and he's getting it.
And that was the thing with Optic Gaming too. When he was trying to create space for the team, he was doing so. Yes, he was dying a lot in his scenarios, but he was actually activated enough for the rest of the team to follow behind. I want to see that more from Sentinels too, just to make sure that they were working in tandem to go for these team fights into their favor.
Sheriff damage is the name of the game for Sen this time. So maybe pick up a side weapon here if they can pummel somebody with 3 members of the team. No. There's one, but it's only an outlaw. It's not going to bring the round back into your favor per se.
Welcome to my world.
Especially with a pit trying to retake with an outlaw, going to be tough.
It doesn't work as well as a shotgun. Sadak on an elevation again. The man lives up here.
That's what we're talking about too, the elevation that would be a pain point to deal with for the side of Sentinels. Although not seeing anybody yet.
No distractions.
Favoring that Omen over the Astro, and we can see how many little things he can do with it. Tricks he plays.
Hold on.
The shots he makes. The shots he makes. Redux takes him down though in the end. 4K for Redux to defuse. 2 come through here as long as he doesn't cut the wrong wire. And they're good for another round. Let's see it. 10-7.
That's another 4K from Redux,
yeah,
and also winning
actually.
the ult with a Sheriff. He domain expansion with a Sheriff and still won it. Look at his retake. One through the smoke. Okay, that's a lucky one. And that activated the kill contract for him, so that was a huge kill to take for the side of Redux to allow Sentinels to win this one here.
Yo, we can
win! There it is. There it is. Cubert's happy now, too. He's not getting squished to death. We're on the up. Let's see what happens. All right.
That was a huge round to win, too. An eco round for Sentinels. Now they have a lot of economy. Now Victor can bring out the op, and he scores that first blood.
Victor with the op. As if we forgot. He's going to keep pushing out here. Ultimate's ready! He says pull. Dante jumps. Dante is sat down. Another one here towards the top. Your top fragger for Sen right now. John Cutie putting another one on the board and putting a little bit of stink on it. And now this 5v2, they look to get a flawless round as they're going to start trading with the ops.
Dude, he's got the killer look right there for John Cutie, man. He wants to win this game. He wants to pull the team back right now, and It feels like they've done so with amazing 2-op kills from Victor. And maybe here for the rest of KRÜ, they're going to have to save, because as much as it was pretty one-sided in the second half, they're also finally down to their last expenses for KRÜ Visa. So they might have to start using their visas now to hopefully get a decent buy in the next around this op and his Vandal that they're going to save.
Jonah P ult coming online.
30
Viper ult going to come online here. A lot of ways to just sync up more rounds for the defensive side. And then you kind of have a fail-safe if you do need to screen through with the overdrive. Should be an easy win. 15 seconds here for Sentinels. The timeouts are paying off, though. I gotta say, some of them have just not mattered from coaches, but the pivotal ones left right now, you know, Ewok getting this one in for Sen to make sure they have the right idea for their final rounds to come through.
Yeah. Nice for even run out to pick up an orb. Redux is trying to do the same thing so he could get closer to his
that's an orb
kill contract. Yeah, it's still a point there. And they still have economy to work with, so it's not too bad for him to lose his life there with that push. Yeah, what a shot. That one, dude, was nice.
Those
shows that he's still got it in terms of aim now.
Those feel good. You hit those few to start, you know the next ones are, you take more confident shots. You take, I should say, riskier shots because you're more confident. You miss the first few and you still stay back on that angle. You're like, oh, maybe not. We might see Victor go ham at this point now. He's already on a forward angle on B, actually looking to step up more. So yeah, the confidence is there.
And he can instantly rotate thanks to that.
Okay, ripped off the top. Little haircut for Sadak. Okay, right back at ya. Cortezia goes down on that one, and the follow-up damage as well onto John Cutie.
Thing is, they've already closed that gap now for Sentinels. And look at KRÜ, they're deciding to flip that map across to fight towards Troll.
Ooh, they take all of orange. And now Sen has to kind of audible this and figure out the way they want to cover it. Okay. He's like, I don't see anybody, but I think they see me. Is a good call to back out there. Jonah P gets the fight going, but we're not fully bought into this just yet. They got to figure out where Sadak is. His Stinger's going to be able to backstab in the end.
Oh.
One from Silence. Sees the move, and I don't even think that Jonah P knows he was seen there, and he gets picked off by Sadak. The little things that they're putting into their gameplay just make the rounds go in their favor. KRÜ pick up 11.
That's crazy. Getting value too off the 2 rifles that they saved in that previous round. Silence and MW0 taking value out of that. It almost feels like one of those simple things from Sadak. He gets pinged out by the recon. He TPs towards the spawn just to pull the defenders back and kind of reset the information that they get off the dart. And then now they're just getting out positioned from the smoke right after. And they get picked off. That was super nice.
The battle of the IGLs this game. 20 kills for Sadak, 18 for John Cutie, and John and Sen looking to push this to a map 3 with all their might here at the end. We start off round 20. Operator still in hand for Victor. There's some ults there to use. Cortezia can stall a sight with the ult, but they're choosing not to right away. They want this retake potential.
Almost looks like they want to crunch back towards middle and take control of that before having to retake towards the A side. Remember, they have so many slicers on the map, or on the roster.
Go, go, go.
Dante, forward mark there, sets up Sadak to get taken down as Victor takes the longer angle. It's just going to be a fast lane really quick to make him think something's going down. Here comes a rotation over from Sentinels. More kills from them, all ready to squash this attack from KRÜ. Exactly what Sentinels need at this point to keep KRÜ off that 12.
Oh.
1.
He's getting tagged or chasing him down. He's actually isolating fights too. Cortezia already closed that gap though, as you saw him rotate from the top of middle into elbow. Now he's just trying to see if, he wants to let Sentinels come to him, and thankfully it's an op that closes the gap. And speaking of closing the gap, Sentinels are only 2 away of being able to tie up this game.
And they have started to bring that aim game online, that's for sure. And it is structured in these ones too. Both of those last kills had anchor players, right? Somebody helping you out, double face on the peak. Really coordinated there from Sen here as they kind of slow the pace down a bit so they can get more out of everything that they're doing.
Yeah. I think right now for KRÜ, it's difficult for them to try to play the walk contact as you're walk contacting into an op. And you also have to figure out the right moments to maybe try to drone out here to activate through that and be a little bit more grouped up here for these hits. Right now for Sentinels, they haven't been looking to get any aggressive lines here over towards A and middle. The only time I've seen the push out was Victor towards that front B site where they were able to be quite good in terms of fast rotates after. But the next thing is John Cuty's position. He's currently playing a lot of top middle towards that nest. So if KRÜ does start adding a little bit of pressure towards that mid side, there's not going to be any high tides to stop like a wall over on A if they want to try to go for splits after. So again, it'll be an opportunity for them to play a little bit more slowly and default more for that mid control so that it can finally take control over on that A side. That's my TLDR for that.
All right.
Probably won't be this round though because we have 2 rifles and pistols. I'm going to play a little bit more slowly so that Silence can maybe try to get an opener with this ult.
Oh. That's a scary op spot. Victor squeezes out. He lives. Oh, Victor's the scary one in that spot. Apparently, Sadok's trying to push forward here as they're pinching from multiple sides. The wall drops, and yeah, Sadok's ready to fire through that on the line.
That recon was huge once again. 2 assists there for MW0.
Spike planted.
From getting the pings onto 2 players. So focused to try to take down Dante in the front side. And now the map's been flipped. Even a scenario. KRÜ's at the advantage in the post plan.
I think it's one of the things KRÜ is benefiting on so well. Not that. Sean Cutie takes a shot and hits Silence. Now evening up the numbers. Les gonna move forward into the smoke. Looking to pull a shotgun. Oh, it pulls out the Sheriff! What is the thought there? And he still gets it. Gonna be alive on the other side. It's all about time now. It's all about playing his life. Les is going to try to push off with a Viper Bite just away, and he's not going to give enough to peek. And that's going to be it. Very nicely done. Les goes down, could not get to it. John Cutie.
You almost think he made a mistake by switching from the Bucky to the Sheriff, but still domes his opponent.
You thought he did. You're like, oh no, it's a close shot. You need to have that. Holy moly.
Yeah, let me just do a quick 1-5-5 there in the dome. Look at that.
Oh my word. Maybe he thought he was going to be faced with 2 people and he had to go for a fast shot or something, but still only need to hit the one and done.
And still has util, pulls the snake bite on the ground, closes the gap with the Bucky, like he is.
And the snake bite didn't even give the advantage to peek left too.
Exactly.
Oh, so smartly played instead of just putting it right on the spike. Crazy stuff. And right into B. Right, look at that. Look at the peeking. The drone on the left side, but he's also weaving vision to both sides of the team. Oh my gosh. I feel like my hair's coming out here watching these guys pulling it out with how crazy it must be. Redux doing what he can inside the kill contract, but they all come out to the nightmare once again as Les and Silence are putting the finishing touches on, and it's Cortezia now outside the site. It feels like the last few rounds just happened in the blink of an eye. And this one even quicker. That's MW0 taking down Cortezia. KRÜ come out swinging for their first game of Stage 1 to take down Sentinels.
A new KRÜ was formed to run the town. And today, they rule over Sen City. And that with some amazing calling coming out from Sadok. And seeing a resurgence of players that kind of fell short from all of 2025. If you're looking at the whole roster from MW0, Dante, Sadok, Silence, Les, none of them have found any results in 2025 for any team that they played. And now they formed together in this matchup against Sentinel, who's also in a current rebuild. But they definitely came out stronger today.
I think that is a common goal as well. That all of them, not goal, but they come from that position.
Yeah.
Where nobody's saying, yo, I need this, I'm the main player, he's the main player, he needs that. Everybody's there to play.
Yeah.
And they, like we said, they come from those positions where last season might not have been great, last stage, a few stages, and they're there with the passion. And we're seeing that come through. A team of unlikely players coming together here to really show us what that teamwork looks like.
I think every single one of these players had me moments of like the hero across the board, like 4Ks, back-to-back aces. Maybe not from Sadat, but he was getting so many smoke kills too, while at the same time calling for the team. And this is looking very promising for a team like KRÜ Visa.
Absolutely. It's not even like a KRÜ is back moment, but they have grit. And I think it's a grit they're going to grow very, very hard because it can't be their back. It's basically new, right? Let's see how they build. Sentinels as well, looking to build, looking to come back stronger here. And they did show for their map of Breeze, but outshot and then outmapped.
Yeah.
Sadak had that read, and that's something that's just hard to get through.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily like they're facing a disadvantage with all the nerfs that you're currently seeing from William Yoru. They're just trying to find an identity. Yeah.
Also sub.
And then also seeing that, you know, you have Reduxes on different roles as Omen to ISO, but he would still put up some very good numbers. So if you need a shooter right now and a score duelist in a team like Sentinels, they have it at least with that player, Redux, until you have Jerwin joining the roster.
Right on. Yeah, there's a lot to come to fruition for them, right? And the way they kind of want that style to work in the first place. So, yeah. It's tough to get that against a team who is doing everything they want right now as they get on. And a really strong Lotus here coming out. We did see Sadak kind of not branch out into super weird things like going back to Ascent meta stuff. But yeah, it's definitely Sadak is back. The brain is there, and it's cool to see again.
Yeah, definitely. And also seeing the, you know, the comeback now from Zonic to be able to coach a star duelist like Dante. I think that's going to give a little bit of familiarity on somebody that's so young here for Dante on the stage right now. So maybe not the best rookie year, but going into the second year, looking a lot better this time around too. And those 3 months of practice for KRÜ Visa, it really worked out, really panned out for them. So now that you have that confidence, say, or at least testing out their limits to say, okay, well, let's go onto the stage, see if it works out. They were dominant there. So looking at the next few weeks, it's a gauntlet for both of these teams to try to make it to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
It's not going to be the easiest of teams. I think they're playing like Furia, Energy, 100 Thieves going into that group. EG, that like an extra world champion. That is a lot of teams to play against to try to make it to like the least 4th place. It's crazy.
It's going to be really tough. Before we throw an interview as well to speak of the Ewok, he's even mentioned it's going to take a while for what I bring to the table to be implemented, right? And they get to kind of go through a run through that today, see how it was implemented. So more time there for Sentinels. But it's about hearing from KRÜ right now. So we're going to go ahead and send it over to Dryad down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Looking amazing with this 2-0 against Sentinels and Sonic. I want to talk a little bit about what we were just mentioning in that coach interview, is about how you define your style as a coach. And we saw a lot of aggression coming in from the squad, a lot of floods, a lot of a team that was ready to react. How much of that is that what you're implementing, and how much is it Sadak?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll say that everyone who remembers the old All Nights on Ascension 2024, they knew that, those guys know that we play an aggressive style. I like to play an aggressive style. I think we mesh pretty good with Sadak. I think he also likes to play the aggressive style, but then kind of swapping the style into more like controlled style, I'd say, a more slow pace. But yeah, it's part of the system.
There's a little bit of the balance between everything, but also you're mentioning how Sadak is joining and kind of merging with this team. You were part of a team with Dante before.
Yep.
So what is Dante now compared to what he was? How do you see his growth?
Oh, I mean, the step up is there. I think you guys saw it. Like
insane.
The step up that he has been. I mean, to be honest, he's a part of the system, and he knows what we need him to do. And when he knows what he needs to do, he's able to perform at that level. He's been doing that on scrims, and I think today he showed why he's here.
And it's a system that is not only really good for Danton, for the Neon that he's playing, but also for the rest of the team that has insane firepower. I feel like you guys are one of the teams that have the best firepower going into the stage 1. What do you think? Where do you place yourself compared to everybody else?
Oh, I think I have to use my, I don't know. I'll say that we are among the strongest, but I can't say that we're the best. Like top 3, probably. Like we still have some growth to do on the tournament. There's of course our first game on VCT. So yeah, there's growth to be done. Like we need to evolve.
But I mean, you guys look amazing. Sonic, thank you so much for the interview. This is the win that KRÜ gets, but now we have another amazing matchup. Is G2 against MIBR right after this break.
When you've played FPS as much as we have,
you have tried every mouse, every shape.
And we know shape matters. Shape is key.
This one has both our experience,
our family name,
the next piece of our legacy.
Built for the big stage,
for the biggest moments. The Susanto Brothers Mouse.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
MIBR, that's our first matchup coming up in this season. They have some of the GOATs on their team. They have Aspas, they have Zekken, of course, and you know, with that, those two, I think they have a pretty good dynamic.
I'm glad that we got to play G2 first, because I think I would like to have the challenge early to kind of get us ready for the rest of the split.
I feel like Zekken's a little bit more the playmaker on the team. He kind of gets the more sacrificial lamb style kind of gameplay, I would say.
Here comes Zekken. He's pushing that heaven smoke. One step further forward here. Lovely Divider trying to get this side. What? Zekken! They're sending it forwards again, blitzing pace. Once more with Zekken. He can't be denied. He can't be stopped. He's gotten away with murder. It's unethical.
The last time we played them, we got smoked 3-0. We were coming off of a BO5 the day before. We just didn't have the stamina for it.
G2, of course, they always have been known for having a great team play. They're having a great core that understand each other like 100%.
Attack though, right? They've got to catch Aspas. Can he get out? Oh, yeah, the double tap. That'll do it.
I felt like MIBR were out of it, but suddenly this actually has become a real chance for them to get this first gun round win, but Jaw has other ideas.
Blind firing from MIBR. No way! No! Aspas! It's a playground on the site for a player like him, and he is not done yet.
Be prepared to see a new MIBR.
I hope you guys like double duels.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match of this opening day. It's G2 versus MIBR. I'm Golden Boy, back again here with Athena, Mimi, as well as Emily, after we just saw KRÜ take down Sentinels 2-0. Oof. Yeah, whoa! Oh, Cupert!
I had to. He was right there. I did.
Okay, I mean, you just got yeeted to carajo land. All right, well, there you go. This one, of course, though, this is going to be an interesting rematch here because this is a rematch from our middle bracket grand final. That's right, in case you don't remember, we did triple elimination at kickoff. G2 picked up a 3-0 win here, and I know, Athena, you wanted to look at a round in specific and talk about what went up in that game. What you got for us?
Yeah, I figured what better than boring B-roll of highlights than to have my beautiful voice talking the whole time.
It's amazing.
No, I love it. Seriously, the main thing that I want to point out is that even though these scorelines don't really reflect how close the games were, they were really close. MIBR and G2, they played a lot of these rounds that were super close, and this is going to be one of them. This is round 11. It was the last map in this BO3 on KRÜ. And I really want to talk about how different the playstyles are for both these teams. So right off the bat, right before barrier, you can see G2, they're already here, ready to do this 4-1. They have the Viper on the lurk, and you have, MIBR holding on their defensive setup. They are just so ready to just play the game, be normal, see what G2 is doing, because they know that they like to aggress really quickly. And so right off the bat, you see that this is read instantly by MIBR. I'm going to point this out for you really quick. So they're just grouping up for this execute. Omen has already teleported all the way into spawn. And G2, again, they know that this is happening. So what do? They cancel. They cancel the play. And the thing about G2 is that they really like to play together as a group. And in response to this, MIBR, what they like to do is get a lot of aggressive information. They are a very proactive team with a lot of fraggers. And so what we see here is actually Verno managed to walk all the way down mid. And he does get punished for this, but not before getting a pick. And I think this is where MIBR likes to play with a lot of their information, going for those aggressive peaks, whereas for G2, they like to do with utility. They like to group and get that information. And G2 is a very, very strong tempo team that likes to play either super quick or super slow. They decide that right off the bat, and this is one of those rounds where, again, after that pick, they equalize numbers, they're ending towards that A site. And another thing to look at is now Aspas. He's not playing super aggressive, actually. He's playing all the way back on this A site, and his teammate Mazzino is here to play as well. KO and Waylay, but that's not a lot of stopping power, or is it? Because on the other side of the team, or not, because Aspas is already holding his ult out because they know that G2 has their ult as well. So he actually counters this ult and completely slows down the take, but it doesn't matter because look at how fast these rotates are coming in from G2. The spike hasn't even, or sorry, from MIBR, the spike hasn't even come in yet, and they're so ready to be there. To these players now, fighting for backside, they're not letting them get as much aggression as they want them to be, and Aspas immediately gets that first pick, but Baby Bay trades it out, and Mazzino, he's so aggressive with these flashes. And at this point, they're up numbers. It's 3v2. Your whole team is here on this A site for this post plant, and they're so ready. A flash out of the smoke, Trent gets one, but he instantly gets traded, and again, a 1v2. So for MIBR, this is looking really good, right? Super close round. They should get this defuse, right? Wrong! Baby Bay almost eats his chair off the stage, gets that 1v2. But again, this is what I'm talking about. The rounds are so close. MIBR, super proactive, taking a lot of that space. Yes, they're playing with a lot of ones. Up here.
Yeah,
I'm keeping this up here.
Great still.
This is, wait, let me zoom in too.
Yeah.
Okay,
no,
hold
on.
But
I think that was a great breakdown, though, of why this game was so close at times.
And the score didn't reflect it.
The score did not reflect it at all. I remember we kept going back and forth. We were like, okay, it was a couple kills go one way. It could have leaned on MIBR's side. But the thing is, though, is that G2, Mimi, we've been following them for years. They're so good at ensuring that they get that round win, right? Like, that's their whole gimmick. That's the whole thing with them, and they're the best at it.
Yeah, I think both these squads got tasked in this kickoff of playing into a meta that went against the style that they want to play. For MIBR, it was an Aspas who you want to see him on the jet, and instead we're in this Waylay, Yoru, Neon. These are the best agents, and they were basically never playing that full Yoru Waylay that was so popular in Americas, nor a ton of the Neon that defined the more international metas when you look at a team like Nongshim. G2, however, I think also had a meta that went against them. But for them, they adapted to it. In Americas, they dominated playing the double duelist, flexed their style for it, and then refined that when they went to Santiago and brought more of that discipline back against some of the best teams out there.
Yeah.
I feel like MIBR, with that same task, didn't quite live up to that adaptation in the same way. But I really think the changes coming in now with the Yoru nerfs, with the Wei Lane nerfs, a lot of this works to the benefit of a team that likes to play those other duelist agents and who also likes to play that slower, more defaulty, kind of traditional style that Fraud loves to call for his teams.
Yeah, and we'll keep in the conversation as well on G2 here, right? You know, G2 did add Baby Bay into the roster this year, and he helped this squad get that second seed for Masters Santiago. And yes, results weren't what you wanted to see from G2, but I'm sure the G2 teams, Emily, or G2 players wanted to see. As we know, these guys always strive for perfection. But to Mimi's point, they took a lot of great ideas to Santiago, and I'm sure they took even more phenomenal ideas out of that event into Season 1.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that was having Baby kind of join this roster, because early on, like Mimi said, we kind of saw them struggle a little bit, because he was still playing like that fill role when he was filling for Elite. He was playing a lot of the Viper, he was playing a lot of the Chamber, and then when that wasn't working for them, they started to lean into that aggression that Mimi was talking about. We started them finding a lot more success, having a duelist like Baby Bay to kind of back up Jog, and even then, Jog was able to kind of come alive again in that meta that they were kind of feeding into.
Two things I'm looking at for Stage 1 for G2. Number one, I need to see Jaw thriving on the Neon. He's a solid Neon player, but when he was at its peak, it was a double initiator, breach meta, where he could just full stent. I think the best Neons right now, what they're doing is finding the right times to freeze, let their teammates scale in while they create a distraction, and then further the fight. Very tough balance to find, and I felt like it was off sometimes for him in Santiago. Number two, we need more from Baby Bay. He was good in Americas, but he didn't live up to the play that he needed in Santiago. This is his redemption stage to show that he can dominate again here in a meta that I think is going to favor him being that alt player, likely getting to play a lot of the Chamber here. And those are my two keys, really, for a G2 winning again in Americas and succeeding in London.
Yeah, well, this team, of course, dominated in their region right here in the Americas. You can see the track and the success. It speaks for itself, but still looking for that win on international soil. For now, though, let's see what's going on with Coach Josh RT. Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with him earlier today.
I am here with Coach RT from G2 ahead of the second match of today. And something that we noticed going into kickoff is a G2 that was a lot more aggressive, and you carried that on going into Master Santiago. How does that change or evolve going into the Stage 1?
It opened our eyes a lot about how Double Duelist works and how you got to play it, all the little strategies involved. It's not just simply just run it down. It's more about comps that control the pace and you kind of surprise your opponents with it. And it's really strong, like in the right moments, right? And so our meta approach this time for Stage 1 is about like controlling that a little bit more, whether it be through the comps or with the strats. And hopefully it works out against MIBR.
So more surprises.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
It's good to hear from Josh RT's evil twin. But of course,
what makes him evil?
The mustache and a goatee. I mean, watch Community? Come on, lady. Unbelievable.
I have watched Community.
The guy doesn't know ball. Now, of course, though, you got the new G2. They got Giacomo, and this is going to be a player that is certainly going to be one that we want to keep our eyes on here, because we were actually just talking about, and Coach Josh RT was talking about as well, you know, what the expectations are going to be for this team, for what their approach is, and obviously so much hangs on the balance when the dog is in the field.
Yeah, I think to go off of Mimi's point that we need to see Giacomo to kind of fire it up a little bit earlier within the stage, because we've seen him be phenomenal. I feel like we've seen so much understanding of the duelist character, especially on Phoenix, which I love, by the way, which is one of the...
She always finds a way.
Somehow, girl, you weasel that one in.
One of the maps that G2 actually did really well on was Haven, and it just happened to be Phoenix, and I swear it's not because it's just Phoenix. I think Giacomo did a really good job of playing that. His reclears with those flashes were insane. The garage control with that Phoenix utility was almost phenomenal, and it just felt like everything that he was doing had purpose and it had intention, with his walls, with his mollies, even healing himself at the perfect moments when he was low, so he didn't have to be kind of a hindrance towards the rest of his team. And I think for this, when I'm thinking about his Neon when it first came out, it was insane. And I think based on the game we just watched with Dante too, his Neon movement was cracked.
Yeah.
And I feel like for me, I want to see that out of Giacomo.
Yeah, I mean, early on, if we look at the struggles that he was having, he was playing way late. He wasn't getting utilized to his full potential.
Yeah.
A big thing for me is that they would try and play really slow, like old G2, right? But they were kind of leaving him on an island, and they weren't getting any advantage out of him. He was oftentimes getting pushed because we were in a double duelist meta where we just see them kind of taking space every single lane. And he was getting punished and shut down before he could even get started. And I think to add to Mimi's point is, even if they step away from a little bit more of that double duelist that we were seeing them kind of bring to life in Santiago and then the later half of kickoff, they still need to find a way to support him and actually use him to fight and take space and not just leave him on an island again.
In my opinion, if G2 is going to win a trophy this year, John needs to be put in Neon jail, and he needs to show he's still one of the best Neon players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, especially with how, prominent the Asian is, it just doesn't make sense. And Jog's so good on the character.
Yeah.
Just let him go nuts on it, right? But of course, though, on the other side of the field, you have a stacked MIBR roster. The thing is, though, the last time we saw this team play here at the VCT Americas Stage, it was when they were losing not one, not two, but 3 BO5s in a row in absolute heartbreak, Emily.
And to start this off, it is actually Mimi's fault for giving that curse in the first place.
It wasn't
your fault.
Calm down, dog.
It was not a curse. It was a correct prediction that the team who loses upper final would go out 0-3.
That was, but how can you predict that? That's so
Because it was
that's
going to happen.
Wish that evil onto people.
Yeah, it was going to happen. I mean, somehow they managed to fall back to Earth faster than the people in orbit right now. But
hey, that's a good tie-in.
It's happening
It's actually
right now.
Right,
In
shout out
5
to the
minutes.
Artemis 2 people. They should be landing in a little bit. But yes, that's the thing though, Emily. They lost those 3 in a row. Mimi's curse aside, it is still a heartbreaking thing. But they're coming into this one, I think, still with some confidence because they got the roster to prove it.
Yeah, they have the superstar roster that they want to actually find success with, right? And they have the capability to do it. But a lot of issues that they were having in kickoff was from their lack of chemistry and the lack of comms. Like, they were making mistakes that should not be happening that late in an event. Like, there were so many clutch rounds or man advantages that they just gave up because they weren't on the same page. They were playing a lot of solo, and that really just got highlighted in those best of 5s. Because we think early on, they won those first 2 best of 3s to make it to the best of 5 gauntlet. And there is when they started to, the cracks started to show, and they weren't able to fix that.
Yeah, it was very prevalent there. You're really looking at Verno and Fraud to have to get things going here, right? Especially when you have such incredible options made available to you.
Yeah, compared to the field, I think that the way that they were playing and the agents that they were picking was very different from everyone else. They didn't play nearly as much Waylay. They didn't play as much Yoru. When they were kind of picking these somewhat off-meta double duelist combinations. And I think the way that they were executing, in particular on their attack side mid-rounding, was much slower. They weren't as willing to full send on those double duelist executes that I think a team like G2 ended up adapting to and showing. So what I'm looking for here is an MIBR with the agents that Aspas doesn't want to play getting massive nerfs to come in and play to a meta that should be better for them and succeed.
Yeah, do we think Jet comes into this? I mean, is
it's
there
Aspas, man, absolutely.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or could he maybe bust out the Neon?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's his second best agent.
Yeah, I think his Neon is really good when he does try to get a little bit more aggressive than we've seen. And I think, like you were talking about, setting him up for success and supporting him more. And I feel like kind of they were ahead of the meta with these picks, actually. Like, they don't have that way.
But they were behind the meta at the beginning of the
behind the meta, but now they're 2 steps ahead. Because,
sure.
Were they 2 steps ahead, or were they 3 steps behind, and now they're 2 steps?
It's wrapped back around to
or are they just right where they need to be?
Here's the sell. The meta has come to them.
Yeah, honestly, that is kind of how it feels like.
I mean, Nongxin won a trophy when the meta came to them with Neon being as good as she is.
Yeah, we saw the nerfs come in, and we're like, oh, this is good for MIBR. That was like immediate thoughts, at least for me. So hey, listen. What happened?
Yoru nerfs.
Oh yes, the Yoru nerfs, specifically that one. Now, of course, I'll just send it over to Dryad here from Zekin. Get his thoughts ahead of the match.
MIBR is one of the teams that the fans are the most excited about. But second, something that you guys were talking about was how in kickoff you didn't really have enough time to be together as a team and feel really confident. So how are you feeling right now that you had more time?
Feeling really good. We've got a lot of good practice in over the past month and a half. The meta's changing. There's a lot of new things, but we think we're on top of it, and it should be a fun match.
And you mentioned the meta. Something that was very big was the Yoru changes. And you guys were playing a lot of the double duelist with Aspas. Should we be expecting a little bit more of the duelist or something else?
I mean, the Yoru getting nerfed was a big thing. I'm playing a lot more of a passive role this time, but we're playing well, and we're excited to showcase it.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
I wonder if Zekin is like relieved or not relieved about the Yoru changes. Hard to tell with him.
He had a good debut on controller, so I feel like he can't be too mad about it, you know?
Sure, of course. Now it is going to be time for another 1v1 side selection skirmish. And up next, we have, an IGL battle. It's Valen versus Verno, the battle of the Vs. All right, let's see what happens here and who comes out on top. I have become quite a fan of these skirmish side selections.
Who are you
I hope so.
Huh?
Who are you pretting?
You know, I'm gotta go with my boy Valen. He's actually quite good in these 1v1s.
Yeah, he had an undefeated record until I think it was not the upper final. It was one of the late playoff games in San Diego that he lost.
Yeah, he was the guy for them on this skirmish mode. And
John Skirmish.
Yeah, John Skirmish is what they called him on the streets. But right now, John Skirmish is struggling against Jim Skirmish. No, he's down 2-1.
He's up 2-1.
Oh, he's up 2-1. I misread that completely.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Actually,
2-2. I was right the whole time. I should have just kept
course.
talking until I was right. You know.
I feel like this year has been a pretty good year for Valen in terms of mechanics. Like I feel like he's really like shot up in terms of ceiling, in terms of mechanics and being able to play
Individually, he's
around.
so damn good right now.
Yeah, he's been insane. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes his way as well.
Yeah. I would also say the same thing about Verno too. He's just always impressive. I mean, that kid is. He really is just okay. Valen. Wait, I think he swept all the way around and caught him, like backstabbed him.
He's lurking, but no, I think Verno is actually a really fun player to watch because he's always so locked in.
Yeah.
Anytime we see some stage shots, he is just dead serious, focused on the game, and that's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, MIBR is a team that will react to the least winning a round. It's very Marcus Aurelius coded.
Okay, stoicism.
I like seeing the whimsy a little bit more, but I respect that steadfast presence. I think Aspas has always brought that on pretty much every team he's played with.
Damn, all right, well, Valen ends up falling there. The man who once was John Skirmish now is nothing more than just
sad.
John. Well, I hate to see it here. All right, but folks, you got a couple big players on this team that could really put the game on notice here. But one player, we haven't had a chance to talk about him. He always commands a conversation, the veteran Leaf. I mean, Athena, this guy has always been an X factor for this team, no matter what the role is. He's certainly going to come into this one as well with a lot of expectations, considering that he's going to be probably the one dealing a lot with these players in those final moments, right?
Yeah, I feel like his consistency has been one of the main reasons why G2 stays in a lot of rounds. Being able to get really good timings on lurks and consistently getting 2Ks or 3Ks for his team has been kind of insane. And I think as well, his understanding of how to play around the map really sets the tone for a lot of the mid-rounding that we find G2 doing. I talked a little bit about how G2, they like to be a tempo team. A lot of times we see those 4-1s, and Leaf does tend to be the one a lot of that time. And he does a really good job at it. I mean, you'd expect Baby Bay to be that one sometimes on that chamber, on the lurk, but Leaf, he's just so good at getting those timings, allowing the mid-rounds to happen, and making sure that the team gets a lot of those wins based on just rotating.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was gonna kind of say there at the end, is that I feel like G2 is so comfortable and confident about canceling plans, readjusting, and kind of resetting
like you saw
around.
in the breakdown.
They're so quick.
Because Leaf oftentimes is the one taking that space. He makes openings for his teams where even sometimes he doesn't really have to. He just gives them a second option very consistently, and it opens up a lot of more paths for G2.
I was actually going to say that. Like, you watch G2 play. A lot of teams do this, but G2 are one of the best teams at it, where they have an idea, but they're always thinking about a second idea.
Yeah.
You know, somewhere else, somewhere out there, and then they'll move on that idea if they feel like they need to. And a lot of that is predicated, I think, on just the fact that Leaf is always that guy looking to create that second opportunity.
He's kind of a dream as an IGL. I think when you're not the one playing that lurk role as a leader, and you can probably speak to it, a lot of the time you're very reliant on that player, not just giving you communication, but accurate communication to give your information off them. And sometimes that's not just them being able to hear a certain amount of footsteps or have accurate info. It's their read that you then have to predicate dedicate your call on. And that requires a lot of trust, which Leaf demands.
100%. And also like finding the weak spots in the other team's defense. I mean, he does such a good job at it. And as an IGL, you can't see everything on the map, of course, especially when you're with the group.
And he also just watches so much tape on his own time and spends so much time prepping and coming up with these good ideas to know what to expect in the server. One of the most cerebral players that we have in Americas.
Kid's a student of the game, 100%, and it's always been impressive to watch him do his thing here. But on the other side, though, right, you're going to be dealing with some great firepower. And one question on our mind is, are we getting some double duelists? Well, we got a little bit of a preview from Dryad when she chatted with Zekin and Emily. It sounds like we're going to be seeing some smokes in Zekin's future.
Yeah, I mean, if they were kind of hesitant at the start of kickoff to try to kind of just feed into that meta and run those double duelist comps and still trying to prioritize having Zekin on the controller early on. But it really didn't make sense to me because you have two of the best duelists that Americas has ever seen and they're still not willing to lean into it. I think now, after those Yarners, I think they're even more hesitant to kind of go for that. I think they're going to be kind of reverting back to their old ways and trying to really just have Aspas be the
linchpin, if you
the
will.
linchpin,
Kind of like the tip of the spear.
But do you think Zekin going on controller is considered, in your eyes, a downgrade versus the double duelist meta?
I think a little, but I mean, I think he's just following in Tenz's footsteps at this point. And we saw that by the last test. He kind of is a mini Tenz.
It does mirror a little bit of what happened.
He didn't have the temporary retirement into diabolical KO into excellent controller, but maybe we'll get there. Maybe the KO arc starts now or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's take a look at our predictions. See what we have for this matchup. And okay, a little bit of a split field here. We got a couple for G2, couple for MIBR, but the only one on this desk that is going for MIBR. Athena, show your work. That's me.
Very good. That's me. I did that. No, I thought that MIBR, with this time off, with not making Santiago, they have a lot of time to go over their issues, go over their mistakes, and be able to figure out as a team how they want to play. We talked about how they didn't really have that synergy, and maybe that played into identity as well. And maybe this was the time they actually needed in order to form that, fix a lot of those issues, still be able to set up a new meta with now Zekin on controller potentially. And I think it's going to work out well for them. For me, I have high hopes, and I think for them, this time off was definitely something needed versus a debuff.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Zekin, what was it, like a month and some change that they
Long
had
time.
to put some work together. We also saw from the community, I don't know if I read that right, 50-50 split. No one knows who's going to win this
I think that's really fair.
Yeah, I actually track with that because both of these teams are truly phenomenal, and we are in for a treat. This should be a great matchup between two phenomenal squads, G2 Esports, MIBR. MIBR, after losing 3 straight BO5s, they're looking for some revenge. And G2 Esports, well, they're just looking to do what G2 does every time, which is dominate Americas. Let's send it over to Triad and bring our teams out.
Riot Games Arena, let's hear it for the next two teams taking the stage on this opening day is G2 and MIBR.
All right, and there you have it. Of course, with G2 Esports, MIBR, we talked about it before. These teams, Mimi, they are certainly familiar with each other. As we saw the breakdowns in these rosters specifically, we know that there is a lot of pressure here that is going to be coming for both of these teams for this opening matchup.
A rematch in the middle finals, two teams with super high expectations and getting that probably their hardest match to start.
All right, now, of course, before the match, we do want to ask everyone to please join us in a moment of silence to honor the passing of Zhao, the younger brother of MIBR, Sasi. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate your time, and we, of course, thank you. And we want to send our love to Sasi. We want to send our love to MIBR. We want to send our love to Sasi's family in this time. Thank you so much once again. All right, so Now let's go ahead and refocus here as we get ready for this matchup. Map select should be coming up in a moment. And we know both of these teams coming into this one, a lot of passion out there on the field today, especially with the news that happened. But I think more importantly, I think everyone's out here really to just give us the best show possible.
Absolutely. I think especially for MIBR getting a redemption from that 0-3, it was a really dominant loss for them in that middle final. Looking at the maps, though, I want to talk about the changes to the pool. I think both these teams benefit from it. That Abyss going out was not a favorite of MIBR's. You say exactly the same with the Corrode for G2. Bringing back in maps that historically were strong for both of these cores as well. I think it's going to be a very interesting change-up from the last time these teams played.
You can actually see, I don't know if you guys heard, but players were doing a 1-2-3 for Saucy there, so that's pretty dang cool. A lot of passion, a lot of emotion coming into this one for MIBR. But great points there that, Mimi, you bring up, right? A lot of changes coming into this one, Emily. And you have a lot of map changes. You have a lot of agent changes. And these players, too, right? G2 learned so much coming out of Santiago. And MIBR, well, they had to watch all these players learn so much at that event.
Yeah, especially feeling like we should have been there. We were one map away in that first best of 3 to actually qualify. And G2, they got the same results. But the thing that they benefited from was getting that new playstyle incorporated. Valorant being able to call at a different pace with that double duelist by leaning into that. And now we are here, starting off with Lotus, which Mimi was right. This is a map that both teams are pretty strong on. So I think it's going to be very intense. I expect for G2 to kind of slow down their pace just a little bit and play into the more of push and pull that comes with Lotus.
Could you, though, theoretically, to Josh RT's idea, which was that they want to be aggressive, could you theoretically not do the push and pull and instead opt for that more aggressive play style here on Lotus?
I mean, you could, but I feel like with G2, that's what they're so good at. They're so good at controlling the map, and I feel like they can still do that with aggression. They can assert dominance by kind of going for these certain defaults and kind of conditioning the map, but I think that they're still going to try and play it strategically. I don't think it's going to be absolutely running it down.
Sure, I think attack side, I would expect to see a fair amount of 4-1s for G2. This is one of Leaf's best maps, in my opinion. When he plays the Viper here, I think he's really an expert at how he's pushing, pulling on the extremity, oftentimes being that A-lobby lurker who's re-walking into that space late round and providing so much pressure, or when it starts in A-lobby default, being that late embed to call back to. Valen is a very comfortable caller on this map. Taking a look at the composition, the Neon's not a surprise, but seeing that second controller be the Harbor instead of the Viper certainly is.
Yeah, I feel like there's really, they lose a lot of stall when they switch over to that defensive half. They have the vibes being able to be that Senti and kind of anchor down, especially towards that C or A side that we know so well. But I feel like having the Harbor, I don't know what to expect when they get to that second half.
I feel like the push wall is good for both sides. Getting a lot of control, getting a lot of space.
With that ultimate.
That ult, being able to run up behind it, it should be good. It should work out. I think the wall might be okay for a little bit of C executes or being annoying towards that A site. But I'm really looking for the defensive side to be able to use that push wall to take that A main space, to re-clear B main really well, and maybe even set up traps outside of C.
Yeah, before the agent changes, I think we would have probably expected to see Baby Bay locking in the chamber on this map, that op that he's been so good at. But I think seeing the Vice picked up reflects an expectation of seeing a Neon on the other side for both teams. I think that's one of the hardest counters to actually full stall out that agent and fix your C site, especially for G2 playing without that Viper. Focus on MIBR, though. They're sticking to the double duelist. Aspas locking in that raise here is interesting.
So Zekin just gaslit us in that interview.
Playing a little more passive. He locks the most aggressive agent right now.
Just feel so deceived by you, man. I thought we were tight, and turns out you're just a dirty liar. No,
never trust someone from New Jersey.
Whoa, Liz is watching. She's probably
Liz is trustworthy. Okay, I take it back. I'm sorry.
Liz is watching, bro. Oh man, hey, but look, this is it is definitely a fascinating thing that you always see Aspas, like we always have this conversation about him needing to be the guy that would play like X character, X agent, this role, this jet, blah, blah. But like he's clearly trying to do different things to fit within whatever the team is asking of him to do here. At least that's my take.
Yeah, I feel like maybe with this, we're gonna see him playing a little bit more into that role that we are all expecting of the super hyper aggression.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe being paired up with Zekin, zooming together might be the key. That being said, I also want to see him op more, just in general. I feel like he does a good job when he picks up the op, even if it's...
You want Zekin too?
both. Zekken or Aspas. And I think it works out because with one, you could take a lot of space, but with the other, you can play more passive.
Folks, let's send it over to your casters who are confident that they could be the next Baby Bay. Actually, they told me that themselves. Here's Bren and Sideshow. Good luck, teams, or pick them up.
Don't do it.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I've already had my time in the sun. I think we're trying to 1v1 Baby Bay in the past. Didn't go well for me.
Yeah, it didn't go well, did it?
No, I almost got an entire broadcast taken off air as well. But regardless, let's focus in. Let's talk about a match. It's MIBR versus G2. Two of our juggernaut teams in Americas, by the way. It should be a phenomenal matchup. And they've got skin in the game off the rip here for stage one for our opener for us. Well, second match of the opening day, I guess, as well. Because this is an MIBR squad that ended up bombing out. Adeska was already talking about it. They went through that gauntlet in the kickoff and just really spiraled out of the tournament entirely in those BO5s. G2 were waiting there in the middle finals. They were the one who bested them.
3-0, and it saw Aspas dropping an absolute stinker as well, going -20, which is a rare performance from one of the greatest players we have in the game. What a clash here this could be.
Yeah, it's 4v5. The bodies are stacked up, and it might be dropping at a moment's notice. It's all quiet for now, but it's going to get explosive soon enough. There it is. Stuns ricocheting off the back of it, and the pistols need to be well trained and aimed at these corners. The util, impeccable stuff. Another one, why not? Throw it down at the feet. Just a temper that aggression at G2, but they have evened it out into a 2v2. Almost immediately at that, but still it's all Trent.
That's nice from Trent, actually, just holding that angle for a little bit longer, expecting Verno to go for an info peek. Valen had the chance to slow the round down, and now it's just a perfect opportunity to do so. Tex has got no idea where these guys are going around the map. I mean, he's going to have information if they do end towards C.
He's out in the open though here. G2 perfectly happy to wait this one out, let the round stew a little bit. You have a player advantage.
Tex feeling like they're going in the opposite direction now, though. He took a glimpse over towards the A line, didn't see anything.
Yeah.
He's thinking, well, of course they weren't hiding on A. That's exactly what G2 were doing.
Waiting it out for now, but now looking to get a bit of space up onto this A site. The diligence here, making sure that they clear all the angles.
Spike planted.
Now the plant finally down as well, but Tex has got one hell of a meal in front of him. A 1v2. Not much util to his name. Single flash. Might not even want to use it, might just want to keep the gun out entirely. And a pretty standard affair from G2, doubled up. Looks like a high-low, active over towards that tree side, and as soon as signs of life spotted Tex, just needs to get a one, but the bullets need to be good on his side. Classic in hand is a tough job, horn towards his back, and G2 got it all handled here. Explosive to begin, and then tempered towards the end, but it's a pistol round under the belt for G2.
Yeah, you see that G2 was super ready for the haunt that was a plan to come in if it had been a normal rubble fight. Instead, it's a refight from MIBR. They take the aggression on a slightly delayed timing, about 5 seconds into the round. And there were multiple chances for both teams to call it off. And, you know, settle into a 3v3 or a 2v2.
Yo, you stole my kill, bro. You stole my kill.
Yeah, okay. It's the kind of energy we're bringing in.
Zekken's pulled out the Bucky. Buying down to 550 in the second round.
Respect it. I respect it. You're on Neon, why not?
See if you can get something done with a character that really suits the shotguns in hand.
Yeah, shotguns on either side.
And since they've heard a little bit of noise over towards Mount, this is where maybe I want to gamble. And look, another refight, very similar to round one. Except this one reactive based off the noise of where G2 are taking space.
Gaunt stun, coming around a corner here. Jogger's ready with that judge in hand, and just going to be putting them into a bit of a blender. Making mincemeat of a variety of players that MIBR just trying to offer themselves up here. They will be falling shortly. Too much to overcome.
In the meantime, Benvay's taking all of this space over towards B.
He's going to be calling for space here, but they found the last straggler. Verno picked off. 2-0 nice and early here for G2. It's healthy going into the bonus. Only one player going down. That was George.
So far, you're already seeing the ideas of both of these teams are bringing in. MIBR want to take the fight to G2. They want to find them around the map and force big teamfight brawls where the double duelist comp can have an edge. And G2...
Not let me get the orb and gave me the orb and the plant. How do you even do that?
Yeah, and that's left Trent 2 away from getting his ult online. Might not be able to play for it necessarily. Depends whether MIBR give them free space on A. I don't think anything's free against MIBR.
No.
They're going to force a team fight to take anything around the map.
This time off the rip. No patience. No tempering of it already. Zekken's just there. Going to be planning himself over towards the rubble section. Judge in hand. And this is G2. Squarely postured. Unable to take a lot of that space early on. Zekin's going to make sure to absorb up a lot of it here. It's going to be able to get very good mid-round information.
Spamming that and breaking it, just to make sure that MIBR would be able to put pressure in that direction.
What is that?
Ajorg was not expecting the wall to be there for starters, and Aspas behind it, super confident. They thought the wall was over towards C again.
Cleaned him up in a moment's notice, but it goes both ways. Is that just blind fire through the smoke? Yes, it is.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, Aspas gone. Tex now. Next up, there's no wall to give him that timing, but he takes the peek anyway. That's instinctual from him. Have a chance to re-peek. Potentially there. Difficult fights on offer, but Tex is still confident for it.
That's lovely.
Coming out swinging, and Zekin now, he spotted out where the last two are, but that is not the gun for the job at hand, Baby Bay. Level of awareness, he's just spotted it out wide, almost going down, shredded down to 14, but he's managed to crack open a bit of a section of this map over towards A now.
Yeah, an intelligent way for Baby Bay to take the fight, backing up as far as he could from the angle so the judge is less favored. He gets to see Zekin before Zekin can see him as well. A chance here, there is still a chance.
You're gonna get a move on, but you gotta also hold this one off because the bullets are rattling down on your heads. There's 12 seconds remaining. The C's is lightning fast. Mazzino is ensuring that he puts a stop to any sort of activation of that plant.
And it's pretty clean in the end, isn't it, from MIBR as they sweep through. A lot of that round being based on the Vice utility and where Tex had placed it down. You want to be mixing it up. Your defensive setups have got to be mobile on a map like this. That trade comes through out of absolutely nowhere. Gets stuck inside the thorns, though.
Yeah, he might have heard a sound cue.
Yeah, he might have heard a sound cue off the back of that.
Aggro plays. Yes! There we go. That's what we need. That's what we need.
Fraud spells it out. What we've already been seeing. The aggression of the double duelist. That's what they need to be leaning into here. Very aggressive. C-mount control looks like a priority. This cove that's being placed down by G2 as well.
They're trying to break it as quickly as they can.
MIBR making sure that nobody can skirt past it and take control of C without them knowing the door switch flipped. Leaf is already inserting himself deeper over towards Rubble. A cautious tail being wove here by G2.
Well, now you know that C is a little bit weaker. You found the wall over towards B. If you can, you know, try to put pressure on A and C, you're going to weaken one of them for sure. Looks like the destination in mind for Valen is over towards A. Getting Leaf on the Omen just looks weird, man. There's a couple of roles in this game that we haven't touched on just yet that are strange.
Yeah.
I keep thinking it should be Leaf playing the Vice here.
Right.
Setting up for these lurk timings on defense, pushing out. Are MIBR going to fight this?
They're trying to get proactive ahead of this setup that could potentially be it. What is the util? Just a flash to play off and barely able to get the rifle under control. Just the one for Verno before he's traded out. Firefight's going away at G2.
It did actually catch G2 off guard a little bit, but the rifling was just wonky from MIBR.
Nade rebounding. There's only 27 seconds left into this one. Joel trying to play his team back in, but straight for it out. Whoa, Jorgamo!
They didn't even see him.
He's active! Locked in, but eventually shut down. Texto. Again, a hell of a task for him in a 1v3. Late to the party. Already with that forward pressed up position. Trent ensuring that he shuts it down. 3-1 here for G2.
It's a great beginning for them. They've also put pressure now on MIBR's economy. Starting to build up to old cycles of their own too. MIBR want to take these fights. I mean, this one was forced as well.
Yeah.
This is not a normal way that you would look to try to re-clear over towards Rubble. It's off the back of one paranoia. I mean, to be fair, like I said, they almost got it working, but Verno took a while landing the shots onto the second player, and Mazzino couldn't do anything with the open door. Economy broken for MIBR.
Yeah.
Some players could have bought up more than they did, but they're choosing just to keep the coffers safe.
Plenty of opportunities here for Leaf to thrive with that Outlaw.
Yeah, he's still going to be lurking, still going to be buying the Outlaw.
Very controlled by G2. As much as it has been explosive from both sides, opting into these gunfights, but G2 are making sure that they can pick apart the map, find out where the walls are being laid.
Oh, it's definitely G2 trying to control the aggression right now, isn't it? And MIBR, as you heard from Frog, wanting to take the aggressive option whenever possible.
Aspas was full armor. Able to limp away.
I think they might have got the wrong read off that, though. Aspas looking big and looking confident there has driven them into the stack.
That's where the Vice setup is. Thorns are going to be deaded, though. Possibly preemptively. They're going to be ricocheting off to the back, and that is a ton of util flooding in. Blind as anything, MIBR still looking to see if they can hold their ground. Aspas is into the fight, 10 HP, but he does have that showstopper. Ults could be committed. In fact, they are on the side of G2, feeling like it's getting a little bit dicey. So Nightfall from Trent, at least to see if he can push the players back and away. MIBR will concede at most of that space.
Yeah, they really need a pick, even 2 picks before Aspas feels like committing the showstopper. On 10 HP as well, your chances of it working are so low.
Very slim. More likely that you're going to be spammed down. And going for the long corners, looks like here for MIBR. They're just...
Yeah, this might be a die to spike kind of vibe.
Yeah.
We'll see. Valen's one away from getting his ult, and that's a huge one for the attackers. So I think the percentage play here is probably just a die to spike.
Go, go, go.
Kill from Zekken. Time running short. Looks like they want to make a go for this one, but still players waiting to receive with open arms. They shut down and slap down this MIBR squad.
Different calculus being done there on the MIBR side. Maybe thinking that they can get closer to their own ultimates, and it's worth just trading it out, just assuming that Valen's going to be able to pick up an orb or get a plan, you know, some way of being able to get that ult online anyway.
The war chest is starting to brim up, isn't it, for G2?
Well,
it's online.
It is, but it kind of is on the other side as well. Yeah, the economy's not good for MIBR, but they're one away from Vice Ultimate, Fade Ultimate, Aspas with a showstopper. There are many, many tools for MIBR to start getting this map under control, but it has to come now.
Go, go, go.
Another fight offered up. See the way that these teams operate in it. A ton of Yuto going to be exchanged back and forth. Switch flipped. Mazina with a peek, and that is like a Ferrari, just comes out of nowhere and rips Lee's head clean off.
Look at how MIBR are faking the rubble fight, trying to draw out Valen's ultimate. He's being patient with it, though, at the moment.
Deep space from Aspas as well over towards that C-mount area. Calling for the pause, though, now.
This is one of those rounds where MIBR cannot invest fully into a big team fight brawl because Valen's ult could swing the tide in the G2's favor at any point. So MIBR have got to try to bait it out. They've got to look like they're posturing aggressively in one area and try to drop back a little bit. And they've gotten themselves into a 5v4 by playing like that already. This wall has been towards B basically every round apart from the pistol.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Tex mix it up a little bit, but maybe he's just thinking double thorns on C is good enough.
They have been fighting actively for that C-mount control, so maybe feeling like most of the rounds they can have a player posted deep, getting the info regardless.
A nice aggressive duelist player.
Yeah, it's Aspas.
30 seconds
Slow the
left.
control of the map. You can see just from the position at MIBR. Incredibly passive, looking to absorb any sort of lurks. They know that G2 like to cut noise and contact up as much as they possibly can, but look at it activate now. There's only 20 seconds remaining. The paranoia saved for a situation like this. MIBR, though, not deterred, swinging straight into the wall. Seconds there to trade it out. Showstopper! Aspas is there. Just collect the 1 kill, needs to get the rest of his team in, and time is of the essence. G2, they're going to get this plant down, but it's just Trent. 1 man alone, and a tap, and time ran fully out of his favor.
What a round from
Zeno with a
Mazina.
3-piece. That is nice work.
Yeah, the opening shot was beautiful as well. Taking down Valen. MIBR, they're showcasing that they can play a more passive look to the game as well. Once they got into an advantage, 5v4, dropping back. Still applying a little bit of pressure, but always making sure that they could be the ones flooding back in with the showstopper.
Yeah.
Aspas in his really passive position, just holding that stairs push and then ready to use the ult. Always keeping in mind the win condition for the round. It's a good sign for MIBR.
Trying to claw their way back up to a bit of a level scoreline and a different setup entirely for MIBR. They are full aggro. All the aggression in the world over towards that C-mount area. G2 have read this and recognized it and now going for the quick reaction, but they are looking to get slowed down by this Vice setup. Tex is there, has Thorns, will want to dead them. All up in their face, door closing into their face. Tex just needs to hold on to that backside control. Ensure that his team can get back in nicely here. These are ult expended.
That's a nice harbor ult position to leave it in.
The wall's going to be causing issues, but a quick hop up towards that high ground box. Back down again. This is ult's being expended again with the Nightfall scattering across. Steel Garden looking to take away some of these guns. The time again, but that overdrive, that's not going to be removed out of the grips of Zekken. He's going to use it to light them up and see if he can pave a bit of a way to victory. Wide swing, and Zekken running a mockery over him and a galvanizing into that round.
Ridiculous situation to end it there. Tripled up in tree. Both Vice players utilizing their ultimates in that round, but yeah, I mean, Zekken at no point particularly affected by that. He's got the laser gun out at all times.
He's just describing his, I'm just going to track them all. Yeah, okay, they were lined up.
So oh my He's just full strafing away from them at all times as well. So difficult as a target to hit.
Well, that round was chaos. It was pretty much every ult expended, right?
It was,
that they
yeah.
had.
Yeah, it was
On
literally
either
just
side.
dump the ult bag as much as you possibly can, because that was the round that knocks G2's economy finally down.
Yeah.
It's G2 that have been in control of this map, basically from the beginning, and now this is the time where MIBR are favored to equalize. So, well worth it on both sides to just be throwing ults into that situation. And MIBR, I mean, I like it. Again, the fact that they're confident enough to be able to push out one side of the map, leave Tex alone completely on an island, but confident enough that he's going to be able to delay for them still to play retake properly. Tex, I was saying the last time that these two teams played, we were talking about kickoff, how much pressure MIBR were under, how devastated they must be to have not made Santiago, honestly.
Yeah.
But in the match that they played against G2, G2 3-0'd them. And I said that Aspas had an unusually poor performance. Tex also, playing against his former teammates, just wasn't able to find his rhythm at all. So the fact that he's able to take positions like that, solo anchoring A, and be such a key anchor position in how the round works.
Yeah, even if it's not just the kill, it's just the delay.
Yeah.
You know, buying time for the rest of his team to get in position.
The delay, the positioning, making sure that MIBR are ready for it, and then a massive scrap in terms of ultimates where MIBR were patient and didn't just walk into G2.
There.
No real switch up from MIBR. Still
There.
looking to play towards the strengths of their composition. This time, both the duelists in one place. Very similar setup, just reversed essentially from them. Satchel a little bit too early, but all good. MIBR full throttle over towards A.
But the difference is the wall is not here, right? So Tex has one less tool to be able to delay this if G2 go full guns blazing on C.
It'll get very tricky, especially with the smoke propped up, because again, he doesn't know if they're just lurking up behind this one.
No more thorns.
Util's being picked apart here. Not choosing to detonate it, but series of unknowns swirling in the back of his mind as it sees the ult into the back. Is at least going to be done, taken out, but there's the Thorns. Lay it down, hold on. That's a bit of anti-synergy. I mean, Tex is able to just really hold his own. Batter down the hatches.
Yeah. He does a great job, though. He gets seen by the Omen, seized, and then he dodges the Neon stun anyway.
Yeah.
In theory, Jorgamo should be able to land an easy stun, but Tex is wily with it. And that lets him come back around and delete the entry player for G2. Very nice anchoring so far from Tex.
Team looking to see if they can square up here. Wide face by Leaf. A jar with a movement. Taking liberties now. As the site opened up, Zekken is still here, still active, still alive, and as long as he's in the server, he's a bit of a problem for them. Damage being done, and that is pure disrespect.
What's his secondary weapon?
He's preparing for London, mate.
You can't be telling me that that's the optimal play.
It's just unbelievable.
I saw a knife kill earlier this morning in EMEA from a player that had used both of the shots in their shorty. And in that situation, I'm like, yeah, okay. Here he's got a shorty, bro. He has a shorty, and he pulls out the knife instead.
Nice, Zach. There we go. Get your one, baby. Get your
It's
one.
about sending a message.
Yeah, he's really sending a message.
9 and 6. Top of the scoreboard.
Tex is expecting an adjustment here. He's anticipating a B hit. So he's put Thorns with the wall now on B. And he is so right.
Constant adjustment to the setup. The Thorn's going to be used nice and early.
It's a perfect read.
Wall potentially, yeah. It's spotted out and even triggered. So a couple of obstacles at least removed from G2's path.
And early on as well. So really nice proactivity from G2 to bait it out and not overcommit inside of it. And now, anytime that you bait out that level of Vice Util, I think you can go back over towards C. Because you know that Tex is not going to have the same tools to be able to work with.
Gonna hold on to control, get that information, but spotting the Neon. Don't really want anything to do with that.
Here comes Zekken on the long rotate to provide some backup.
And Tex very much alone, though, this time around. Walls up. Looking to see if they can bait bits and pieces more. This Util, Baby receiving his pressure again. Aggro plays, but Verno, as soon as that switch is flipped, he does not feel safe. Quick evacuation out of main, and the decision is made to go over towards the B site, but Thorns removed. G2, though, they've got that firepower, the weapons, rifles, all trained on the right places. Crack open the B site, two-player advantage
left.
towards them. Plan can go down with safety in numbers. Watching for any sort of tomfoolery, Tex and Zekken. How the hell do you fight your way out of this one? The angle's watched. Smoke's propped up, and there's a shorty. Good awareness from Jorg.
Tex is just looking to hold on to the rifle at this point, isn't he? Looking to back it all the way up.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful round called by Valin there. I thought they were going for the B fake into the C pivot, and instead they fake it again. Pump faking over towards C and still end on B after they baited out all of that Vice utility early in the round. And they completely caught the MIBR guys over towards the blue room. Look at this. Just walking through the smoke one by one straight into Leaf and Trent. Behind the play.
Yeah, maybe thinking they were ahead of it for the pace that G2 called.
Yeah, Verno was just spiraling backwards, wasn't he? Because he tried to get on that deep B angle, and he just had to bunny hop out of there.
We haven't really mentioned it too much, but Lotus coming back into the map pool. It's a big win for G2.
Yeah, it is.
KRÜ out is a map that they've been struggling with. Got into the floor as well. Lets them try and play their way in over towards that C-mount angle, but no aggro play from MIBR. It's again just Tex anchoring. This time with the wall.
Yeah, with the wall. He's being a bit greedier for himself now, just in case G2 sends something in his direction. And MIBR getting second posted up with a judge on a front B side.
Aspas is on a bit of a perch here. Might be able to see over the smoke now. It's a little bit too high for him.
Yeah, that's risky. It's specifically
a lot to account for.
Yeah, it's so tough.
Triple face! Oh my!
Oh, they knew.
You'll be listening to the comments at a moment like that. Mazzino, just the one before the trade is online. G2 barrel over these A players. The entire data site now theirs. Fast and loose, though, is the approach from MIBR. They want to try and take this one with risks in mind. That's how you even the scales.
It's a great stun. Pressure from behind onto Valin. He had a Prowler in front and a stun behind. Nothing he could do.
33. Rifle now committed. Cuts away the sound cues. Verno's not going to be able to hit too much, but again, the shots are still there, and he's found the slightest of gaps to play around with Baby down and out. This is G2 with their backs pressed against the wall. It's awkward positions in terms of the anchor. Planted out wide against it, and they're just spotting back of the heads from a couple of these players. All called out, the comms clean. Now Leaf's position noted. One man and a 1v2. What can he do in a spot like this? Verno sticking already. The onus on Leaf, and Zekken honed in, locked in. Ensures that nothing goes awry.
Would have been a lovely time for Leaf to try to throw out a floating one-way smoke. Zekken and Verno have got that locked up. The MIBR coordination looks like it has improved since kickoff. And maybe that's a low bar to say that you have to just be improving over time. When you just haven't seen a team for so long.
I mean, it's been like 2 months.
Yeah, these teams have taken completely different roads recently just because of the final games that were played at kickoff. We know what G2 have been up to recently. This composition, obviously, a big shift away with the meta change, but MIBR, if they're coming into stage 1 and they've done a lot of grinding, they could be a team to pay some serious attention to.
It's opened up again the aggressive proactivity. MIBR making sure that they are always keeping players deep pushed, getting information.
This insertion from Jogamo, though, is different, new, interesting.
Yeah, and he's got a shotgun too. Bucky could do some serious work here. Call is being made. He missed it! Oh, he's just missed the timing, hasn't he? Being pressured from either side. The call was made now by MIBR, looking to clean up the space over towards A, but G2 running rings around them. Mazzino barely able to get the hell out of there.
I think he blinded the whole bunch, though.
Might have slowed him down just a bit so he can play his life out and in around that pillar. Doesn't want to give it up too much. The weaponry's still a bit weak here for G2. Not too much in terms of what they can work with, but the Stingers will do nevertheless still.
Spike down, C.
MIBR with the rifles, one hell of an advantage, and they're making sure to use it to its fullest. Weak as anything and being played into perfection. Zekken.
Yeah, that's how you want to see the Neon be used.
Yeah, putting his body on the line.
This one, a light by round. Valin might want to keep this. Jorg, I think, would be perfectly happy running a judge or something like that into the next. And Valin decides to commit in.
Yeah.
But MIBR guaranteeing a worst-case scenario, an even half after G2 were running things early on. What were they up, 4-1?
Yeah.
I think it's a great recovery.
Almost dragging it.
Ah, man. Jorg, he has the Bucky out. And just as he goes to break the door, meets Zekken on the other side. Moments before disaster.
Yeah. One more round to be played in this half.
And we get Aspas with an operator.
It's been full-on aggression from MIBR, start to finish. This might be one of the rounds where they do look to slow it down. At least up towards the A side of the map. Deep B pressure already exerted by MIBR.
Yeah, Zekken is not slowing things down.
No. Pushed all the way out. Still a shotgun, but just a stinger for Jorg. Orbs picked up, ults built up.
What does this look like for G2? Do they clear this? Do they think about it?
Space was taken so early on, and the Prowler does connect, so pretty critical stuff. Ult's going to be used just to see if they can clear this one out. Spam onto the corner. Verno, he was looking to see if he can offset some of that pressure. How about the evacuation for Zekken to get the hell out, but he's paid for it with his life.
It's a big loss. It also means that MIBR are lacking quite a bit of information in the final minute of this round. But they're so close to massive ultimates. Tex and Aspas one away from round-changing ults.
Yeah.
Bring them down.
Playing retake B as well to try to dodge this Vice ult from Baby Bay.
Deep ult now. All the ults going to be expended, at least for that Steel Garden. Clears the way over towards B. Nade to buy a bit of time, Aspas. One more kill, he will get that showstopper online, but his position, it's not ideal. He's just looking for a chance to just get involved. There's walls in your face. Slipping in through the back. Mazino is caught. Flanks accounted for. Baby Bay has his eye on it.
This is a massive 1v1 on the flank here. If Tex wins it, he gets Vice ult.
Vitally important if the kills go his way. Aspas has an ult turned up, but he's 17 HP. And the ult, oh my! Showstopper rebounds against the floor, finds his way forwards, but Tex is dropped anyway. Zekken, when it rings, overdrive is there, but 7 HP. Surely not. How can he do it? Time running short, and one bullet will do the job. Baby Bay, 3 kills in a round for him. And he drags it level 6-6.
Great to see Baby Bay back, top of the scoreboard in Americas, looking comfortable. Santiago was a little bit shaky for the guy, but he's coming up with some huge moments for his team. Like I said, that duel on the flank was important, especially with Aspas doing this. If he had lost that or lost the clutch, the half would be in a much worse spot. G2 survive.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even as anything between these two squads. 6-6 here on Lotus. Skin in the game off the rip here. Normally, you know, it's hard, I think, to see the reason, the light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to, you know, the stages, the group stages in general in terms of the stakes. But this really is a battle for the top of the groups between these two squads right here in week one.
It really is. Group Alpha, you are looking at these two teams as being heavy favorites as the #1 seed coming out of it into playoffs. And I don't think that's underselling the other teams particularly. Like G2 and MIBR they're just stacked with talent. It's outrageous. We thought that MIBR were going to be one of our representatives heading to Santiago, and then they crashed down through the bracket multiple times. G2 helping them along the way, a quick push down the cliff.
That's why MIBR look at the show that these 2 months that they've had, they've not been taking time off.
Well, they had a very aggressive approach to the defense, didn't they? So I think G2 will be expecting something similar here.
But they just contact up. They cut all noise, walking up as much as they possibly can. And Trent was even the first one spotted. MIBR ready for the repeat. Sees the signs of life, though. That switch has flipped. Thorns will delay. Potential to get G2 in position. There's a 3-player flank as well occurring. A lot of pressure now going to be onto Tex, but what can you do with just that Sheriff? Turns out quite a lot. There's 1 kill there! Make it 2! That is filthy work!
Giacomo just flew into the bullet.
Quick little jump spot. Gets the acknowledgement that Mazino was looking for. Waiting for it though. Stun waited out. Ricochets for now needs to be dealt with, and it is indeed. The horn broken. Wall is making it awkward here. It really changes the dynamic of this site, but aggression still seems to be the name of the game. MIBR not content to sit back. They want to see if they can take this one. Crossing off names on the server, but Trent, no more bullets. Has to commit to the reload. Time is ticking, and again the onus on him. He's got to push forwards here. No more time left to play for in a round like this. MIBR seal it up. Pistol round for them on that second half.
G2 with so much utility actually to commit to that retake, but decided to go on the triple flank after pushing out C. And I think Tex is just such a hero here. Finding the first kill is, you know, about what you expect from him. But picking up a second onto Jorg, it suddenly just takes all the sting out of this flank retake. And I love the more dynamic post-plant look. G2 will tend to drop into static holds where they're holding crossfires and high-low layered setups. MIBR taking a page out of the more aggressive book where you are looking to actively hunt the retakers and disrupt them. It's always more fun to watch, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Throws the opposition off their game, too.
Yeah, it's really tough to play against. Yeah. But it's harder to execute yourself. It's easier to make mistakes and overheat and give away your life in spots like that.
Yeah, for sure. MIBR clearly have been hard at work in the time off.
Well, Aspas has picked up the Marshal here, which is normally a sign that you want to feed this guy a bunch of kills and see if you can get up the ult for round 15. But he actually didn't get a kill or a death on the pistol. It's kind of weird to see a guy come into round 14 with no ult points.
And still, door opens up. Mazino's going to take that first contact with Leaf cleaned up. There's more players where that came from. G2.
Clash on C as well.
Yeah, they're hovering around this direction. Texas actually opened things up over towards that C side, but I think this might be just a full speed ahead. Go ahead. And a quick cleanup, for the rest of the stragglers. G2 laying into the sidelines.
Some very weak players, but generally speaking, fairly clean for MIBR. They could afford to lose one player in the midst of all of that. And so the economy is going to be actually pretty good for their bonus.
Jungle still. Nice!
Zekin's more excited that they picked up the gun towards the end of the round. All right, I mean, absolute classic bonus round idea. Guys, we have weaker weapons, let's go B.
Let's go B. It's the rank classic.
It really is.
Got to call it, man.
Well, and that's why G2 have got a wall there.
Yeah, ready as well to respond. They do have players in position. Just in case. Smokes, Prowler. Second as well, looking to see if he can bait this one out. Open over towards the top. Aspas went a bit of a head of that one. Communication not quite clear, but the wall just completely cuts him out of the picture.
I think Zekin was pausing because he heard the wall right in front of him and got caught by the C's as well. But like you're saying, slight miscommunication on how they wanted to take that.
Harbor wall, it's cheeky stuff. Cuts off any sort of attempt of a pivot over towards the C side. It's normally what you'd want to do if the B hit goes wrong.
Leaf's position is devious with the door open as well. You're just not clearing this properly, I don't think.
Tex might be considering it. Stun though and a peek. Ready to activate off of all that pressure.
Really nice trap.
Prowler's good too. Trent's going to get the acknowledgement. Players are still lying in wait over towards B, but the door flipped open. Looking to see if he can gain some space over towards the C side. The Thorns detted. Bebe looking to play his life.
Still a slide available for Zekin here and a judge in hand.
Could do some damage.
Potential for chaos.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to fight even further forwards. Why not? Risks to be taken in a round like this. It's a bonus round. Might as well go for it, but through the wall on either side here. Zekin does have chances, opportunities potentially with that judge, but again, it's just backs against the wall. G2, you know they're going to be playing this disciplined style.
Spike.
Not going to let anything slip, but Zekin strikes when the iron's hot. Found that slightest of window opportunities and even picks up an upgrade in the process, but Jorgamo right from behind. Unanticipated, unexpected, and it looks to be that insurance policy. Eventually cleaning up Mazino, but Zekin's still a player in his own right. Looking to see if he can really take over. It's 3 in a round, he's healthy, he's got that rifle and plenty more bullets. Damage done, ISOing the fight, and Ace is available. Ready and waiting for the taking. Jorg will shut it down.
Almost an unbelievable moment from Zekin there. 18 and 11, looking super hot.
My God.
Jorgamo handles it towards the end, credit to him, but at the same time, yeah, look at this. kind of. In fact, I don't think he meant to commit with the blast pack. I think he might have put the blast pack down and tried to cancel it and just been stuck there. Anyway, the story of the round is what happened towards the end rather than towards the beginning. Valen's very happy that they ended up securing it. Of course he is, but the damage is still horrible.
Yeah, look at economy.
They won the round and they're having to eco.
Yeah,
that is never a good sign.
You've seen a Judge No Armor Bandits online.
You could make an argument that Zekken's essentially won the previous round for them.
Yeah.
Doesn't go up on the top of the board, but it's almost as good as.
Big knock to the economy. G2 going for an aggro play of their own when they've got the weaker buy. Deep towards A rubble.
I mean, wouldn't it be an amazing moment for Jorgamo to do something similar of his own?
He's got a rifle. Flip switched again.
Now Verno, you're the player with the spike.
You can't be doing that. Can't be doing that.
Through a slowing wall.
Yeah. Not ideal.
Well, that is nice from Azino, though. Utilizes the teleport to be able to get through the harbor wall, bait out the vice wall, and still get out. Perfectly played. Not a point of damage done either.
But still, on the other side of this one, that's Leaf waiting, Judge in hand. He could do some serious damage to this one. Prowler forward stun over the shoulder. Zekken's there, but even out. Horn dealt with on top of it. Trying to follow the sound cues, but not realizing the Tex has already inserted himself. He's found that lurk position. Jorg trying to get ahead of that. Sliding straight through it, and this guy is active as anything still. MIBR. Slam the door shut in their faces, now looking for that pivot option. Quick rotation and even faster plays on top of it. Valen is not letting them really get away with a thing. He's just trying to catch them unaware. But all handled, all accounted for. MIBR leading this map by 2.
Aspas even playing for the added bonus on top of being able to get the plant money and an extra ult for himself. Leaf getting outplayed in the Judge v Judge. Jorg nearly had his moment as well. He was the player with the hero rifle. Now G2 can buy again. They're behind by 2.
Nice!
Aspas went for the plant money, as I said, and the ult point in the previous round rather than trying to upgrade to a rifle. So he's coming in to this one with an outlaw. There are a bunch of targets, though, that he could go for with light armor.
Standard affair with a util. G2 not looking to opt into a bit of a rubble fight, just pushing back, breaking portions of it.
Bring them down.
Flash in, left side.
Yeah, some.
Wait, I can get bait over here, maybe. Oh, no.
Wait, I'm already have from B, guys. A start's good. Or you. Backside.
One more. I'm holding stairs. I'm holding stairs.
2 heaven remaining. 2
heaven. Throw heaven. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna ult heaven after.
I'm coming back to you guys.
One drop. I'm ulting. One stuff drop. I'm ulting him.
Yep. I thorn stairs.
Drop. Nice.
He's deep spawn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hunt early.
Now. It's planted. Damage? Any damage on him?
No.
Careful heaven. He can go heaven, Aspas. He can go heaven. I played like pussy. They have no smokes.
I have your stairs, Aspas. You can hold sight.
Yeah, can you go here?
I'll like this.
Perfect now. Guys, I first. Put that flash somewhere.
He should save. He should.
Yeah, he should. This guy was hiding here, the neon.
Nice fucking round, guys.
I shit on this guy.
Yes, sir. It's my dog.
Good shit, bro.
Let's go, bro.
Got
working these dogs.
So guys, they have harbor neon.
You can hear that. The comms from MIBR, I mean, it's interesting insight, isn't it? In the midst of all that chaos, they're looking to see if they can hunt down Baby, but it's all clear. The communication between all of them. Zekken as well, I love it. Silent duelist just running, taking liberties up and towards heaven.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that Verno was going to be looking to ult the guy, so I think he's looking to play off his teammates.
Yeah, and he knew he had a time sheet.
Yeah. But it's nice to hear insight from the teams in spots like that. It did look pretty clean. And I like the way that they were optimizing in the post plan as well to make sure that they didn't get overwhelmed by anything. G2 are forced to take a timeout at the back of that too. This is the second time that they've been ecoed in this half. In as many rounds. And one of them coming out the back of a round that they won.
Yeah.
So really tough situation for G2. They looked like they were in control of this game at the very beginning. And since then, MIBR have basically just been all gas, no brakes. From round 6 onwards, G2 have only won 3 rounds.
Yeah, the pace has been unbelievable, to be honest. Finding the right moments to strike. Zekken sitting at 21 kills.
Yeah, just to loop it back to what Mimi was talking about on the desk. One of the big win conditions she had for G2, just in general, not necessarily in this match, but across stage 1, is that Jorg needs to prove that he is the neon guy that everyone associates him as, right? I think clips of him playing neon for EG a couple years ago are just kind of like living rent-free in people's psyche. But Zekken's outplaying him here in terms of actual impact in the server. And, I mean, Zekken's an amazing player and an amazing Neon, so the more opportunity MIBR have to be able to run him on this, it's going to be tough to hold a candle to.
Yeah. It really is when you're up against Zekken. He's lauded as one of the best players in Americas.
So is Leaf, by the way, but playing on a very off roll at the moment and not really finding that same level of value that you would expect from the guy.
If you're expecting a turnaround, it's probably not going to be around like this one for G2. What is that?
Rack him up.
Zekken!
He's just feasting.
Listen, I know G2's on a lighter buy, but it's just filthy mechanically.
Yeah. The devious adjustment. The devious stuff that Zekken was doing when Neon was first broken in that off season. I say broken, and I mean broken.
Yeah.
But we never got to quite experience the most busted version of Zekken's Neon, I think. So we may be in for a treat this stage.
He's locked in.
And the maps that we have today, if they're playing double duelist on Lotus, they are definitely playing double duelist on Split and Buy.
It just makes sense, right?
Yeah. Almost everyone is playing double duelist on these maps. Now maybe they'll swap it up. Maybe we'll see some Neon Waylay, for example, combined if we end up there.
Last player standing.
One kill to Baby, but we'll lose the rifle as a result of it. Does build up to his ult.
The ults are starting to get to a huge spot. And
both teams again.
Yeah, considering that this next round either puts MIBR at map point or breaks the economy of, well, and breaks the economy of G2. Both teams are going to be hyper invested to throw ults into the next round.
That is rapid decision making.
Yeah, lovely on-the-fly target selection too.
Immediately switches up, recognizing that the Neon wasn't going to be ready to respond.
Zekken pulls out a judge in this round. So they've got some specific game plan that they want to go for.
And we mentioned how important it is. Everything is on the line here. G2, it's all about staying into the game for MIBR, get themselves up to map point.
Rickham's close.
Yeah, but they made cricket, bro.
One from B, here. Deep from B,
flash.
behind the tide.
When this smoke fades, I'm gonna flash. You take your shot. Okay.
Yep.
He may see the flash.
He's gonna walk through the wall soon.
Ready? Flash. 3, 2. Raise.
Close. Fight. I'm
2.
gonna B. Go.
Close. Neon. Backing up. Went stairs, no? No.
Yo, try
Paranoid
to
break. I have ult.
Let's try to play close break. Break. We're gonna split B. In B.
I have the pivot.
Heaven with the shotgun.
Here. I can ult.
In the heaven.
Stairs gap.
Fatal thing. I'm gonna fatal thing early. One in heaven smoke. Should be Neon. I can stun it for you guys.
I'm gonna ult into break. We gotta retake.
We should go quick. Sunny early. Hell. Still pit.
From B.
Pit. Nice.
Break with shotgun.
Break and B. From B left side and break. I'm gonna look for break kill.
He's gun. He's facing.
Covering the bomb. You're getting grabbed.
He ran away. Heaven.
Yeah,
wait.
break.
I heard a break. Break. Double swing.
Wait, 3.
I'm just on.
Half. Face. Nice! Let's go, Jake. Good round, Jake.
Let's go.
Come on, brother.
That is one hell of a way to turn around like that. I mean, G2, backs against the wall. The site was entirely theirs for MIBR. And when we were talking about how important it was for the economy, listen, a couple of their players did end up dropping, but wooden around, keeping it together.
When Aspas gets these two, I thought it was good.
I thought it was done.
Yeah. He takes down Jokuma and Baby Bay. Valorant getting big value out of the kit too, though. Pushing these people completely out of the site with the Harbor ultimate, and then Cove on to be able to get a guaranteed half. But look at the timeline. That's only the 4th round that they've been able to get in so long.
You got to keep it going. One step at a time, one round at a time. Very aggressive, though. Off the rip here to respond to the util. Paranoia jogs forwards with that judge in hand, and he's skipping, hopping, taking the liberties with it now, and just trying to avoid the eye with a horn tagging up onto him. He's out of there.
What a movement.
Like a thief in the night.
Avoiding the value that Werner was looking to get. Tex on the other side of the map, trying to open things up, seeing if he can equalize things for MIBR. Baby Bay's just jump spotting this. Baby Bay also has ult. Would hate to go down in a spot. Looking to just play this one as slowly as possible.
MIBR looking to see if they can contact their way in, but not quite. Mazzino's got that paranoia off the contact, catching the players. The TP accounted for Mazzino.
Almost a prediction name there.
He's locked in. Knows exactly where these players are lying in wait as they look to retreat out of the site. It's G2 We've been cut to pieces.
And they know that Tex is lurking around somewhere behind too, so G2 have got to either up the pace really fast before Tex can get into position, or constantly be worried about their backs.
Still Garden, ult's expended.
It's not
now.
great.
It's not great as a pocket to play in, and that means the rifles remain intact. Util's going to be swatted down out of their faces, and wall up to see if G2 can play in towards it. TP, Mazzino barely getting out of dodge, barely alive, but it comes down to the sharper shooting and sharper aim at that. Collecting up, corralling up these kills. The players are dropped just like that. MIBR, they find their way to that 12th round.
What a complete dismantling of that C defensive setup. G2, 2 players posted on top of it. A high-low, broken almost immediately. This is a 4v5 recovery from MIBR. That prediction from Mazzino as to where Leaf had disappeared to, and the fact that both of the defensive players split in opposite directions against the Paranoia.
Come on. I have to turn Verno up, hold on.
So those hours of Omen gameplay knows the limits of the agent. MIBR now on the precipice.
With an Aspas ult. And facing a double Bucky and a Sheriff, the buy is so bad.
Yeah, the Aspas ult is one thing, Zeko of a Judge is another. Deep TP, unaccounted for, not broken. Mazzino gets all that space towards backside. Deep push, it's reactive plays. Texas making sure to account for it with Leaf dropped. He's cut out the picture now. Spike handed over.
Planted.
For G2, this round means everything, but they don't even have the weapons to do it. Gotta hope that mistakes are made. MIBR offer themselves up. As it stands, it's a stalwart defense. Line now. They've got those ults waiting, ready. Overdrive is popped just to see if they can show a bit of chaos. Damage is being done. Showstopper avoided. Jorg with that Bucky. It's 1 kill. Barely there with a second. It's damage done, but unfortunately, it might just be done. Baby Bay can only do so much in a spot like that. 13-8 is the finish. MIBR. Absolute blinding pace that they play Lotus at, and they take it away. The first map in this series.
The double duelist look for MIBR, so clean, and that's G2's map pick. A map that coming back into the pool is almost like home territory for G2.
Yeah.
And MIBR just kind of blasted them, to be honest. Ever since round 6, fully in control. G2, they've won 4 times in a row against MIBR, the last time that these teams have faced up against each other. It's a rematch of a 3-0 that we saw in kickoff. It feels different.
Yeah, it does feel different. It's time well spent for MIBR. They've been biding their time, preparing, scrimming, practice for this occasion. They're looking to go one step further, potentially get their revenge for what happened in kickoff. Don't go anywhere. This match has been explosive, and I know you don't want to miss it.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
2v3 again. G2 with the suppression on Tex. That is tough. And Valorant delivers.
Precisa usar, mas agora tem o Soninho.
MIBR, they get the map win against G2 and Fraud. Towards the beginning of kickoff, you were going for an approach of Second that was playing a bit more passive on the controller. Then he started playing a bit more of the Yoru, and we just saw him running it down on the Neon. What was the mentality, what was the vision to make sure that the compositions with the Yoru changes were going to fit the team?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that was always the vision. I think kickoff we suffered from, like we've been saying, about lack of practice. We had some off-season stuff going on, so we really had to like make comfort and quicker decisions for kickoff just to like find something to go with, I guess. But we kind of knew that this is what we need to be doing, so we just needed that moment of time to get some more practice in, do some testing, and it was perfect to have that little break after we lost kickoff to really dive into what we've been planning on doing from the beginning.
We definitely want to see more of that Second running it down. Thank you so much.
MIBR pick up a much-needed win, because let's not forget, this is a squad that got taken to town multiple times. BO5s could not seem to get those wins, and they pick up this critical map win. Kind of sets things up for them. I actually did want to talk a little bit about what we were hearing Coach Fraud talk about in that interview, because he was discussing, you know, the lack of practice, the timing, all that stuff, and it does really feel like, from what we saw in that game, Mimi, an MIBR that clearly has an idea of their identity right now.
Yeah, I felt like MIBR in kickoff was behind a lot of other teams in the way that they were playing into the meta. There was a lot of agents that it felt like they kind of had to force because it didn't necessarily feel comfortable. I think especially with that waylay being prevalent then. But here, not only did I think the roles work very well for them, but also the way that they were team fighting and their commitment together looked so much better on than in kickoff. They were so slow that tournament. Their team fighting didn't look up to the standard of the other teams that ended up heading to Santiago. And here it was a complete 180. And the first half, these retakes exemplified it.
Yeah, it just felt like they were finally moving as a pack that we wanted to see them do, and Zekin was leading the way. He was making that momentum, make it able for the rest of the team to just flood in and be able to fight together. And not only that, majority of the time they were holding hands. We did see buddy systems or group systems, and it worked out well, because guess what? Almost every single retake was clear because they had really good spacing, really good trades. It's something that they suffered from earlier.
Yeah, I mean, like Mimi kind of touched on, the chemistry and team play is what was really lacking in kickoff. And then we come into this map, and that's literally all they were doing the entire game, especially on that defensive half. They were having those really quick retakes because they were willing to kind of just over-rotate and play a 5-man retake. I mean, the one that we saw with Zekin and his ult, just 5 flooding from heaven and him initiating it, and the team being that support, being like following him in without zero hesitation is what we wanted in kickoff.
Yeah, I liked how on the attack side as well, how aggressive they were in the post plants. G2's comp swapping in this Harbor instead of the Viper. You're sacrificing stall utility to have a stronger retake. And I liked how proactive they were to fight ahead of that utility and get early picks in these post plants to sure up the rounds instead of playing back.
I gotta say though, it makes me wonder, when thinking about how they played with the Harbor, it's like I could kind of see what their idea was or what they wanted to try and do here, but the problem was that they never got a chance, really, right?
Well,
am I reading that wrong? I felt like they never really had a chance to get the plan out because they were just getting punched in the face all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you could see them kind of going for those 4-1s that Mimi was talking about on their attack app. You saw them kind of trying to do that push and pull thing, but the fact that MIBR was just so ahead of them, willing to kind of rotate and brawl out and just literally, like I said, kind of full man retake onto them, the Harbor wasn't really having that much effect. They couldn't really stall too much when they're disrespecting everything, even when they swap sides.
Yeah, and a big part of the reason why they were able to do that was because of this guy right here on the Neon. It's Zekin, and this dude, we saw him in the Yoru jail. He was having to, handle a lot of that business, a lot of the messy work. But this time around, he's playing the Neon. He's zipping all over the place, and it feels like he's comfortable out there, Myrna.
Yeah, I really feel like his movement and just his insane, obviously, presence in the server with those frags was one of the main reasons why MIBR were successful. I mean, 360 ACS is incredible, but let's not forget, he is the reason why MIBR is no longer hesitating in a lot of those post plants, in a lot of those retakes, taking those early fights, and he's done such a good job at even entering. It's not just getting those frags. he runs, he zips across, and there's 3 people running in behind him, ready to get those shots off while everyone else is distracted.
I'm still not 100% sold on the Aspas raise, and I'm still not sold on solo controller on this map. I still think that as they play against more teams and that tape gets watched, I think you really limit your options to be able to cancel and re-hit and condition in the mid-round that the Viper, or in G2's comp's case, the Harbor allows you to do. But I think the key today was fixing the issues that they had in kickoff. Fighting as a team, having excellent individual performance from Second, who is, I think, the key player for this team right now. Those were all 180s, and it's a very good sign for MIBR.
Yeah, so far, things look good for MIBR. But on the other side, G2 Esports, they're licking their wounds, getting ready for map 2. Let's see what's going on with the coach. And we have Dryad standing by.
Well, G2 is down 1 map, but Josh RT, something that we know about G2 is that you guys are amazing at coming back. But going into this series, did you expect an MIBR that was going to be so aggressive with Second running it down on the Neon, or were you expecting something else?
Yeah, we were expecting it. I mean, they said it that they were going to change the styles, and like they're just adapting to the times. We caught them off guard in our first bout against them, 3-0, being aggressive. They obviously learned from that, and we saw them live adjust in their next BO3 or BO5 in the next series, and sure enough, like it makes sense that they continue that style. But yeah, like we didn't do our job handling the aggression. There's a lot of moments where Zekin took more than we thought, or I thought that he should have got, and it's honestly based on us like not handling and absorbing the aggression. But yeah.
Yeah. So how do you answer to that aggression going into split?
Again, more about us, just making sure like our coordination is tight, not rely on our own aim, and just make sure our team play is really strong. And that's something that we learned from Santiago. It's more about actually old G2 and make sure we team fight correctly, double peek, make sure there's some distance away from the judge, because that judge always multi-kills. But yeah, it's always a challenge, and can't guarantee that it will be a success. But I think we'll do our best for a split.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Coach Josh RT. Mimi, I just want to touch on something really fast that he spoke about, which was, you know, the old G2, seeing a little bit of the old G2 come out. Feels like this team is needing to really find that identity between what that new version of G2 coming out of kickoff was, and then what's that G2 that won them so many championships in the past here in Americas.
That was the balance they started to find towards the end of Santiago. It got dismantled at the final hurdle by those specific teams, but I think that's a big question now going into Split, a map where I think we can expect some more changes from G2.
Well, you got questions? Thankfully, Brendan's Sideshow will have answers, kind of. I mean, they don't really have a lot of answers, but, you know, they'll show you the game. So in any case, so map 2 is coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks, guys.
A lot to think about and digest after that first map here. MIBR showing fantastic signs that they have really buckled down, I think, off the back of that break, and just come out swinging against a G2 squad that, to be honest with you, know, I think the narrative that's really been following them from kickoff was them kind of trying to find their form, find compositions, find ways to make certain maps work. And we're seeing a continuation of it because the experimentation continues. Leaf is still on that controller. He's been playing the Astra. No Viper, critically as well. I mean, no Viper on Split with double controller is crazy stuff. That's crazy work.
I think that is kind of crazy work, yeah. Playing double smokes with Valorant Harbor on both of these maps, they look like they're leaning really heavy into Harbor being good right now. Valorant was great at playing the Harbor on Abyss at Santiago. I was very happy with that. But that's a map where we've already seen Harbor be really powerful. Running it on like a lot of maps in the pool is more questionable. Frankly, having a split match with no Viper on either side is crazy stuff. Yeah. But hey, if this is the world we're living in Americas, I guess we better get used to it quick. Baby on the Vice too, so yeah, if you're thinking about like how these teams are going to be looking to apply lurk pressure over towards A ramp, that's going to be a lot on trying to use pullback smokes, I guess, or go and take A ramp control early as part of your attacking default. I guess Valen should be able to put a bit of pressure there. But the problem with using Harbor to do that is that you know the Harbor has to be there.
I mean, that's the benefit of the Viper wall, is that you don't know if the Viper's there when they're putting the wall up.
Yeah.
It forces you to use util. When when you see a Harbor wall going up, you know
like,
the
Harbor's there.
Yeah, exactly. It
so
starts it all out.
really interesting, different theory going to be shown in some specific areas of the map here. And we get to see G2 start out on the attack side with pressure on them, on MIBR's map pick as well. We were expecting this to be a very close game, maybe even being G2 favored. The predictions were split, actually, pretty much 50-50 between people. But G2 dominated last time they played by running double duelist, and that is not what they're opting for today.
No. MIBR, though, seems to be what they're going to be going for most of the time, at least, if this is any sort of indicator. No real presence in mid at all. MIBR have left it completely vacant, with the exception of just one wall up towards heaven.
Yeah, the wall gives some good information, but the question is, can Aspas get there to help Tex in time?
No playing off of it. Jorg is separated, isolated. Players are starting to get a bit of a move on now. The nade as well rebounds and pushes them back out into the extremities. MIBR looking to contain. There will be a retake from them.
Doesn't look like a retake comp particularly, but they feel fairly happy doing it, I guess. No paranoia to work with, but they've got a stun for Zekken and a horn for Verno.
You could see the pace turned up very quickly at that. As you said, the util's being layered down. This is a defense that G2 are looking to try and hold on to, at least onto this site. The bodies starting to come out now, swinging wide, taking the fights together, and that's where MIBR are going to be thriving here. Aim needs to be good. Tex is just lighting them up at this point. The pull baited out nice and early in this crossfire setup, accounted for, skipping, hopping, and twirling in the air. It leaves it all down to Leaf. It's 100 HP, damage done to Tex, and Tex, though,
wow,
he's a one-man army.
It's really clean. And they even optimized to be able to get in the ult point towards the end too, with less than 2.5 seconds on. I think it's so interesting coming out of the coach interviews as well, Brad. And Josh RT's talking about how their lesson learned from Santiago was it's about the team fighting. It's about how well you play off each other and with each other. Well, MIBR were way better on that round than G2 were, actually.
Give it to you.
They were like a death ball. They're a death ball roaming through, picking people off, always having advantage fights. Here's the force, though, from G2.
Okay. Got the plan down. Why not? Spend the money. Make it work. Airplane Bucky in the hands of Jorg. Spectre, a couple of stingers, looking to see if they can really do some damage here. Offload him with a util now. That's a wall that's going to be flying forwards, and does split up, segment up the site quite nicely here, but the Thorns are going to be deaded early enough, seeing if they can put a stop to it. And G2, not looking to commit. Waiting on the other side of things as well as Zekken with that judge. Calling for the pause though, has pulled his MIBR players away. They're now looking to explore up towards mid again. It puts the pressure onto Tex. He's going to be the one sitting up towards that backside. Does have the wall still, and it hasn't been triggered. Now finally there, Jorg is just trying to find a way to play his team back in, but he is completely separated. And Zekken is there responding off of that pressure. Spraying and hailing down those bullets. These G2 players, lucky to be alive, they are being shredded to pieces.
You imagine that these force buys, in my opinion, must be working better when they run the double duelist comps as well, because you can just burst into sites.
Yeah, they're doing it against the Vice as well. I mean,
it's so strange because G2's comp doesn't feel like a burst comp, but in my opinion, it doesn't feel like a slow lurky comp either, because they don't have the Viper. So I'm thrilled to see as this half continues what the theory looks like. But right now, Verno and Mazzino set up to destroy them.
What is that? It's a crossfire setup. Bullets are rattling on either side here, but that's a spike drop down into the laps of MIBR. No time to work with for Baby Bay. So, failed attempt at a force. That is going to be cutting the economy back quite a degree for G2.
Yeah, it's not great.
MIBR, everybody survives.
I think the silver lining for G2 is that they didn't just feed a bunch of kills directly into Tex, who was the closest to being able to generate his ultimate coming out of the pistol round. But there's an eco round coming up for G2, and so there's plenty of opportunity for Tex to work up to that Steel Garden anyway. I think if MIBR get big ults online, like Aspas or Tex's, it's time to be a little bit worried about how this half is going already. G2 lent heavy into the variance there.
Beginning util Similar scenes to what we saw in the previous round, only this time G2 looked towards mid. I think this is the better option when you're up against the Vice. Got to see if you can work the map a little bit, pull the util out, make MIBR worried that you could have taken control. They've got this one set up. It's 2 players held down up into the vents, and Jorgamore peeks this alone. He's going to be bitterly disappointed, but he does have a Bucky. Close quarters combat, that's where it's going to be thriving. Might be looking for the call now, but just jiggling, biding and waiting.
I mean, at some point they are going to drop into the vent. Look where the spike
3, 2,
is going.
1. They're calling for it off the ropes, but it's disjointed. I'm not sure what happened there.
Don't know. Was that supposed to be a fake jump?
Oh, it's weird.
I don't know.
Wasn't together though. Wasn't synced up. That was really the only danger play that G2 could piece together. It was a fight that was potentially offered up for them. The util bogging them down. MIBR stunned up, but they've got plenty more where that came from. It's damage done. Trent's still kicking.
In an ideal world, you do want to have
30
Tex pick up
seconds
this kill, but you don't want to give Trent too much time to make something work.
No, 25 seconds.
You still got to give him some respect.
Yeah, and this is an isolated fight. Mazzino, he's alone here. No one else to play with as he's being spotted. Crosshair placement. Barely off by millimeters there, but it's Mazzino to clean him up. 3-0. As we expected.
It's the same silver lining, though, again. They still haven't built up to any kind of massive ultimate that they can use in this next round of rifle round. But thus far, I haven't really seen anything that's making me super convinced as to what G2's game plan is on this attack side. So this next rifle round, I think, is really important. The G2 showcase that they've got something going with this comp.
They set the sights over towards A.
Well, I said that A ramp pressure as part of your default is going to be really important for both of these teams, because they don't have lurky ways of going and taking it. These are the recall smokes. Oh, this one actually a full deployment of the Astra smoke.
So using the Astra interim in place of the Viper where they would normally be lying, and now you can take a bit of space over towards A, but MIBR being so good with these setups. Again, look at Tex. He's moved a lot of his util. He's already deaded it nice and early off the back of that pressure from that util. The wall. It's cheeky. Could be deaded, potentially splitting them up. Draw them over the top. That's the judge in his hands. Quick work. Zeno is going to be sent straight back to that spectator seat. It's an opening kill advantage now to G2. Look to slow things down once more.
Yeah, now that the wall is broken, MIBR are actually missing a lot of information. Aspas is stuck.
Yeah, he's caught in the corner and needs some sort of bailout, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it. There was util waiting. Baby just offers himself up anyway. Looks to see if he can take that kill. Tex lying there, but Baby sharp. Make sure to dismiss it. Here in the drop down. This is just ridiculous.
I'm using the ropes to glide around there.
Go, go, go.
Having fun with it at this point. Zekin, not much you can do in a spot like that. So G2.
What a turnaround.
Yeah, it's a good answer back. It's flawless from them.
And actually, they're the ones now looking closer to getting big ultimates online. They've managed to funnel a lot of the points towards Baby, towards Trent. Can potentially look to play for an ult over here and get a big execute going. This round, Jorgamo did a lot, to be honest, though. I mean, a bit of fake pressure over towards A, pivot into A ramp.
Let's go, boys. Good round. Let's go.
Generating picks off the back of the Neon with the judge. Tex with the same kind of setup, anchoring over towards A, but this time with both of the duelists.
Yeah. You're looking significantly weaker. Oh, this beginning util is just sent flying out from G2. Line drop down, Verno.
This is so bold.
That's incredibly brave. I mean, you have full fade util. You could use some of it, but no. Just wants to peek up into the angle.
Bring them down. I have the spike.
Now looking back towards that mid pressure for G2.
I don't quite understand the defensive setup of having your Neon with the judge in front of you, all your Vice util, but they must have been convinced that G2 were going to go for some A ramp default again. Verno is getting constant information that they are outside B main.
I mean, this is so brave. Nowhere to trade him out from a spot like this. He needs his one, potentially more, just to get the hell out. Prowler broken.
It makes it feel like there's more people here.
Exactly, it's so bold. They're thinking, why the hell would there be just one? But still G2, they activate. Cracking open the angles up towards heaven, and now that puts the pressure onto Verno. Finds his one, but eventually traded. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and knifes out. Jorgamo's way ahead of it. Timing's unaccounted for, with Zekin now going to be dropped. Tex has to look back in dismay as the round has just unraveled.
Yeah, I don't really know what MIBR were cooking with this defensive setup. I think it just left way too much on Verno's plate. They also hard contested B Heaven off the back of a single raise nade that didn't actually put too much pressure on G2. And G2 got fed 2 easy kills up there at B Heaven. It didn't honestly matter how hard Verno played that round. Even if he killed both in B main, I still don't think MIBR were winning that one. Kind of served up an easy opportunity for G2 to get back into split here.
Back-to-back, heavily impactful rounds in Jorg.
Yeah, look at this. I think a bit too forced from Aspas and Mazine with B Heaven. Thinking the nade was going to give them free space, or at least relying on the fact that they could win a duel. And now the economy's in a bad spot. What a recovery for a team that lost the pistol and a force buy. They're now in a position where they should be drawing.
Yeah, it's kind of unheard of. But G2 have done well. Put themselves in a position like this, and this time they don't use that overload of util over towards B main. They just contact in all the way.
Go, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Sucking backside. Nothing backside.
One B Evan, they're floating backside.
Nothing, we're good. We have sight, boys.
Save your thorn.
Yep,
nice.
I'm saving it. Look
Plenty
at
for
my
heaven,
flash.
guys.
Fight left with the flash.
I'm walling, I'm walling.
That's good.
Okay, they're gonna
they have Visol. They're gonna Visol.
I have Neon, I have Neon pink.
Yeah, go right. Go right.
Face your fear!
All for my flash to fight left. Hell. Fight right.
3, 2, 1. Oh, default. Heaven, he's in the smoke.
I'm chilling. Playing around the smokes.
Raptor, guys. One hell.
I'm giving that smoke.
I'm not. I'm playing soft. Harden, never mind.
Raptor, I'm flashing.
Good smoke.
Raptor, drop. Nice!
Come on! Let's go! Damn, we just had so much stall there, bro. Holy shit. Burn a lot of ults. What?
Let's just believe on the face of Trent towards the end. I mean, that was chaos. I mean, Leaf said it best, I think, at the end. They had so much stall util.
Yeah, they did. I mean, great call. I can't remember exactly who went for it to tell Baby to save the Thorns. I think he was already ahead of that. So Thorns saved to slow them down in the post plant, and Baby Bay's making the comm. Tell me when you want the flash as well. You see the flash just there on the screen. Yeah. At the newsstand, ready. You know, it ended up getting smoked off, but they're very much thinking about how they want to delay that. And to be honest, there weren't even that many comms in the middle of the team fight because they weren't taking contact with MIBR until super late. And they were all playing inside the smokes.
The smokes on smokes.
Yeah. But a nice post-plant hold for G2. If you let them into the site, this is going to be a difficult comp to retake against. And like I said, I don't think either of these teams are particularly playing retake compositions. Maybe you could argue that G2 are going to be able to flood defend off the back of a harbor wall here and there.
Sure.
But generally speaking, I'm expecting both of these squads to look to either want to fight in front of the sites if you're MIBR, or have people fairly heavily anchor. And MIBR have been letting them get in a bit too freely, I'd say.
Yeah, adjustments need to be made. That's why the timeout's called. And you're right. I mean, at the beginning of these few rounds, we were seeing MIBR really posturing hard over towards that B main angle. They were fighting tooth and nail. Verno at some point was alone doing it.
Yeah. One of the things that I think is a bit weird about the way that we're seeing MIBR's idea of having Zekken play the Neon and Aspas raise, I mean, it fits them like a glove, but it is going to make Aspas's op just a little bit more difficult to play.
Sure.
You want this guy to have an op in his hand quite a lot on the defense sides here, but he's not really playing op characters.
And speaking of, Baby Bay, he's getting a ton of work done. A lot of value in kickoff for this operator. Role was a little bit more suited, but this time attack side, lurking up and mid-presence. Recall at the start, MIBR ahead of it, looking to re-clear up a bit of the map, clear up the question marks, but it goes on either side. Pure contacting. They hear an abundance of this Vice util, the wall up as well, causing issues, but Jordan just slips to the side, and Tex, he just got a glimpse, but he made sure to make the most of it. The deep TP into the back. I mean, Leaf, not even a TP, he's just sprinted forwards and around, and he's broken the angles a second. None the wiser. G2 already snapping to the side, a lot of damage done with those pellets, but this is pure anarchy. And it's MIBR looking to see if they can piece and peer through the fog.
It's a 3v3 and there's a Vice wall up at the top of A Heaven here, so Tex knows that they can't be deep.
Tex trying to go for that one, just gets the one before the trade is intact, and now it's a 2v2.
Whichever direction G2 go, it's going to put pressure on Aspas or Verno. One of them's got to be the hero.
Oh.
And Baby Bay's op sings out again for the second time on a very similar angle.
G2 perfectly happy to pressure a lot, cut noise, wait for the fight to come to them, wait for the reaction of MIBR. But Verno, a lot on his plate. chance for the timing. He's adjusting the aim a little bit with the movement there. Now just making sure that he's not that easy target. Nightfall, Prowler, all going to be used. Baby isolated near sighted, but he has that shorty. Trent's going to go for the plant. Time pressure. Hard commits to it. Baby jiggling, feeling uncertain. Verno looking for it now to seize. Lay it down at his feet. He just needs his kill and he needs it now. Lighting him up. Highlighted. Losing into the 1v1, but that is a rapid reposition, and I think it's unaccounted for.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Trent playing into the main angle. Plant might not even be for him. 5 bullets.
He's tried to fake like he's dropped as well, and Trent is not buying it.
Still holding on to that space and time. Really starting to mount. The pressure's there. Werner's running out of outs. Got to make moves now because this is it. Got the chopping blocking around like this. Got to go for the whole stick. Here's the footsteps, but again, it's Trent who plays it perfectly. Time pressure just a little bit too much to overcome.
And Verno can't keep the gun either. Yeah, G2 are doing such a good job in these moments of being able to create something out of nothing, is how I'm going to put it. Because in this spot, how on earth is Leaf being able to pick off Zekken at the back of the site?
He full sprinted into the back of Albo.
As an Astra, by the way.
Yeah.
A Baby Bay also coming up clutch with a couple of big shots.
Nice, go Trent, nice shot!
And then delaying Verno for long enough that Trent can win the clutch. I think MIBR are looking a lot less confident and comfortable in taking re-clear fights. We saw them run quite a lot of trap refights on Lotus, where they were catching G2 off guard. And they just haven't looked as hot with those here.
Yeah. The money is taking a bit of a tumble here for MIBR. I mean, they can force a couple of rifles, but Aspas has no armor. Zekken, of course, has the overdrive. Can play with the Bucky. It's not the best. It's really bottom of the barrel that's being scraped up. Haunt? No one there to break it.
I think Zekken was expecting Verno to break that for him.
Flash and a peek. Tex. Be careful about it. Util's being handled and accounted for. It's a good bait at a wall. Leaf even managed to pick off Verno. Up the gut through mid.
Zekken down to 2 HP as well. Leaf doing so much.
Yeah, the uncertainty continues here for MIBR. These little pressure plays that G2 are finding. Across the map. Bit of noise. And then cutting all sound cues, forcing MIBR the ones to react, make moves, and now going into a bit of an A split. There's a lot of space here for Baby Bay. Not too sure if he's aware of the fact that they do have 2 players anchoring towards the side, but now spotting them and elbow towards it. That's so much damage. That second overdrive was unleashed in his hands, but he was low as anything. Will be put back to rest. 2v4.
Valin deleted Mazzino in the midst of all of that.
Spike
and now Aspas got to make something happen. Doesn't realize his back is open to Leaf.
Yeah. Leaf doesn't even have to strike at this timing. Playing this position, he's the insurance policy. Doesn't want to show himself, doesn't want to give it up just yet. He's just making it so damn uncertain. That is snappy stuff. Potentially a jump scare, but now time to strike is nigh. 5-3, G2. It's a string of rounds they put together now.
Yeah, and it's also much, much bigger value coming out from Jorgamo and Leaf. I got to remind people that this is MIBR's map pick. The maps have felt like the opposite team has been stronger. This was a weird way of playing the refight over through mid. Zekken just trying to distract as much as he could. Credit to Leaf, though. He keeps his crosshair trained on the guy behind.
Sick accident up.
That might be the vibe differential, I think.
Did you hear Leaf at the end there as well? He just said that he got the accidental kill on Verno. I was giving him credit.
Got to be careful about this one, though. All propped up. What a defense. Valin takes to the back of his comrade. Zekken's normally quite a cerebral player who'll look to jump off the chance when he's on the weaker guns if he thinks there's a pocket to play in. Window of opportunity to strike.
Go, go, go.
Glide to the side, looking to clear. Dissecting up most of this heaven angle. A lot of players to account for, though. And Straw going down out towards that back area. There's 3 players looking to flood in. MIBR trying to really see if they can make anything of this. But now Leaf has been left isolated. It's a good swing. Pieced together there. Satchel across to cut up the crosshair placement by Aspas. But now they've got a little bit more to chew through. Involves the name of Baby Bay. Deep insert.
Yeah, look how quick G2 were there to just spread around the map. As soon as they realized that MIBR were bunched up trying to take a team fight in A Heaven, G2 reacted by taking all of these little pockets. Trent and Baby Bay spread out so fast to absorb that map control. It was a light buy round for MIBR, but they are running out of rounds to play with in this half. Only 3 left.
Des was talking about it. We needed to see big performance, a turn up from Jorgamo himself. He's sitting at the top now, 9 and 5.
With 3 first bloods as well in the first 7 rounds. So, you know, he's definitely getting them that early round impact too. Aspas finally with an op. Finally with a showstopper.
Ults online has to make a difference. Same util, standard affair here from G2, looking to see if they can fly forwards though, and there will be nothing to stop them. No semblance of the util, Jorgamo. Jorgamo not turning around, he's got a lot of space, but spam down, and that's just off the radar. He spotted where he was on the mini-map, but all from that pressure. Text towards the back, again.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic information from Verno. It looks goofy from his position, but he just gets to tell Tex that is a fake, 100%.
Just pinging it out.
Yeah, he gets to, I mean, he tells his team to be able to pressure Jorg, but other side of the map, Tex is super ready for this.
Yep, very ready. MIBR looking for a clean close to a round like this. If they don't use any ults, even better. G2, no slouches. They're going to be looking to find ways back in, but they are heading straight into that Vice setup once more. Not just that, plenty of players waiting in the wings.
It's a bit of an awkward wall to try to bait out, but they've been doing a good job with it.
Smoke gets them into the
30
pocket
seconds
area.
left.
Seconds holding to one side of this. Going to be waiting for it to dissipate, and as it does, looking to see if they can strike. G2 waiting, biding their time for now, but now the flash and the peek and the spray down from Tex. Controlled in the chaos. 4 kills for him.
Had a great day today, hasn't he?
It's a really good turnaround.
Looking very comfortable in these anchor spots over towards A. Been moving it around as well, but mostly situated on the A side of the map. Verno cooked them in this round. Yeah. And like you said, they get to keep the ults, so they now have a Vice ultimate.
It was lucky,
Raise
but we
ult.
got it done.
Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up.
I'm playing it.
All business in the comms.
Tex confirming that he's going to anchor A again this round.
Yeah.
So Aspas gets to take an early peek in mid.
So as an operator, this is just blind fire straight through the smokes. Valen getting the better a second. Looking to hold down an area towards this. The thorns are going to be broken. Smokes propped up. Prowler. Aspas forced to rattle off a shot, so warning them, and that is a cheeky play.
Yeah, he's going for the Forsaken push.
Yeah, seen that one before.
Verno gets caught dead to rights.
Someone have to play off the back of this. This is a showstopper now going to be used, expended, looking to see if he can find that target. Jorg is down for the counter around like this. Fake pressure on fake pressure, but another ult is lying in wait with that Steel Garden. Slight pocket. Narrowly avoided, sidestepped for now, but the wall is a bit of a greater risk. It goes up both ways though with that Steel Garden. It's enough, it buys a lot of time, even for that Cosmic Divide to dissipate. G2 once again call for the pause, but MIBR trying to get ahead of it. All grouped up, 3 players looking to strike, but Aspas has only got an op to make this. It's an aggro play. Risky business, and these players are so damn unaware. Cove activated hard and now, but now we'll see what they can do as it dissipates soon enough. 30 seconds, noise is being made, and now it is. Blinded fires, crossfire set up, MIBR! They take control of the situation. Baby Bay has got so much to do from a spot like this, but G2 were not expecting that.
That's such a silly end. The G2 players crouch walking in, being very, very sneaky. And then somehow when the Cove drops, all 3 of the MIBR players find a target. You know, at no point were they... It really did look like Leaf had no clue that there was going to be players on the other side of it.
Nice comms.
Pieced together. They found one win con in a round like that. Now we're looking at potentially a similar affair to the beginning of Lotus.
This would be a ridiculous recovery from MIBR though.
It really would. Maybe been up the first 3 rounds, but it was down and out for the count beyond that, so they are dragging it round by round. Jorgamo not firing off the judge just yet. Prowler's getting broken for him. He's been whittled down to 36 health. Not the most to deal with. Offer's going to be spotted and heard out. Now's that overdrive now going to be used. Nightfall looking to see if he can sidestep it, but it is going to get that tag. Collecting onto a multitude, overwhelming these anchoring players. Mazzino is going to be done and finished. Zekan trying to play the rest of his team in, but might not even need it now. He's taken over control over towards that ramp area fully in the hands of MIBR. They have that heaven angle and now putting and applying the squeeze entirely. It is picture perfect. The retake protocols online and the aim even truer. Valin and Trent have got a lot to do from this spot. Backs to the walls, rocks and a hard blaze. Barely there, almost. Able to control that rifle in time, but it's MIBR who rounds out the half 6-6.
That's the first round where MIBR actually looked like the retake was working well for them. Zekan stunning for Aspas to be able to peek off the back of it. They take some elbow control. Aspas outplaying Leaf over here towards A-ramp as well to give them some space. But in terms of the scoreline, if you just looked at the rifle v rifle rounds, G2 were the better team here in the first half.
They were cooking.
But because MIBR managed to win the pistol and stop the force buy from G2, they've managed to come back and even this one.
Could be anyone's game. We'll find out on the other side of this.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As we get a second half underway, make sure to hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for rewards on advanced and pro plans now. And Express really being the key word here, because this has been, honestly, incredible pace that we're seeing these two teams play at, beginning to end. And it's been reactive as well. I think they've been adjusting to the right things. G2 with their fast explosiveness, cutting noise, forcing the reaction of MIBR. And it's been even. These teams are definitely each other a match for one another.
Yeah, I was actually impressed with the way that G2 were able to force such sloppy moments out of MIBR and punish them for it by taking space, especially over towards A. I think they made up for the lack of Viper in their composition pretty well, and now we get to see shoe on the other foot, really. MIBR with a double duelist composition, you'd expect to play at a higher tempo rather than adding in those stutter steps and the pump fakes that Valorant was constantly calling for. But it's the MIBR duelist that we'll be looking towards, Zekan and Aspas, to open these rounds up.
Gearing up to do some damage here. Not much in the way of a defensive setup. G2. One set of thorns. Trent waiting towards the back of the site. Look at that anchor with just that ghost in hand. He does have the benefit of an additional player.
Yeah, I mean, look at that choke point. You've got to get through thorns, a pull, and a harbor wall. I mean,
that's
that looks
a nasty wall.
That looks horrendous.
Yeah.
MIBR instead go at mid, and this is where a Vice Splash is. So G2 wanted to fight them early on. They've given up on that game plan, though.
All the way forwards, though. Zekan looking to see if he can play his team all the way in. Valin receives all that danger and more. Lights up the opposition. Mazzino, not to be outdone, not to be outshone. And now we're seeing him already find a lot of space, but the spike is out of reach.
Yeah, good discipline from Trent. Completely resetting out of this fight.
Yeah.
They aren't actually contesting the spike pickup, though, apart from Leaf.
Leaf is hopping across, looking to see if he can get a bit of more information. Shots are fired, so now gets that acknowledgement. Mazzino has got to try and piece this together bit by bit, but time fading away.
It's a robbery.
Yeah, he does pick up the spike just right beneath their noses, and now we're seeing him see it's a bit of a mad dash, a scramble to see if they can ISO where this player is. It is messy towards the end. but cleaned up for G2 in their favor. Pistol round goes a long way.
And Valin the hero, being able to, I mean, the protocol to shut down the B-pop, that looked like a nightmare to try to commit to that one.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the trend was alone, but not quite. Yeah, it's just a Thorns move up onto the high ground perch, and then a harbor wall rips its way across mid.
Yeah, the harbor wall is really nice in the sense that you can play off-site and still provide help to somebody that's playing on-site, but it's the pull as well, to me, that's just a nightmare to get through.
Yeah.
And that's the value of having the Astras in these compositions. It is going to be tough for these double duelists playing against a Vice. This is one of the big reasons why people are back to playing Senti. And there's the value of the Outlaw too.
So we're going to post it up. Quick two-piece. Second and Tex, two of the higher performing players, so immediately shuts them down out of the fight. It is an eco round.
Yeah. Now, the way that G2 were previously playing with their former composition, Jorgamo was just allowed to do whatever he liked in B main on defense. He was solo holding that, stun re-clearing it, sometimes pushing out aggressively to wrap around if the attackers were going for an A hit. I'm interested to see if Jorg is allowed to play with the same level of freedom with this version of the comp. Because G2 should not, I think, be playing as aggressively with this comp, but it gives you so much stall on the other side of the map. If Jorg ever sees a moment where he thinks he can push, I think he could get crazy value out of it.
Yeah, he might just take it.
He's never going to miss a timing, is he? Because you've got, you know, Vice Util and Pull to try to get through on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Stars lay it down on top of it. Trent perfectly willing to give them access to at least a portion of the site. That's a bit of a team blind. That's unfortunate.
We'll be workshopping that one.
Yeah, possibly so. Leaf, though, looking to see if he can fill in the gaps on all the extremities here. One small misstep, but no casualties on the side of G2. It is flawless.
Yeah, it's completely clean. A much better start to the half for G2 compared to what was going on at the beginning of their attacking setup.
See that one again. That is quick reactions.
One enemy remaining.
Two players coming into the next round with light buys in terms of the armor.
I don't know, bro. How did my right?
It's life, bro. How does life happen?
Yeah, I have a judge.
Gotta roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's a defense to use if you ever get...
That's life, man.
Yeah.
Mess up your util.
That's life, bro. Deal with it.
That's life. Things happen. When you were mentioning it, two players on the light armor. Just the one now, actually. Ended up buying up.
Oh, they did, yeah.
Yeah, realizing that, of course, the Outlaw's in play. They know that. They don't want to be giving any freebies at all to Jorg. He's posted up.
There.
Mid-angle, players by his side.
And that flash to play off, too. This is the same flash that they were going to use on the pistol round. I mean, look.
It's another disaster in the making, I have to say.
It's a danger.
It is.
Now, I thought it was going through the wall.
No. That is going to blind Jorgamo.
No. Jorgamo's going to get the pick of the elbow before the flash. No, it blinded Jorgamo.
It did indeed, but still, it's going to be going both ways, and overloaded a util to see if they can account for it, but this is two players now caught into a corner. MIBR, see what they can do. Swing out off the back of the horn. A lot of pressure and a lot of damage. 10 HP, second. Looking to see if he can just jump onto the heels of it. He is traded out. Trent just with a stinger, but the fight's coming to him. Tex. Almost lucky with the moment there, just walked straight back into it and has left Leaf in an impossible position.
With a judge in hand as well. It's not the weapon that you want when you're looking to retake. Can he find some level of upgrade? There must be a rifle up here.
Yeah, surely. He's looking around, he's hunting for it. Three players tucked onto the side. There's a lot of damage done.
He doesn't like the skins on the floor.
No, still, I mean, listen, this judge could do work against Verno from long range. I'm not even kidding. He'll go down to it.
All right.
Found the gun in the end, though.
He finally found one. It's got an MIBR body on it.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't want to go for it earlier.
Sure, yeah. Not really in a position to be picky. Smokes in his face. And at this point, calculating, should I even go for this? Players are weak, but a rifle might be even better.
Got it. Pulling damage.
Oh, just looking to do damage.
Yeah, looking to do damage. Time. Pressing up against them here. No real way for Leaf to win this one, but was hoping to hunt for a couple of more exits, realizing how tenuous the economy was for MIBR.
Mazzino does a good job there of helping Verno escape.
Yeah.
Definitely a chance that a bullet through a wall could have taken down the IGL. And now a little bit of stability. The G2 have been wanting to brawl early on here in mid. I think they're trying to... I think they're trying to condition that MIBR cannot just take free mid control.
Yeah.
One of the things that MIBR are actually doing quite Poorly, you could argue, on their defense side was giving mid a bit too freely until Aspas got his up and started playing around there.
Right there.
But in a round like this, they just drop back, hoping that that early aggression is going to make MIBR scared.
Brave from Azina. Look to see if we can square up to a lot of this.
Obscuring vision.
Neon close B.
They're up down today.
Yeah, we have 4 Haven. Take it.
Yo, it's Vi's. It's Vi's today, guys. It's Vi's today.
You're full Haven.
Yep. Yo, splitting the Vi's to spawn is insane.
Yeah, we're splitting Vi's to spawn.
He's already close. That was an up down guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only 2. It's Asher, Vice here. They're gonna go
Neon
bunker
B,
site.
Neon
They're gonna
B.
bunker site right now.
We can
I'm gonna swing lower. Yeah.
They're doing mid. They're not facing. I'm contacting.
Yeah, bomb burn.
You want to smoke their burn on you?
Yeah, can you get smoke?
Yeah.
Can you guys pressure? Maybe Aspas gets a kill.
They're pressuring now. One spawn.
Right there, where's the player? And you have already?
Map. Map and spawn. Spawn.
They have no spawn info. They have no spawn info.
Yeah.
I'm stuck in spawn.
One site, one spawn. Nading map.
Back, map still.
You're solo Aspas now?
Spike carrier
Two of it,
down.
two of it.
30 seconds left.
You want man, you want
Down
man.
A.
Nice.
Last player standing.
My bad.
Flawless. I'm out of here.
Well, the round might not have gone in their favor, but I have to say, I'm impressed with Zekken. The dead comms were going crazy.
Yeah.
He is going for the entirety of the team there, but G2 are the ones that shut it all down.
Yeah, G2 had a nice read just to get themselves into a position. I mean, you can hear them calling as well that Leaf was one of the up-down players, which means that
One enemy remaining.
kind of hold up is broken.
Come on!
They're then coming that they go back into a more bunker position, but I think they didn't quite realize that Leaf was happy to take a fight over towards screens and stop Werner from taking all of that space. G2 back in control.
Yeah. At this point, the economy out of sorts here for MIBR, looking to see if they can scrap together whatever they can in a round like this. Raring to go. A lot of stall util. You can already see it being expended. A horn not broken. Zekken is just left to the wolves. It's Valen who will light him up. All sort of action going to be kicking off, and as Baby wants to see if he can piece it together, find a few more of his own. It's 3 in a round. He's going to be squared up too, but Trent has his back over the shoulder. Up to 10 now for G2.
Yeah, they're looking strong here. It's a map that they were pretty good at with the previous composition as well, and it does seem to be favoring them. They've got a unique read. It's really unusual the way that they're playing. I don't think you'll see too many people pick up this comp, but it seems to vibe with the slightly slower pace that we're now seeing from G2. Yeah. Dangerous that they could potentially be running the fast or slow tempo against you.
Come on, bro!
Excuse me?
You're going to mute that one.
MIBR are going to take a tag time out here. They've got to adjust. Something different has to happen. And I think that these faster rounds, I think if you see MIBR play with this comp against a lot of other teams, they are going to be doing a lot of pops. You know, this composition on the attack side just screams we wanted to be doing fast execs into sites. But against G2's comp, you can't do that.
You got the Astra util, you got the Harbor Walls coming in from long range, you got the Thorns set up as well.
Yeah, maybe you could do that if you are really heavy faking it at the beginning of the round, resetting into a default and then popping.
Yeah.
But just going for these early round pushes, you saw how isolated Zekken got in that moment. There is no hope if you do that kind of thing. So Fraud's taking the time out here, getting in touch with the Brain Trust and trying to see if there's a way that they can crack into this.
Yeah, working mid could be an option. But I think you're right on the money. You've got to try and work the map, pull out the util, piece together where the setup is early, find out where the Vice is.
Yeah, it's very tough. It can be very tough. We haven't been in a meta where Sentinels are getting played for a while as well.
No, it's, yeah, I mean, they're coming back in vogue, I suppose, right?
They definitely are,
A lot of the Neon play. It's one of the best ways to stop and stunt a Neon from just running you down in your sight.
Yeah, and especially now that you can't have the Yoru that just gives you so much information. It's one of the better ways of getting info around the map as well on defense side.
G2, heavy setup and presence from them. That's 4 players. Looking towards that mid avenue.
Yeah, because now you know coming out of attack timeout, there is a 0% chance that Fraud has called for a site pop.
No, Jorgamo. It's going to be cleaned up. It's an instant response. Aspas takes the hit clean off. A lot of util though is going to be used. And even an ult expended as a steel guard, and Baby putting the pressure and applying it, exerting it. But this is going to be just dissipated. MIBR happy to take a step back and pause this early on in the round.
Love the adjustment coming out of the tactical timeout. Here's the pressure onto Tex.
Never reclear though. Tex might be sorely disappointed. Yeah. Valen squares up, postures against it, wins the fight out. If he didn't, the trade was probably attack intact at least afterwards.
Throwing in a little shoulder peek into it as well. Mazzino knows that there's a wall here, but doesn't feel confident enough to try to bait this out. Are they just going to 3-2-1 across?
It has to be clean. Everybody together here. Mazzino's been left behind.
Goodbye, Mazzino.
Yeah, luckily the spike in the hands of Aspas.
And he will have a showstopper if he plants. So a safe plant, guaranteeing that the spike gets down and the ult gets out.
There's win cons. Definitely win cons here for MIBR. Looking to get ingrained in these positions. Tight looking up towards heaven there. There's Zekken. Looking to see if he can put a stop to it. The ult just skips straight past him, so he's not going to be blinded up here, and he could be the playmaker here and now. Here in a drop down, looking to activate that showstopper. Buying a bit of time. This is G2 that can't afford to play into this one. They're going to let that fuse drop, and eventually the rocket flies forwards. That will give them the right time now to strike forward, press the advantage, but they're already being faced. MIBR, they're not letting anything said and done. This is fights taken, full throttle altogether.
Once MIBR get to the site, they can convert these rounds. Beautiful play, by the way, from Zekken, getting deep inside that smoke. Even waiting for a second one. Yeah. Almost looked like he'd unplugged his mouse. He's just waiting for the second guy, knowing that Valin will never look behind him in that situation. But also the timing of the showstopper perfect so that everybody else was cancelled from coming in. This is not a retake comp really for G2. They want to be holding you at the door. So if you manage to get in, you've conquered more than half the battle. And I think Tex's ultimate should allow them possibly another entry in the mid-round into a site.
A lot of pressure on Jorg from a spot like this. Smoked off though. An operator in hand is not quite ideal.
I think this was meant to be a default to bait out the wall. They realized the wall isn't there, and they were thinking, should we go for it? Should we go for it? They decided to kind of cancel that and reset, but now they haven't accomplished one of their goals, which was to bait out the Vice utility. They did get the wall out of Valin, though.
The Vice wall sitting still intact in mid. MIBR will be able to hear signs of life from it. They walk steadily up to this angle. Prowler. A couple of stray shots. Baby not scared to fight back.
Baby Bay knows that they are going to be jump peeking that wall, so he is trying to punish them.
There it is. Thorns are going to be dead nice and early, seeing if he can diffuse a lot of this pressure. Zekken's already. The stun from long range. That is supportive util from Jorg. Calling for the pause though. Now MIBR going to look to get a bit more of a move on Valin from that long range sightline still. This is MIBR looking to take it by storm. All together now. Valin stunned up in towards the back. The Haunt is big, looking for that peek off of it, but Trent too much to get through, especially with that Cosmic Divide. Just seeing a glimpse of the player. Takes with the movement. Leaves it uncertain in the hands of Leaf. Bebe's forward, steps up to the challenge and the mark, but MIBR again more than ready for it. It's exactly like you said, Josh.
I like the adjustment for both teams coming out of the tag timeout. I think G2 read it really nicely that MIBR were going to go for slower rounds and decided to fight over mid more, but MIBR's adjustment, like Frod's impact here is being felt so heavily. The adjustment to go for more of these slower rounds where you default at the beginning, you pump fake at the beginning, in fact, to try to draw util out, and then it allows you to mid or late round hit. This is working really nicely in the last couple. And now G2 knocked onto a low buy and they're going to have to adjust themselves. G2 still have both of their timeouts to work with, by the way, so Josh at any point could call for one of these.
Interjection. Could have changed this one, but G2 have been pretty much in control the whole time. Good standard util, nade and a haunt. Sets the pace, gets a bit of control up towards mid here for MIBR. They have guns. Just the one ult to work with, but they're worried about walking and wading into a trap. G2 on the weaker buy, and that Bucky is his prime again. How is that not a kill?
What?
Aspas barely alive is going to be limping away from that one at 10 HP. And Tex rejoining the rest of the pack. Stall util going to be expended. And it's all going to be down to Leaf. Baby Bay out towards the back. He has that rifle. What is that? Dropping down. Fade away with the Bucky in hand still. It should be all managed.
Verno's taken a long time to get the plant down here. He's worried that he's going to get pushed.
He's hoping that somebody else will take up residency in the smoke before he goes.
Yeah, he's calling for Mazzino.
Yeah.
Gets that help, but he also buys time for G2 to get into good position.
This is not a great plan.
Hello!
Hello! Bandit! None the wiser! These shots are starting to hurt. Bullets for the wall. They might be. C's missing off to the side. The Horn is going to be accounted for and broken, but Valin running over them now. Mazzino! Weak as anything, and a single shot to the chest will do it.
What a fumble for MIBR. What a fumble. against a G2 half buy with player advantage for MIBR. They can't hold on a post plant. An absolute freebie in the back. Tex just got taken down on top rafters. They were really scared inside that smoke over towards screens as well. They wasted a lot of time getting the plant down and then kept some pretty poor post plant positioning. That's a massive round for G2 to hold a bit of momentum that MIBR were getting out of the tactical timeout.
Pressure off the shoulders. Didn't have to use much in the way of ultimates, now earned up G2.
Look at the swap up in terms of the defensive setup. B is really light here. Just banking on the fact that MIBR aren't going to go there.
Oh, steadily walking forwards. It's a recall star. Yes, it is. But Verno, more than ready. And already just sending it straight up the gut through heaven. Zekin's not worried about putting his body on the line, but it's so fast and rapid, nobody can play off the back of this. Trent, we're going to put a stop to it. To pull, a lot of util expended, but Verno's still the man of the hour. Mazzino just slips his way through, found the weak spots. Just like that, blink of an eye, it leaves it down to Baby Bay, but he's no more. No longer in the server.
Is that a defensive pullback in mid that caused two players to drop?
Yeah.
I mean, it felt perfect for the attackers, so I was assuming it was Mazzino's, but got to take a look at this one again. I mean, look, Giacomo and Valen are just out in the open. I think it was.
I mean, there's another star down, unless it was just there to replace it. But
man.
Crazy play by MIBR. An instant answer back, and now look at these ults again. I mean, I pointed out earlier, G2, they don't really have the money to work around it, but...
No, they keep going from broken buy to broken buy, but they won the last time.
Let's see if they can do it again. MIBR, though. Again, Tex setting his sights up towards this. Leaving that Bucky. Retreating for now.
Previous light buy round. Trent went walkabouts in B main. Got super deep out.
Yeah, I mean, Zekin made a footstep, but I think Leaf was in astral form, so he wouldn't have heard it. Bit of a misstep. Trent flashing a peek, and he's going to be no more. Lit up from behind a box. Not much in the way of cover. MIBR working them up slowly, looking to piece together where the players could be. They don't want to walk themselves into an anchored stack.
There isn't really a stack, though, this round, is there? I mean, G2 are playing very spread.
Extremely spread.
Just trying to get value out of these Buckies in weird positions over towards this side of the map.
This angle. Hello. Put it out, spotted out into the side, into the corner, and Jorg, he was hoping that at least one of these players would be stunned up.
Yeah, not a great stun from Jorg, that one.
Maybe now with that rifle in hand.
Really?
He's going to be looking to expend the ults. He's thinking about it. Steel Garden flying into the back pocket, but he might be able to pick them apart regardless. They're looking to evacuate and make their way over towards B.
Yeah, and there's just nobody home, is there? G2 have left a massive gap in their defense. And thankfully, the player with the spike got past the vice wall.
Valen, he's so damn fast here. So damn fast! Unaccounted for. Picked up the rifle, but lit up anyway by that horn. It's Aspas who responds straight from behind. It's a bit of a backstab. Leaf and Baby 2v2, and now the ults are expended this time for real. Baby Bay hard commits it, but the time is of the essence, and does he anticipate this? Baby Bay versus Aspas. Trying to take that timing. It's Aspas who is accounted for. Now just down to Zekin, 15 health. Barely anything at all.
Great fake flash.
One bullet will bring him down, but he's got to do it from this spot. Time pressure mounting. G2 know that they have to get a bit of a move on. Leaf and Bebe trying to clear all of this, but too much to really account for. Plant. It's in a safe tucked position. It can be watched for and accounted for. Bebe will stick it, knowing that there's safety in numbers. And that watchful eye. Leaf saves the bloody day. Up to 12 now for G2 off the back of a thrifty.
The second one, almost in a row. Round 20 and round 22, MIBR massively fumble. Verno getting caught there, just juggling through his utility up in heaven. Stabbed in the back, Mazzino as well, as he was trying to backfill this space. Just, I mean, Aspas going walkabout too with only a pistol. A small shake of the head there. Verno can't quite understand how they're throwing away the rounds where they have the biggest advantages.
Yeah, it's been multiple thrifties now. This is it, a precipice for G2. Looking to drag this one all the way to bind. Map 3 potential, but they got to convert it here. And now Zekin shredded.
So much damage. They are desperate to bait out the wall in B. And Tex just has not, Baby Bay has just not been putting it there for the last 3 or 4 rounds.
And setup remains intact over all day. Stray bullets. It's fired back and forth.
They also didn't use that space to pick up an orb for Aspas, so, you know, they don't have the showstopper that they could have probably gone for.
Awkward in terms of the hold, but it's all down to Valent. Sends flying his own util as well to expend, but he could be quickly overwhelmed here at a moment's notice. B main control called for by G2, looking for a contact play and a stun on top of it. What a Aspas. Crazy entry. Has an ult to use as well, potential to expend, and now might be the right time to use it as ults are being fired forwards on either side. Nightfall pushing MIBR forwards, and Tex happy to take liberties with his positioning in space. Leaves it down to Leaf. Anchor spot, damage done. Second plays the rest of his team in nicely, beautifully in fact.
And that should be the round. MIBR with another lifeline in a 4v2. You cannot let spots like this fall away from you. Leaf had an opportunity to be the hero for G2. Now Jorg and Trent with a chance to close, and they have slipped through.
Yeah, they have indeed, but it's a much better planned spot compared to last time. Up towards Heaven. Mazino was not expecting that it could be a player deep towards that already. The wall up, Thorns deaded. Hold on. Jorg is half on the defuse. Not going to be sticking this all the way. At least pulls out these ults. Whoa! Okay.
Oh, it is messy out here.
Oh, good. That could have been disastrous, I won't lie. Could have been disastrous.
It almost is disastrous though, Brad. I mean, you're in a 4v2 and you're being forced to use Aspas' ult just to close it out because you're fumbling the post-plant positioning so bad. I don't know, man. It could have been worse. They could have lost the entire map, but...
That's the last of them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gotta laugh it off.
Yeah.
Gotta laugh it off.
G2 are going to take a timeout. The first one that they've used in this whole map, by the way, as things get very tight towards the end. I am really surprised that Josh didn't try to hit the panic button earlier when they were winning Thrifties by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
But fair play. They got to a position where they're at map point, a desperately needed map point, because if MIBR push things to OT, they got a chance to take the entire match. At this point, you know that MIBR have been working much more towards B main at the start of the round. And they're doing this regardless of whether the wall is actually being placed in B for Baby Bay, because you can't risk it.
No, if you all in, it's game over.
But also, if you don't default B main in a round where Baby Bay does have the wall there, they are just getting permanent good information.
Yeah.
And don't have to put the strong side over towards B at all. And you're not pulling defenders in that way. So I think there is an opportunity here for G2 to either run some kind of like B-main trap play, maybe take some space over towards mid, like a mid walk down could be interesting as well. On an early timing, but instead it's a massive clash potentially over towards A ramp.
And again, the money is just dire for G2. They might be up to 12 here, but MIBR should be the prime spot to answer back. Now saying that, Mazino and Zekin not too hot in terms of the weaponry themselves.
There's a flash been placed for Baby Bay, or from Baby Bay rather, for Jorg to play off.
Let's see how he manages in a spot like this. Tucked tight to the corner. Here's a lot of util, a lot of presence, and now the rumble of the footsteps potentially. Deep harbor wall. It's going to cut its way across, but MIBR all the way past this one and more. Deep space onto A. It's already going to be gathered up for them. Zekin is the one who's done the hard work. Cleared most of the way.
G2 just didn't think MIBR were going to go for a sight pop.
No.
They haven't been doing those at all.
It's all in, and it comes down to the gunfights at this point. Steel Garden again. Overlaps up. The Harbor Ult's going to be joining it now. Seeing if they can find a way to push their way forwards once more. It's a wall that cuts it up. A slight pocket is created to be able to play in, but time pressure starting to mount. Seconds there, Judge in hand. And a bit of running cutting, why not? That's a perfect antidote towards it. Spray control in time for Mazino. And we are going to OT.
Mazino with a Spectre appears out of nowhere. Pops up from vent, delivering death from the back. He had the pull to be able to play for the late game. G2 had no ability to be able to scale off the back of the Harbor ultimate as well. Wasted. What a crazy situation. I felt like G2 played the first half a lot better on the attack side, and yet we still ended at 6-6. Next half, I feel like MIBR, to be honest, played way better. And yet, you know, G2 were winning Thrifties to be able to get things to a spot where they had the advantage. And MIBR had to scrap just to get it to OT. Josh is frustrated with that one.
It's been up and down here on Split. Tumultuous map. There's going to be frustration there because G2, they had it in the palm of their hands. They could have been sending it all the way to Bind by now. Not quite.
Side swap, and MIBR go for a very different approach. Double walking down mid, right off rip.
They're very eager to get as much map control as they possibly can. It's akin to how they were playing Lotus, to be honest. Always being proactive.
They're basically walking into Valin.
Is U2 going to be broken here? G2 are doing a lot to try and cut this up, but this is awkward, isn't it? Look at this. Verno accounted for. Valin had his eye on it. As Verno the one forced to react. Quick snap from behind. And Aspas is not done just yet, but he's, again, twisting, turning, looking in different directions. This is just madness.
Yeah, I mean, the push down mid got them a decent amount of information, but then they overflank really hard, especially against a G2 team that was playing so slowly on their attack side. Maybe MIBR forgot exactly how Valin was calling these rounds, but the tempo was slow from G2. And this is just free. Yeah. MIBR are going to gamble stack over towards A just in case Valin makes the wrong decision.
30 seconds left.
But this is going to be a hell of a retake if MIBR can pull it off.
Yeah, everybody has to play it on side with this. Like you said, it will be a hell of a retake because cards are stacked against MIBR right now in a 3v5. Unaccounted for is Leaf again, this backstab element. Safety in numbers, but Tech's okay, just takes a head clean off. That's one player accounted for. Leaf's normally that danger player. It's a big kill. Not too concerned with their backs anymore. They can put the full focus onto the site. Baby tight towards it, but now he's going to be finished. No one to swing off the back of this one. Second to making moves, sliding, gliding straight to the side. And a time to see where the next level and layer of this is. Damage done! Second! That is just unreal!
It should not be possible. Rounds like that should not be possible. G2 are going to be kicking themselves. How is MIBR up to match point of that?
There's absolutely no way.
You could argue too much respect, I think. Also just completely isolated once up until an amazing 1v2 towards the end.
You are... He's locked in.
Yeah, he
no
is.
reaction.
Frog can't believe it. How did they win that?
That's absolutely unbelievable. Timeout
Stern
immediately taken.
Stern words from Josh RT.
Yeah. Because, I mean, so much went wrong. I thought it was a bit odd. You had entire side control, no plan for heaven, no plan for main. They took tight into the side. It forced these really awkward post-plan positions for G2.
But
and nobody ready to trade off with the players.
No, they're never ready to swing off each other in that post-plan, which I think is a massive flaw. And goes back to what Josh was talking about during the coach interview that we had after map 1. You know, this meta is, they're trying to get the better team fights, the better ways of swinging off each other, trading off each other, and yet a couple of times in this map, they've just been completely isolated. There have been some decent post plants where they all play together and have a ton of stall, but that was a major misstep.
And it could be one hell of a blunder because MIBR are now up to match point. One more round will do it for them.
What's the adjustment coming out of the tag timeout here? How crazy does Fraud want to get? Mostly, they were doing these like pump fakes, going for the map control, looking to bait out the Vice utility, but then MIBR, for the final round of regulation, just decided to send it into A.
Oh, here we go. Signs of life on either side, out towards A.
More aggressive A ramp defense from G2.
Yeah.
Instead of waiting for the A ramp control, looking to fight them with a smoke.
Really deep early smoke, like you said. Shuts the door in the face of MIBR nice and early.
They're also leaving B pretty open. Again, just assuming that MIBR are never going to go for a B pop after G2 proved that they can punish it.
See now. Oh, he's taking liberties. Look at this guy. Looking around. And he's found the perfect timing.
Oh, it's devious.
The jiggle. It was just missed there. That was Trent possibly watching it. It's one hell of a timing to operate off of. And he's already making calls for the rest of his team. Accounted for! Trent!
All right.
Okay.
Well,
makes up for it, doesn't he?
Macro game doesn't matter.
No, just shoot them. And Valin inserts himself once more. Prime position to do some damage here because they're going to be thinking that the site is still cleared. He's found potentially a perfect pocket to play and sidestep the C's. But Tex is going to be dishing out the damage. That was up towards mid. Still aim well trained up onto this smoke, and it all comes down to this. Prowler spotted, spam through, and it's favored to MIBR. Very good discipline, slowing it down at the right moments.
G2 now asked to do the difficult, possibly the impossible.
Looking to see if they can take this one forwards now. It's a 3v4. Players are in the appropriate positions. The shots just need to land, and Leaf has already found one. Make it two. Jorgamo's by his side. Aspas now pressed into a corner. Forced to fight and batter his way out. Overexerting himself in the process because now Tex is left to do it. with 8 seconds remaining. It's just impossible. Toying with him.
Another player disadvantage. Retake over towards B to save things. And G2 draw level again at 13-13.
Wow.
This time, though, MIBR didn't get the plant down. I think that's a pretty big difference between the two there. G2 able to apply a ton of pressure right as things were getting sticky. But once you're in this kind of spot, 4-3 up,
One enemy remaining.
should be able to find your way further in.
Boys,
Great
let's
shots
go.
on a crack
Let's
angle
go.
for G2. Aspas picks up the op.
In OT.
Haven't seen a huge amount of it. He was doing it towards the end of the half on defense side.
Could be a good time to strike now. He's going to be looking to sit into the util. Oh, it doesn't get better. And you're exactly right, Josh. Doesn't get much better than that. You want to see impact from the operator? There you go.
Yeah.
High-low
Pure.
setup. I mean, just pure disrespect for the G2 opening default. Throw that util, fade away with a smoke as well. Verno wasn't to the corner, will immediately just retreat. Oh, but a repeat as well. He's feeling himself.
Spike drop down in the open. MIBR not overcommitting to try to defend that, though. Gets smoked off, retrieved. 2v4. Should be MIBR going up to another match point here.
We said that a lot.
They're walking back into the Aspas op. Maybe anticipating that he's rotated off to somewhere, but Aspas is digging his heels in.
It's going to be tricky.
He's not had the dominant performance today, but man, was that impactful.
Oh, yeah. Match-winning stuff and still trained up onto the position. In terms of util, not much to work with if you are G2, baby. Flash ready and waiting. It's a peek before it even goes off, and he's just more than ready for it. Nade already rebounding, already primed. The util is there to bail him out. You know where baby is. You might as well use the ult. Why not? 19 seconds left, and fadeaway shot to the side puts MIBR up to 14.
It's
one
beautiful.
more to do it again.
It is beautiful. That's what you're looking for. Aspas looking to pull out the attack side operator here as well to see if he can close the game. He's feeling it after that one. Could not get any better. And look at that. Leaf swings right before the flash, anticipating that Aspas or whoever else is holding there would be turning away at that moment. Because they're a good player. They know that the flash is coming.
Yep.
And yet Aspas sticks around for a moment longer. Like I said, he now picks up an attack-sided operator looking to generate a pick for the team that could see them get revenge on G2. 4 times in a row they've lost to this org. This year getting 3-0'd in devastating fashion to miss out in a spot in Santiago.
And unbelievably close. The tenure on display between both of these teams. Aspas in this game on the verge of potentially breaking a record. I think he's 4 kills away from 3,000. First player to do it in an international league, but he'd need this game to be extended a little bit more.
Yeah, he'd need quite a few more, actually.
More of an operator of his own. No one there to break the power for him. Waits till the very final moment before he eventually reveals his hand. That's going to be noted. Verno, a lot of pressure being made just by that one player alone. Contact is called for. MIBR looking to see if they can sneak their way past all of this util. Found out though. Bebe now forced to detonate most of it. The Thorns at their feet. It's MIBR in a really strange spot and position, but the wall does a lot to bail them out. Still, damage is done. And they haven't removed these ingrained players. Anchored towards the back. It's Leaf. Put it back against the wall. Bebe by his side. Zekken! Immediate shutdown. Jorgemo's finished off. Surely this has to be it. They need to account for these players. They're potentially lining up for him second. Just making a mockery of it now, but G2, they're not dead yet, not done yet, not finished yet at all.
They fire back to be able to get things up to 14-14. MIBR with plenty of opportunities here to try to put G2 away. And yet, the dominant team of Americas of recent history have got that grit. I thought Zekken was about to get a spray down there in backside. He's been a hero for them today, but couldn't quite manage it.
Come on, good job, Nate. Yo, that.
They're looking to take it one round at a time here. Baby Bay trying to keep them focused. But it's been MIBR on the cusp of closing things recently. G2 had their map points early on in regulation. looking to do a pop into Tex.
Yeah, here it is. The walls are up in their face. This is going to be segmenting most of the site up, splitting it up for the taking. And with those thorns down, it's Jogamo ISO'd. Alongside that wall, there was no one to really help him in a spot like that.
We've talked a lot about the fact that MIBR can't run pops into G2, but I think the same applies in the other direction.
Yeah, trying to run it into the vice. I mean, you're slamming your head into a brick wall.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Jogamo to do anything there. This is so
Verno?
aggressive from Verno,
If
man.
he goes down, he evens down. He's going to be taking a peek anyway, regardless! Feeling himself! Hot hand, and he takes it one step further. Sends his team into a 2v4. That is a peaks. The damage surely already done. Shred of HP, the nade splits them up. Valen wants to see if he can step up. But surely softened, weakened to barely anything.
They know where both of these two players are. Extremity players of Tex and Mazzino just taking this space, getting ready to set up on some devious off angles.
One bullet to the chest on both of these players. Do it, and there it is.
One to the chest and one to the toe. MIBR get up to another match point. Can G2 survive again? Why did Verno go for that play?
I don't know. OT makes, I mean, listen, man, when it gets to OT like this,
yeah,
playbook starts getting thrown out.
You're in a 5v4 scenario. I'm not sure that it's the percentage play, but man, did he cook from that spot. MIBR take a timeout.
They've got to get it over the line now. They've had multiple opportunities, but G2 are the team that just will not die.
Aspas has tried attack side opping. Probably don't want to go in that direction again, but you do kind of want to run some slow rounds, so I wouldn't be mad about it. What's Fraud got? What kind of idea do they want to go for here? In the previous round on attack, or one of them, they noted that Mazzino could actually get a walkout into B.
Yeah.
So now you're starting to think, well, all right, does Baby Bay then put the wall genuinely on B main this round? You know, these are the kind of mind games that they're playing in terms of device utility and where they can get for free. I'd be very tempted to do some kind of contacty stuff over towards B, just to mix things up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's the best way of playing these comps, but when you're deep into OT like this, it's about throwing curveballs. You want to
throwing something
new
unusual, right?
Yeah,
I mean, listen, when you get this deep into OT, you've kind of tried almost everything. So it's tough to do it.
I don't know about this one though. They haven't tried an attack OT judge for Zeka.
Okay. This might do it, but there is Vice Util reinforcing the B setup, the anchoring positions here. Trent might be alone, but they'll be tricked by just a mini-map with a little global util that G2 have ready at their disposal.
And Baby Bay has put that wall down at B main. Yeah. Worried that Mazzino would con that to the rest of the team and might do something funky.
One's deaded early as soon as the smokes are propped up.
I mean, Zeka's got to want to do something fast here into B heaven, surely, with the judge.
Over to take it now. It's a Prowler. Paves the way, at least a decent degree, but there's that high tide. Rips its way across now. This is going to be awkward to get through. Many layers towards it, but a util's going to be flying out on either side. Stuns on stuns. A lot of it now onto the back of these players, and it's all onto Baby Bay. This guy's being squeezed from multiple positions. There's no bailout waiting to receive. He needs help, and he needs it now. Long range with the smokes, looking to see if he can anchor a position here. Weather the storm. Batter down the hatches, but how do you overcome this? This is methodical from MIBR, and they are determined to put a stop to this, to put an end to it. Rounds like this, they are flattening G2, and finally slamming shut any opportunity for Leaf. He's going to open it all up, but it is just gone too wrong. 16-14, that's the finish. Split going away of MIBR. And listen, don't get me wrong, it was tumultuous, it was up and down at times, but for MIBR, this is revenge that has been 2 months in the waiting.
Absolutely. We talked about this potentially, probably, being the fight for the top team in the Alpha group. You look at these two teams on paper with what they've achieved, with what the players have achieved.
Yeah.
And even though it is week 1, this match could really matter for the standings later on down the road. And MIBR came out with fire. Loved the tactical timeouts as well. Fraud and Verno showing excellent adaptations. Even in that final round, the pathing was beautiful to be able to bait out the wall early on and then go through heaven in order to escort the B main player in and put pressure on the anchor. Love the pathing.
Yeah.
And the Zekon Neon, I am a fan.
I'm a fan too, man.
I'm a fan.
It looks good. It looks prime. It looks ready. This is an MIBR squad. They've not just been resting on their laurels, sitting back and relaxing. They've been watching with eagerness, ready to pounce when stage 1 began.
And they've got their sights firmly set on London. For teams like this, for teams, both of these teams that were on the stage today, it's not too early to start talking about form heading towards London, because this is all about learning the right stuff, picking the right compositional archetypes, and trying to figure out how to hone yourself for the Masters that is coming up on the horizon. But both of these teams should have their eyes very firmly set on that goal.
That's why this match was so important and will be important as well. We keep talking about the will be, could be aspect, but listen, these are the 2 top teams in their group. The battle for first seed may have been decided with this match here. It was MIBR that came out on top.
And a lot of unexpected stuff as well. G2 moving away from the double duelist. Playing with Leaf as their primary controller player and also playing Harbor on both maps. Like really unusual, different compositional reads from both squads. MIBR heavy with the double duelist too. I've got to imagine if we had gone to mine, they were going to play double duelist there.
Different reads from these teams. Always interesting as well, the back of the meta changes. But for MIBR, they're the victors today. It's a big one. Massive scalp to take off as well, with G2 being taken out.
Especially after they lost them 3-0 last time.
In the middle finals. That's what I'm saying. They had skin in the game with a game like this. They wanted to beat them, definitely so.
MIBR were also a team that wasn't playing up-to-date compositions necessarily at kickoff. Remember, Aspas was, struggling in terms of his health and scheduling and stuff, so they hadn't had as much time. Now they are actually reaching their peak form, potentially.
Absolutely. Well, I believe we're ready as well. Dryad is standing down on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away, Dryad.
MIBR, they get the win 2-0 against G2, and I'm here with Tex to talk about it. Tex, first of all, congratulations on the win today. I want to ask about something that you guys talked about, the preparation or the lack of time that you had going into kickoff. But today, we saw a team that had great teamwork, was really good at working together, whether it was the small fights or the macro. What was the preparation like since you go 0-3 in the grand finals to now make sure that you're winning and getting that revenge today?
Yeah, it just felt like in this split we had way more time. In kickoff, we were always behind, always fighting from behind, always practicing from behind. There was rosters that have been practicing together for so long, and obviously, like, my team has such insane talent. All we needed was the time.
And it's also not only making sure that you are catching up, but also trying to stay ahead. What do you think your team has to make sure that you're always staying ahead with the meta or the flexibility that you have?
Really smart coaching staff and really smart players. Honestly, they give us a lot of freedom to play and try what we want because we're trying to make the meta in our own way, in a way. So honestly, the coaching staff has full trust that we can try what we want to play, we can do what we want, and yeah, they prepare us really, really well.
Also, something that has been really interesting is the way that you guys are laughing with each other or having fun. And I've heard from multiple players in MIBR that they say you are the funniest guy that they've ever met. They always enjoy having your company in different teams as well. So what do you think what is it about your personality that helps you bring those moments and bring that lightheartedness in when you have to win?
Honestly, I just like having fun. Like in practice, I try to have fun and make everyone laugh because, like, honestly, in any FPS game, if you're tilted or you're not happy, they're not going to play as well. So if you're happy and everyone's laughing, and it all kind of comes together, you know. And about my personality, honestly, I don't know. I just can't really take many things seriously. I'm just like trolling permanently, always trying to find something to make fun of, and yeah, it's just, I've always been like that, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's always, it's something that I've heard from different teams, different players as well, but I want to ask you, going forward, what is the mentality as well that MIBR has? There's a lot of pressure from the fans, rating you guys as the best team, if anything. Are you also seeing yourself as the best team, or are you taking it one step at a time for this stage one?
Definitely one step at a time. I would say we're all very confident and very hungry. We all want to win so bad. You know, woke up hella early today, DMing. I walked into the facility before the match, and 2 of my teammates are already DMing. You know, we grinded all night last night. Like, we really want to win. So, just super happy with the boys, honestly.
Who do you want to beat the most?
Who do I want to beat the most? Definitely NRG. I like playing against NRG. I have a lot of friends on that team. I think they're also a very smart team. So, we also got to get our revenge for our triple BO5 loss back to back to back. So, I'm coming for those 3 teams that beat us. We just got G2, now we got to beat the other 2.
You already got the revenge for the first one, so now you only have the other 2. Thank you so much, Tex. Now we're gonna send it to match point because we have the double duelist stars, Zekin and Aspas.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Match Point. Of course, it's a show where we do some shenanigans at the end of the day. Now, if you're up on your Aspas floor, you might know that he's a big fan of Brazilian chocolate milk. We wanted to see how it stacked up against the competition for a blind taste test. Told you were gonna like it. We've got 3 cups here. One is Aspas's favorite chalky milk, his beloved. Then another is from Zekin's home state of New Jersey. And then finally, the third one is just a generic brand from God knows where he pulled it out of a gutter. So we want you guys to work together to identify which one is which. Why don't you go ahead, take a sip of A first. Let us know which one do you think it is. You think it's A? Yeah.
I want to let you know I won't help you at all. I'm just drinking chocolate milk.
All right, let's see here. Good posture on the sip. All right, it's what you want. Okay, they're analyzing.
Okay, that's not mine. It tastes like chocolate milk. That's
Great analysis from Zekin. What Aspas immediately identified it, not his. What do you think it is? Do you think it's the Brazilian? You got to put the cup over here too. You think it's the Brazilian, the American, or the generic brand? I think Zach is just drinking the whole thing. He's just thirsty after the game.
It's good. I don't
It's
know.
good. It's good. All right, make a decision. Place the cup
I'll
down.
trust whatever you trust.
That's American.
That's American.
I think it's generic.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you what. For the sake, you think it's generic? You know what? Screw it. We'll just leave it like that. All right. Let's do B. Let's do this. What we have.
We need a palate cleanser, man.
You do. You know, could I get some water? I see one of our amazing PAs is actually making it happen, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. You need the palate cleanse. Chuck the water in here. I catch it. I catch it.
Aspas, wait.
There you go. One.
Take,
Uno.
quick.
Hey, dos. Hey, okay. Oh, and that's for me. Great, because you know your boy is sweaty.
We gotta be accurate
Here we
with
go.
this.
Thank you so much. I need a palate cleanse as
Zach,
well.
swap, buddy. I think you swap.
What?
Oh. All right.
I'm gonna wait for you to drink. You're gonna know why.
Wait, we don't want to lose him. We don't want to lose him. You got to do the.
Oh my God, I know exactly what this is.
Okay. Put it where you think it is.
Can I say the brand?
I mean, yeah, if you want.
This is Yoo-hoo.
Put it where you think it is.
I don't know which one's Yoo-hoo.
Yeah.
Is that American? Dude, I had that. Dude, I had Yoo-hoo when I was like 5, bro.
This one here is terrible.
It's terrible.
This is what American kids grow up on. American kids grow up on that.
That's really bad.
All right.
I'm drinking that.
Try the last one. Let's do this. Do your palate cleanse if you need it.
Cleanse.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, God.
Take a look here. Yeah, it's chocolate milk.
Second,
That's
they're
mine.
all chocolate
That's
milk.
mine.
It's yours?
That's mine.
All right, done.
So you think that's C? Are you ready? You think that's yours?
Wait.
The Tojinho?
Let me test here.
How do we get 3 cups on the same?
Well, you're supposed to work together.
I didn't work with him. Okay, wait.
You didn't work with
But that's
him?
mine.
Okay, that's yours.
I agree with him. I think that, yeah.
You think?
It tastes
What
very-
does it taste like?
It tastes like Brazil, man.
That's
Brazil.
mine.
It tastes like Brazil.
It tastes like Brazil.
All right, put the damn cup down. All right, so there you have it. Let's go ahead and reveal. First, we'll start with the generic brand. We had one guess for A. Turns out it was right. I think this was Aspas. You guessed
that was me.
Okay, well done, well done. All right, next up, we have our US ones. You guys thought B. Aspas, you thought A. And of course, it is B, which means you are correct.
Tojinho.
Blammo! That's yours. We also have a couple more in the back. I'll come and get it for you at the end of the day. All right, everyone, that's going to do it for us. So day one is in the books. Here are standings as they are right now because we have some great matchups along the way for y'all coming in tomorrow. But let's talk about what happened today. You guys picked up a massive win against G2 Zek, and that had to feel good out there.
Yeah, it felt really good.
Yeah?
I lost my voice screaming, but we had a really good time. I mean, the close matches are always the fun ones, even though they're stressful.
Yeah.
But enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah. And Aspas, you guys were coming into this one with different approaches than in kickoff, right? You mix some things up. How do you feel the team played this time around?
I think we played really well, and we are a very different team compared to kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, and I think a lot of people are feeling that as well. So congratulations on the win. Of course, we have 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses, and then it's going to be Envy versus Loud. That, of course, is going to do it for us here today. I need a napkin because your boy is sweating his butt off today. So that is going to do it for us here. And this is your Samsung OLED Fast Replay. We'll see you mañana. Take it easy, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And we are back. This week, 12 teams return to the stage, and they've all got their sights set on Masters London.
They get a Sheriff actually to walk away with that one. What a push forward, though, to take down Jonah P. Pushes forward for another one. He's still able to fight through it. Oh, my God, he's going for the ace. Just misses the head there. Redux on the right. There it is. Does get it. It's coming through.
All the Sentinels hoping to punish some players in the first place, but no.
What? 2 in a row? Are we going to do it? Oh, 2 aces in a row. KRÜ take the first map 13-8 over Sentinels. John Cutie with the Phantom, and they're kind of getting scattered on this Sova ultimate.
John Cutie has to come up huge again on a 1v1 inside the Gulag. He gets it now!
See, Dante's actually going to peek out of that one on his own. Still goes for more. He's going to get 3 Vans. How is he doing this? Look at the peeking, but he's also weaving vision to both sides of the team. Oh my gosh. Last and Silence are putting the finishing touches on. MW's there taking down the court to see it. KRÜ come out swinging.
It's MIBR versus G2. 2 of our juggernaut teams in Americas, by the way. It should be a phenomenal matchup, and they've got skin in the game off the rip here. Looking to take away some of these guns. A time again, but that overdrive. Wide swing, and Zekken! Running a mockery over him. This is the site opened up, but Zekken is still here. As long as he's in the server, he's a bit of a problem for them. Damage being done! And that is pure disrespect. MIBR, absolute blinding pace that they play Lotus at, and they take it away. 2v2, and now the ultra expended this time for real. Does he anticipate this? Maybe Bay versus Aspas. Bay will stick it, knowing that there's safety in numbers. That watchful eye leap. The full focus onto the side. Bay tight towards it, but now he's going to be finished. Second to making moves, sliding, gliding straight to the side. And time to see where the next level and layer of this is. Damage done! Second! 16-14, that's the finish. But for MIBR, this is revenge that has been 2 months in the waiting.